They're live already, that's the question.
Yes, yes, you are. Oh wait, no, you're not. Oh wait, yes, you are.
8 minutes till it starts.
You're gonna talk a lot. I think so.
The match is still gonna start at 9. They're gonna talk for 10 minutes probably. Like when it begins in 8 minutes, it's gonna be 50. They're gonna talk for 10 minutes. Then the match is gonna begin. And then in between, like never mind how, like we don't know how long it's gonna take. But yeah.
Cool music. Oh, cool. I'm gonna.
Huh?
I'm gonna eat something.
Do you already have food?
Almost.
Okay. You wanna change channels?
Yeah. Let's go.
Woo! So first one is gonna be PKS versus Exa, and then V1 versus Sen. Okay, wait, let me see. How can I pop out chat? Why is that there now? Got it overlapped. Why is it? Huh? Um, there we go. Who's playing? Oh god, fucking ad. Oh, 2 ads as well. Um. What was the first match? I forgot again.
Please tell me second one is gonna be the one that I think.
Second one is gonna be V1 versus Sen.
No, no, no. I mean at.
No.
I fuck.
Yeah, I saw this rpg.twitch.tv, but like when you log in with that, it says like, yo, it's not operated by Twitch, and it's like asking you for permission to go live for you. So why the fuck should I do that? It feels like scam. But it wouldn't be on Twitch if it would be scam, right? I don't know. Okay. I had like okay. 3 minutes. Let's see. Okay, yeah, they're gonna talk for 10 minutes probably, and then go live. Like then start the match. Oh, Justin, what's up? Oh, energy, I didn't ask. Maybe I should drink. Oh, the sign one looks cool. I have the grey one, but would fit more. It's like it's a mode only chat. When are they gonna fix the fucking millisecond counter? I beg, please. It's so annoying that that's not synced with the seconds. Ah. We're gonna see. It's like both V1 and Sentinels both like in the earlier matches didn't play up to their potential, and they both have a huge potential. I don't know, like if they're playing well today, like I don't know, you know.
Dominating this first map. Oh! B-Dog lines them up. They swing and the heads are being popped. Down! Banned! Into the takedown point. No, for more.
Steal.
Shanks. And speaking of... Oh my goodness!
It's elimination playoffs here at VCT. Guys, it is going to be a wild day. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy alongside Evil Cat as well as Ender. And yeah, this is it. We're going to be sending 2 teams home today. Well, technically they're already home, but they will not be able to play in the competition. It's going to be an exciting day. Mimi, how you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. You know, we've had some exciting upsets towards the upper bracket. So now, I mean, this lower bracket is just full of teams that we thought would be making such deep runs, and already 2 of them have to go home so early.
Yeah, and I'll have you refer to me only as Robo Ender today because I clearly am way in 240p. Look, I'm like throwing it all the way back to, you know, the old console games you used to play, GB.
Oh my god.
Too early.
The fucking
too early
quality.
for this stuff, okay? You know, it's GB and the Zoomers today.
Yo,
Not looking
specific.
forward
You
to
shouldn't
this.
say
No,
that, man.
all jokes aside,
Sounds
this is going to be an awesome
wrong,
day.
man.
I'm excited to be with both of you here, and let's actually talk about, you know, the previous day's matches and what we ended up seeing, because I mean, you know, despite LG's amazing
What's with
win
his camera
that they were
quality?
able to secure, it was not enough for the young
I
guys
don't
over
know.
in the guard. And then, you know, on the flip side to that, you know, I mean, Optic, they also, you know, I would say overall, this has just been a bit of a whirlwind of a postseason, if you will, of a playoff, right? Maybe because we.
By the way, Pacific, are you gay?
Wild results.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, even if you're stepping away from the results themselves, the teams that have been pushed to the limit, first of all, Cloud9 nearly losing out to the Knights. I mean, a slightly
okay.
different story in towards the second
Sorry
half.
then.
That could have easily been a 2-0 in favor of the Knights. They hold on and then play a close game against Optic. Honestly, Optic thus far,
I mean, I
think
respect,
it's the
so.
only like top 3 teams that we had these really high expectations for that has lived up to it fully in this one. Both Cloud9 and V1 stumbling just a bit, but I think that goes to show that Optic, they're still a relevant team. Meta has changed, their roster has stayed the same, and they're still a squad
Knights
team.
against.
And I think the coolest
wait.
thing, sort of seeing, you know, after the group stage, we had 2 undefeated teams, Cloud9 and Version 1, both in the lower bracket. That means only one of them could potentially go to Iceland, right? Like, Optic regard, one of those teams is going to be qualifying. So there's a world where if V1 beats Sentinels today, they go on to Cloud9 and they have to knock each other out of contention. So this lower bracket is
I'm gonna
already
make some mission
super high
time,
stakes.
15 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, not to disparage, Mimi, sorry, you know, the Garden Optic,
10
but
minutes
like,
is-
you know, LG,
10
their
minutes.
win was
I'm gonna bet
massive
on
against
last minute.
V1, and I think everyone should really be paying attention to them. And if you're Knights or Exit, you got to be a little bit worried because this team's kind of got a little bit of a hot hand right now in the playoffs.
Yeah, they've been looking scary, really. Like, that game against V1, sure, it was a lot of, you know, unforced errors, mistakes by V1, but I also think that they came incredibly prepared.
Nice
They have some
was
insane
excellent, and then
individuals.
V1
Even in
against
that
Sen.
match that they lost 2-0 to the
I
guard,
don't know
players like
anything
Vito
about
just holding on for dear life.
about
It's closer
talking
than
about
that 2-0 might
Xset.
indicate. Over on the other side as well,
Where
I
did
think
they
the team
lose?
that's been the
Against
biggest
Optic.
success story of the playoffs has been guard, right? And people had questions. Is this just a flash in the pan? Is this just a one-off with them performing in the groups? But they've shown it's not an overperformance. They look dominant against Sentinels. A 13-1 victory in that game to
I mean,
close it on
Sentinels
out.
still has a
Then they go
chance
and they
to
deal
get the winner,
handily
but
with an LG that version 1, one of
they're
those
like
squads that we were considering
so
probably
far
top
back,
2
man.
within the playoffs here, knocked on down. So they're a team that is what? Now 1 step away from qualifying to Reykjavik.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, V1
Good job,
Sentinels,
Darcy.
you're also
Nice,
going to
Darcy.
the dogs there in C9. It's
Is
going to
that
be quite hard in the
16K
lower
on
bracket. But here are the matches
something
that
I
you're
just
going to
don't
be
know?
checking out today, folks, because we got Knights versus Xset.
Yeah, Knights
your
versus
lower bracket
Exet.
decider round 1.
Yeah,
And then
like
we take it over to
Sentinels would
V1
need
and
to win like
Sentinels. As I
fucking
said before,
every
the winner
match
of this is going to be
from now on.
moving on, taking on
Like, legit
Cloud9. But
every,
guys, I mean,
right? Yeah.
the situations that I just simply did not expect to see for V1, most importantly.
They will. I mean, we're
and
gonna
this is
see.
just where we
They
find
can
ourselves,
come
but
back.
It's actually
It's
a
like
focus
being
on the
fucking
match that we're gonna be
112
talking
in
about
Bell.
here at the beginning, and that is going to be Knights versus.
Like, they have a
Xset
chance,
now.
but it's
you know, I
really
think
hard.
for Knights, this has been, you know, quite
they
an
gave the others a
accomplishment for them to
chance,
be able
of
to make
course.
it into the playoffs here. Xset is one of those teams that people are looking at as like a squad that's very much on the come up, that's very much establishing themselves as a very strong, capable roster. So let's go ahead and start though with the Knights, Mimi, because this is a team that could pull off
Did you say
a
Mimi?
potential upset today against Xset. Is that wild to say that it could be an upset?
I don't think it's wild to say whatsoever, especially considering their performance versus Cloud9 just the other day. I have high hopes for this roster. It's a solid core.
Sorry,
of 5
I didn't do
players
that,
who
like,
most
you
recently,
can't.
you kind of
Oh, wait,
bring
if you time
their
out
own
in mods that
Luminosity of this
he's
young
gonna get,
IGL
like,
in way of Frosty,
that
and the man
he's
that I want
not
to
gonna
highlight
have
is
mod
Man.
stats
This guy
anymore.
has been stepping up above and beyond
fucking
in so
weird.
many of these matches. In week 5 of the group stage, and now in their opening round here in the playoffs, he has been looking indomitable. He has been fragging up there with the very best Jets in North America and looking excellent doing so. The team has put a lot of effort into enabling him to just be the best
I spilled
individual
hot
possible.
tea.
And well, he's sure maybe
Where?
not as strong as you talk about your legs, you talk about your
Only
senses,
me.
but he's getting there. And the way the team is set
Aye,
up,
aye, aye.
he's getting closer and closer towards that point.
Yeah, I think if I had to, if I was tasked with like making a roster out of, players that weren't on the top tier teams, like if I'm looking to fill an op or a duelist slot, like Ban is almost #1 on my list. This guy is absolutely
not
playing out
as
of
hard
his
as
mind.
you.
I think Ban, Cryo on the other side both look really, really strong. I think that actually looking across the board, across these two teams, like if you sort of had to put yourself in that situation, like make a super team out of the teams that are middle of the pack here, like Ban, Scuba over on Knights I think is fantastic. Def gives him a run for his money. Like Cryo and Def on the other side I feel like are definitely up at the top of the table. So there's definitely the talent on these rosters, and you can see that in them challenging the teams at the top, even if overall they haven't been able to knock down the big teams just yet. Like they are taking maps off. Knights just took a breeze off of Cloud9.
Knights will win.
And I mean, we're talking about a lot of the time.
I don't even know how did it look earlier?
So that's what they did. Sure, their record was great on it, but they've shown that their map pool is deeper than that. When they went into Breeze versus Cloud9, they looked really exceptional, and Ban was the lead performer in that game. He was hyper aggressive on
Maybe
the
could you stream on Discord, because I don't wanna.
And on the operator. And the thing is, his supportive line was so good to enable him. You had players like Ziff on the KO, and then you also had Gangsta on the Sova. That double initiator was putting so many resources into letting this man be the best he possibly can. Again, this goes back to it. It could have been a 2-0. It was a very, very close ascent. Overtime is the only way that Cloud9 stayed alive. There's a very realistic world where Cloud9 would have been in this matchup instead of them. The Knights is not a team you can sleep on.
Yeah, I love how whenever, I jump on the desk, the concept of multiverses come into play. There's a multiverse for Cloud9. Lost to PK there, but on the other side, their opponents, X-Sets. Now, Ender, this team, I think like I said before, a squad that has established themselves as a force in the region. Not quite, I'm sure, where they want to be right now, fighting for their tournament lives here. But when you look at the players and the names on this lineup, I mean, they are just so capable of making a deep run in this competition.
Yeah, it seems like Xset have always been a team people have respected in that mid-tier that's like just under the cusp of breaking into like top 3, like LCQ last year, very close to making it all the way towards the end there, but fell just a little bit shy versus a Cloud9. But again, this team, so much talent.
It's working though. I can make like
we were just highlighting duelists on the other side with Knights. I think Def is a guy that has looked so good for this team, specifically the mid-round calls he's been making, as well as the lurk timings. Like, just look at their match against Optic from just the other day. Right, Def is always working through mid, and what it enables Xset to do is make really smart mid-round calls off of the information or the picks he's going to get, and they were really breaking Optic's ankles on a lot of these mid-round rotations.
Yeah, they really were. And I think the other thing about Def is that he's been one of the few controller players that have stuck to his guns. He's continuing to play the Astra, even into the first week of 4.04, and also now into the start of the playoffs. He's
I need to watch out though that my RAM is not gonna go.
Really good doing so. Sure, the timings are a little bit tougher. Sure, you have less resources to work with, but those are still just as potent. His smoke timings are still excellent, and Xset is a team that often is playing that double controller or a double duelist comp to kind of add on into that. So it makes sense to continue with this Astra, especially when his mid-round calling is so based on it. You can't play a Brim, you can't play an Omen and playing the same style you are. With Astra, you can be literally anywhere on the map, have that global influence, and despite the nerfs, Def is still looking excellent at it.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see too, because I think the way Death plays, it fits into the Xset playstyle overall. As I go full Robo mode over on this side. You know, I'm just KO IRL. But no, honestly, I think that Xset, the way they play a lot of the time is letting solo players
so I see what my memory said. Okay, 52%. That's nothing. That's
players in very forward positions that then enable them to make really good mid-round calls. Right? We saw it from Def previously, but we actually see it across all of their different maps, even their duelist players. Right? Like sometimes you'll see Cryo on the Jet, and I wanted to look at both their Ascent and their Bind because we had a couple of rounds where they were actually making those deep moves.
Yeah, I think that for them in those two maps, it was something where Def's impact in the mid-round was massive, and they're one of the few teams that, like I said, they've been very dedicated to kind of keeping up with this duelist play, right? Cryo has always been on the Jet, not really flexing the chamber quite as often as some other folks like EA have been, but this was a specific round that you wanted to highlight.
Why is my mouse lagging?
This is where Def is able to get all the way up through mid. You can see off this contact, right? He ends up falling, but it doesn't matter because it enables Cryo to go sprinting out into the B site. You know, as soon as he was able to get past Market, that was when the comm came in, actually start bringing the spike over here. Then he drops and Cryo goes jumping on forward. Then here's a map over on Bind where it's actually Cryo up over towards Showers. He dodges away from that Skybird and makes the read, hey, they didn't see anyone in Showers. Let's actually come back and hit A. And you can see what a read. They don't know that these players are rotating off of A for sure, but Cryo gambles it off of that information that the Skybird didn't find anything. And
I'm gonna
Victor
change my
is able to
prediction.
get one kill right off the bat.
Why?
It does enable Xset to get onto the site. It's about the decision making. Even if they do lose some players along the way, Xset
go
are making
out
really
back.
good
Thank you, man.
calls that really
I will, I guess.
And this is very similar, right?
Yeah,
the
have a nice one,
duo
man.
between Cryo and Zekken,
Okay,
the day work, excuse me, it is very similar to what we've seen
like
from Optic, right? Because they're a squad that has been implementing more and more.
I just don't want Pacific to get my points in case he wins.
Initiator player in way of Victor. It's been a very similar story for the side of Xset with a guy like Zekken. He can play the Raze at a really high level. There are maps where they want to commit to that double duelist. He can also play the KO at a high level. It is that constant back and forth between the two of them. You'll see them playing together very often, being that kind of double force on the entries, especially on the attacking sides. And the thing is that having someone like Zekken as a backup means that you get more flexibility for Cryostas to sometimes do those weird kind of jet lurks, find those times, pull those occasions, like that first round that Ender was pointing out.
Yeah, and I think another part though is we shift
Did you
over
say
the
Justin?
focus to on the night side is that they find themselves in a very precarious
Why?
position,
Does
right?
it sound like
as you had mentioned before, Mimi.
No.
This could have very well been a
I have a
completely different
headache. Don't
bracket
talk to
had
me.
that overtime gone Knights' way, right? 14-12 conclusion there on the Ascent hurt big time for them. And even though they were able to pick up the dub on Breeze, right? It was just after that, it was just shambles for them. Haven, Cloud9 just marched all over them. I guess, what were some of the things maybe that you were noticing from Knights in that game? What were they doing right that was pushing C9 to the brink and having to win that in OT?
Sure, yeah, it was looking really good for them on that map, and there's a specific round that I want to point out in the way that they're enabling Ban to work off this Sage. There was a while where the Sage comp was getting really stagnant, right? It was a wall boost towards A main pretty much every single round, but in this one, they switched that up a little bit. They early on want to dedicate in towards this B split. They have space in towards mid early on. Mid control always a priority for this squad. And unlike a lot of Jets, Ban is committed to playing the attack sided up. Early, he's just pieing corners. Clearing space. You have to have someone like him to create this space because Knights is one of those squads that has been pretty dedicated to these flashless comps, but you see the wall goes down. He's able to create the space and just post. Hold on to this extremity control, which makes the site hit even easier. Frosty gets an excellent opener off the Sova utility, and then that prompts the reply. Ban is immediately able to find that shot, and then the site, it's completely open, completely isolated. Cloud9's buy was already low enough, and they already had an operator to work with, so there's no recourse. They can't work back on in, and the second that Knights realize that their
maybe
is as big
depends
as it
how long
is,
it's
they
going.
pull back into the site together. This team finds creative ways to make their comps work, and I think the implementation of the Sage has been a big part of that.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool sort of comparing the different attacking styles, because Knights, you just showed right there how they sort of had a supporting squad around Van to get that space, wall off mid, and then execute onto the B site rather. Whereas Xset, it was much more individual players getting that information, going up and moving more advanced. So a little bit more team play in acquiring the space for Knights compared to those solo players getting a lot done over for Xset. Leads us to a pretty interesting matchup, I feel.
Yeah, I think it will be. And I think another thing for that squad is that even when Cryo is making the individual plays, there's never very much risk associated with it because he's really fast on the dash. I think he has a good understanding of not overcommitting. I don't think we saw any rounds where he's getting caught out in the open. And it almost feels like in some of these kind of Cryo is like the early game opener. When they play the defaults, they do a lot of 3-2s with Zekken and Cryo on one side of the map, or even occasionally 4-1s, where you're gambling a lot of presence on one place, trying to pull that pressure and see if Cryo can pull off a rotation, which goes very much against what Knights do. They're very dedicated to either just finding these kind of direct split plays or just playing their very just kind of normal default. Xset is more willing to take those risks, and I think that's why they've put so much into investing into this double duelist comp, and it's also why they've stuck to the Astra, because sure, you're alone if you're out on your own for Cryo, but you have a dash and you have Def always there to back you up if it's necessitated.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup. Two very hungry teams, obviously not wanting to end their run here at VCT Challengers with a loss right now. But let's see the maps and where we're going to be taking this game to. because I'm very curious to know what we end up getting here, right? Ender, and out of the break, let's see. Okay, so it's going to be split Breeze, and then if necessary, we'll go to bind.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this, you have to feel like Xset are going to be pretty happy with this, banning away the Ascent from Knights. And honestly, like, I think map pool is something that Xset can play a lot of different maps. We saw them take Split against Optic. They also love to play that Breeze. So even though it is going to be Knights selecting that after just taking down Cloud9, Xset, I feel like, are going to be really comfortable here, Mimi.
Yeah, and the thing is that this Breeze map, it's one that we've seen a lot of upsets. It's one where things can get wild, especially if there is a player like Ban who can really step up in the individual department. I'm thinking of him towards that map, but more generally in this pool, I think it's another one of these teams that has a really hard set permaban that are shooting themselves in the foot. We've seen teams like Xset, we've seen teams like Optic that can be very variable in the maps that they're banning on through. Sometimes they're comfortable to pick into a bind, they're comfortable to pick into a split, they're comfortable to pick into a Breeze. All three of these maps are maps that within the group stages we have seen Xset directly want to go to and select. They have a really deep pool, and part of that is because, well, they're oftentimes banning the Ascent. They've also floated it. We've seen them play it on occasion. They're fine with it. They're not as committed to the permaban as a team like Knights is, where they have to be incredibly afraid about that fracture and get rid of it almost every game. The only time they didn't ban it, I believe, is when Cloud9 banned it for them.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy. I feel like these maps too for Xset are all ones that sort of enable the more like solo push style, especially on Split. Like we saw clips of Def, like on attack, Def will literally go mid every single round. He does not play with the team. I count like 1 or 2 rounds, maybe for that entire attacking half, where he was actually grouped up with the squad. And this is something that if you're Knights, you're aware of. You have to be on your guard, but he could go through vents, he could go through mail, he could walk through B, you know, if it's going to be an A hit. Like, there is some variability in how and when Def decides to go forward. When is the big question, because you can't watch your flanks for forever, right? At some point, you're going to have to turn around and dedicate your attention to the site. So they have to be on guard and figure out a way to catch Def on those timings.
Yeah, here's the thing. Also for that map number 2, in Way of Breeze, it no longer is Def, who has generally been that lurker. Instead, it's Cryo, the man who is almost always taking that space in mid. He's fine to buy these attacking-sided ops or the attacking-sided rifle. He'll play that position practically every round in towards their default, and then he'll either work his way down halls or split through the mid double doors. It is very rare that he's fighting out towards main, because the comp for Xset means they don't really need the jet dash on the initial take. They have sufficient utility combined with their flashes and their Viper util to work out on their own, so Cryo can be elsewhere. He can have that force in mid, and he consistently finds impact off of it.
So given what we know now about this series layout and how things are shaping up here, let's say theoretically, right, each team wins their map pick, and what does that third map bind? What does that look like?
Just make it more dark.
In the grand scheme of things, like, who are you leaning toward more so in that situation? Are you going to the very
chat.
ambitious PK squad,
I
or
see
are you leaning
pixels.
toward the structure and the
the background, bit more dark.
I think I'm still leaning towards Xset, because I think that like Xset fundamentally have a very good grasp of how bind works as a map. Like, I still, me and Mimi completely agree on this. Don't love the double duelist setup, but the way they execute on it, which is, playing for those duelists to sort of solo take control of usually showers for the jet or B-long perhaps. Raze is almost always going to go hookah, right? Like, they're able to constantly get forward information and then make really good mid-round decisions. And a lot of mid-tier teams really fall apart in the mid-rounds on bind with the teleporters not controlling enough space around the map. That's really what sets apart the great teams from the good teams. And I think that Xset do fundamentally have a good understanding of that on the map. So even
Do you still have Photoshop open?
Knights, I still am
I don't want to. It's laggy.
Yeah, I think the one thing is, though, that normally I'm very against their double duelist comp, but the thing is that Knights also run a very similar double duelist comp. They just switch out the Astra for the Brimstone. Is that second controller. And when you're in a double duelist versus double duelist situation, it's not like there's a chamber who's going to be swinging forward to punish you on those pushes. It's not like you're going to get counter flash when you're trying to execute out for your jet. That jet doesn't have a heavy amount of utility besides maybe that Brim, which
just make it more dark.
It's easy as that. The flashless double duelist comp doesn't get punished as hard when the
dark,
enemy team is running just the same. So because of that, my hopes are high for Xset in this map. If they were playing a different squad who maybe played a bit more meta comp with a KO, with say that Astra and that Viper, I would tend to lean against them. But in this head-to-head, I think their bind is a big one for them. It's a solid one for them. And I don't even know if we'll get there, because they're also such a good team on Breeze.
Yeah, no, fair point. But
I
folks, that's
don't know.
basically going to do it for us right now. We're going to send it
How
to a quick
does it
commercial
look
break. In
bad
case you're
if I do
wondering,
it
we're waiting for
dark?
the teams to get all lined up and ready to go in the match, and got the word that we
Thank
are
you, but
good
it's
to
gonna
go.
look
So we're
bad.
going to take a quick break, pay some bills, but when we come back, we're going to jump
Oh,
into
cool,
Knights
then
versus
don't.
Exit. You don't want to miss it. We'll see
You
you in
can
a few.
try it, babe. I'm gonna send you. You wanna try it? Why should I not send you? You can try.
Mm-hmm. Nice animation.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Was that just two Red Bull ads right next to each other? Right after? I was so confused. Red Bull gives you wings. 2 seconds in, Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, Stream, Go! Stream alle Rennen der Formel 1 live mit Sky Ticket. Ultra flexibel und jederzeit kündbar. Verpasse keine Sekunde Motorsport. Der größte Preis von Saudi-Arabien live nur mit Sky Ticket.
Entdecke die Anti-Haarbruchformel mit Vitamin für deine Haare. Neu Garnier Fructis Vitamine und Kraft. Mit aktivierender Blutorange, Vitamin C und Biotin. Sofort geschmeidigeres Haar. 10-mal stärker, vom Ansatz bis in die Spitzen. Denn starkes Haar bricht nicht. Also bevor du das probierst, probier lieber das. Neu Fructis Vitamine und Kraft. Natürlich von Garnier.
Lea? Jetzt weiß ich, warum ich dich so lange nicht gesehen habe. Ich kann es auch immer noch nicht glauben.
These fucking ads are so annoying. There's German ads as well. It's like something else. Can you figure out the color of the chat background? Like the exact color, the hex code?
I don't think so. Which chat background?
Twitch.
I guess. Wait, you need PNG, right?
Huh?
PNG you need. Yeah, PNG. Oh, cool.
For the chat background?
Mm-hmm.
Just never mind. Oh yeah, well, yeah, never mind. Yeah, PNG.
Yeah,
I'm
because of
stupid.
rounded
Yeah,
corners.
yeah. I'm always forgetting the rounded corners, but I'm always doing rounded corners.
Oh, cool. Just try. If it looks bad, I'm gonna see it as well.
I still want the chat background though. The chat color.
I'll look.
Go up in the A site, and that should be the round. Wow.
Oh god, if I hit download, it's gonna open in my browser.
Got the Knights versus Exet. The first map is going to be split, and we're going to jump right into the agent select as soon as it
Can you
is
send
ready
me
to
on
go.
Telegram without
Of course, a lot of question marks go into this series, as is usually with Valorant in any series.
Impressing.
And you have these teams that are really prepping and getting
Without?
ready, trying to outsmart one another in these games, Mimi. But let's see where we go from here.
Oh, they locked it in.
Without
They commit to the
compressing.
neon.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm
First
so
neon.
hyped. Okay, so we got to see a taste of
Oi.
neon yesterday on
Okay,
Hidden.
wait, I
It works
need to
really
disable
well
this.
to break these timings, get forward. My question is, how do they play this, especially with a defensive-sided start? I'm imagining it's going to be a lot of duels for extremity control on a close quarters map like that. Those stuns as well will be super potent in mid. I feel like the relay bolt can get a lot of effect on this map, and with already
It can.
relatively quick defensive-sided rotations, this neon could be really sick, especially when you consider that it's being combined with both a KO and a breach.
Exactly. KO and Breach, you can turn off stuff like the chamber slows, you can have a million flashes to capitalize off of. The great thing is, too, we know Knights are a team that have been theorizing around this Neon for a long time. Their analyst Slow on Twitter was coming up with these Neon comps on Breeze. Hey, that's a map later in our series. I wonder if we get it. But Zip on this pick now is going to be so interesting.
Wait, I
because,
don't
yes,
see
the
it.
relay bolts, you can line up a lot of them. So
Ew.
you can be heaven, snap
Disable.
back down to default on site. You
what
can
I
hit
said.
all the important angles. So I want to see how
I mean,
much prep Zip
why
has
like chat itself looks bad? What's wrong with chat?
Yeah, I gave you the color, the exact color. I didn't choose the exact color of the background.
Can be found. You think of that one towards A. I think out towards mid. You can bounce one off the cubby, and it can hit deep left. So you can swing someone deep. It completely shuts down refrag potential because you can instantly shoot that, and the area of effect is so large that you increase the like you cannot swing for the trade, or you're forced so far back that you also probably can't swing for the trade because Neon is so darn fast. My biggest critique
for nicknames, emotes.
I have hated
it looks worse
positions on so many maps, but they pull out just like the most base comp imaginable.
Yeah, it's so base. I absolutely love it. And like,
can you get it or not? So I'm just gonna get it.
Ramps really quickly on attack.
And I didn't realize it. It's raiseless. Yeah.
Yeah, it's raiseless, right? You're sort of filling into a very similar role there in terms of the quick
26, 26, 26.
But one thing I absolutely love is, you know that sage wall on B that people put down all the time? That's like good to get you out on site, but then you feel absolutely trapped and bottlenecked into main. Neon can accomplish a very similar wall, similar Viper walls in that sense, but then you are not bottlenecked after using that wall coming down. So I feel like the versatility of her wall on this map in particular can set her apart from those agents.
On the 26, 26, 26 is wrong. That they've been playing. There are plenty of VODs available for them on Split, so it's clear that Knights have had the opportunity, had the time to put in this prep, and with this really heavy flash comp, it's gonna force out a huge change from the side of Xset to be able to reply, especially considering they're also easy chamber in that comp. So Death, how effective is he going to be on those lurks?
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys.
Because I don't have it open. Fuck off.
Get the note that the game is ready to go, and I'm excited to see Neon in play. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for Knights versus Xset. It's Rivington and Vansili. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you so much, my friends. At first, I thought it was just Mimi and Ender speaking to a ghost, but then I realized it was just GB hiding behind his camo t-shirt. Riv, we're getting ready for a great map here on map
finally, it's not that high contrast.
We have a brand new for Knights. They've been cooking some stuff up, just like Xset has been cooking stuff up into these playoffs. I'm super excited for this head-to-head.
Vans, it's been since February 5th since we saw Knights play Split competitively. They have been working on some sauce, and now we get that delivered in this game. I can't wait to see what they bring out. We heard the desk talking about all the utility Knights can bring here. All of that shutdown util, that stop util with the relay bolt, if they use it right, literally picks apart what Xset wants to do on each take and might shut them down. Easier said than done here as we start off the first round of our elimination series here in playoffs.
Oh, it's the prediction that's in the chat that's making it look bad. Fucking prediction, can I dismiss this message?
A bit towards B for a focus.
What to say? Oh my god.
Lucy started off as well with the 0 point down towards that mid side to not allow that smoke to happen, so that test match is stalled out, but here's the action towards this B site. And it's still going to be the Knights getting first blood and that second one to take the upper hand. But we answer right back for Xset. We got some handhunter shots by the man himself, Cryo, who's been amazing on this map as well, on this agent. Gangsta's then on his own, coming out through the Viper Cloud, and he's going to get popped off as he walks through it, and Xset get the pistol.
Yeah, quick overrun and overthrow of that B site. Xset are able to take pistol round very confidently. Cryocells says lock in the second round with a Vandal, please. He's going to look to make this a for sure win. Maybe a quick buy here by Knight. Spectre armor for Ziff. You may want to plan something cheeky as they go into this. So we'll have to keep an eye on what this Neon allows Knights to do. Yeah, but also what Knights want to do with this Neon. And we'll see the fault line rush here.
I'm looking if the chat works and see my emote in chat.
And a nice flash from KO on top of that. So that's actually going to catch one off guard in the back. Aaron's just hiding as much as he can. Zip is able to get that first kill. Here's that push inside. The patience from Aaron to get that triple kill. Meanwhile, though, we did have some action towards the other side of the site where Ben is holding with that headhunter. On that B site, we've now made it a 3 versus 2. Not too bad on a lighter investment, at least for the Knights to start off the round.
And look at that. Xset was waiting for it. Much like just the KO knife, they waited for the entirety of that wombo combo coming in from Knight. So both teams with their own set plays in mind. Xset able to come out on top here with it being their second round after a pistol round win. And this is going to be a plan onto A. Exit's now coming in for Knights, so we see both teams bringing about a few of the pocket plays already.
The way they flick the
Exit knowing, drilled on what Knights might bring to the table, and Knights looking to.
I mean,
use
yeah,
this
makes sense.
Neon.
So he
Very
doesn't have
aggressive.
armor.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at this composition as well,
But he still has armor.
for me, looking at Knights is I feel
Do
that they
more
have
with
to be
that
very
Vandal.
granular on this map.
Watch
Not
cool
play
though.
the defensive
Like,
setup
yo,
where you're
pound.
doing
Yeah.
a lot of trap plays. You can find information though with the trademarks from Ben. You could do fault line kills, but it's really on trying to get information as well with Frosty's utility to enable Ziff and his double peak swing battle to happen for Knights instead of doing utility damage.
Playing reactive Neon is, I think, a lot more difficult than playing kind of aggressive Neon, right? Controlling the pace, making sure we saw in Haven how excited Sean and DDK were getting of where a Neon was, and then it was in Garage, and then it was back today, and how quick they can be. If the Neon isn't setting the pace, you're right. It just someone's not swinging, it does not work. Here's the wait by XSET as well. They're like,
yeah, the Viper played that well.
Hot and fast. And there, Ziff does get one, but they turn this puppy right around.
Yeah, she went it perfectly. That was a perfect.
That's a dream.
Perfect timing.
You get a person in the back. I mean, the first contact. You don't really want to give or show your
I
hand
can't
right
get
away.
over the Knights fucking
Sacrifice your
logo,
teammate,
man.
get the
Change
triple
it,
kill,
please.
Guarantee the round here for Exit, which then comes into a round where you can get a rifle round for the Knights. Still a headhunter just for Ben. No rifles going through, probably because he's actually buying the rifle for
Interesting
Ziff
though that I play Neon.
Ziff with this rifle, and he's actually rotating really quickly as how you could actually just get your high gear in with the sprint. So already you can stack up the areas quite fast.
Playing pretty offensive.
Def on his lurky lurk. And just doing
Oh,
what he
that
can
was-
to make sure the parts of the map are clear, but also bringing info to the team. XSET does not have the spike right now.
The fucking boss.
Kind of in a peculiar position. And Def's already working through the rope area. It looks like they know BCJ is going to head back here. So
that's going to be
getting a lot of forward space for XSET. They're going to wait for something to pop off before they make a move from here on out, and that might be somebody rotating right into Def in that.
They're gonna have a good advantage though.
And even if the 0 point
okay, never mind.
There, it's still good enough actually to be able to get some information, right? As the knife hits and brings some information after the shots. But now Cryo gets a nice first frag, and we'll see what happens next.
3-3.
Def finally goes down to mid. It's almost a rinse and repeat kind of default we see
Promise
from
the
XSET
chamber
of what
has
they
no
ran
gun.
versus Optic.
Now we could get a gun.
The ramp as close as they can to the trademark that's put in heaven by Knights, the defending team this time, and Death would be mid.
Okay.
Now they can rotate out of this. Oh, the sound though. Ziff knows the elephant feet coming through.
Oi!
With no time left, they have to go for it.
They don't have time.
Good off position here from Ziff. Gets that kill in Cryo. Mimi has been talking about being that lurk on Breeze sometimes where you don't really need that type of like duelist to find and create that space because
Dude, can I start with the did you drink water today? Yes, one. Nice. Thanks for these votes.
Not necessarily playing that lurk, but yes, he's playing a more passive extremity push.
Can I show the chat like somehow else?
I think you're really leveraging cryo cells
right
with this kit as a chamber to open up space too.
I can make like the same thing, but with the Twitch chat background.
Like Def waits forever.
Like the same shape,
take a fight, but still
but with this color.
So you're trying to make sure you're playing the
I
situation
don't know. I wanna like.
No.
Wait. Can you send me your wolf?
Another way XSET continues to vary what they set up
cool.
on this
What
default,
do you want to do?
right? Spikes down and back. You have people on the flanks, and then you pan out.
Don't send.
I don't send
Usually
anyone
this
normally
works towards A
my
ramp,
logo.
So to have 3 mid, this 1-3-1.
That's the only
Okay. Sorry.
You are playing with a lot of communication though for Knights. As soon as you saw Nebula or heard a
Then
Nebula,
I'll do it
inside
with
there,
this
probably
one
called out that
picture.
king, so you had the immediate
I'm
rotation
sending
from
you.
Zip. So they had the perfect position on this heaven side
Ooh,
as
Ban.
Ben gets an opening kill onto Def. So that's B main battle once again in favor of Knights. You have now the concuss coming out. Look at that utility being used. As the relay bolts does not hit anybody for the combination with the aftershock, but at least it pushes back XSET. On top of that, the 0 point to suppress cryo. So that's so much information on at least starting off with the trademark that was set up by Ben.
Great point. The potential of follow-up damage there, the 0 point, everything. In. Oh, Cryo finds one. Cryo and Ban, both with this weapon, are absolutely absurd. You cannot give them even a slight peek, as we see right there. Knight setting up nicely here. Scuba for 1 in the smoke, but he gets traded.
And Frosty just knocks second as they're trying to go with that satchel charge into sight. And then finally also draws the spike here. So Xset, they didn't expect somebody to play inside that smoke aggressively in the front. And that's how they get the round for the Knights. And Riv,
I shouldn't look away and then look back and then think I know everything.
Have Band that's working out one side, pushing towards B main. We're talking about these forward angles because they don't have too much in terms of trap plays to set up. But we saw at least some good stuff going on with the Aftershock combination. But outside of that, you're going to have to get a lot of information from these off-angle plays.
Yeah, seeing what Knights is going to do to be able to kind of get around this default of Xset every time, or Xset rather, wants as much information as they can get. And then by that time, Def has basically figured out who's going to be where. And you see Xset take a site and put up a really decent post plant. Right now, they're on the save round. And it does look like Band wants a bit of that forward area B main, at least to get a look into it. Push down a bit towards A is Scuba. So Knights kind of feeling out the map a little bit. Make sure that alt orbs aren't a focus in this situation. And they're trying to work off of this. A little noise in heaven is going to make them privy to the knowledge of a few members of Xset here. But Xset's just trying to get Knights out of position. They're very patient on this round, and they're looking to secure a Thrifty here.
Flash out. But then still Def is around the angle, so he's going to be able to get that frenzy kill and salvage a Phantom on top of that. So that's going to be some utility available. The Toxic Screen's already used on the A side, but there's still 1 star available for the attack. That fault line's going to hold them all back. The Boombot's moving forward. We got a small trade-off towards that B main side, but we still have pressure inside the defensive round of Ziff. But he gets popped. And now also speed up being popped is the Viper's Pit as Xset takes over this B site.
What a patient Thrifty for them to be able to grab Xset, doing so well. The null command goes down too, so almost wasted in a situation. It doesn't look like Knights has a chance to even res that. Scuba all alone now in the 1v4. Make that a 1v3.
Don't know.
That's at least for one.
Can you try this?
Tap, trying to see where the spray is coming from to see if there's going to be some Vandals going through, but it's 2 Phantoms and a Spectre. We're going to fight silently inside his
black and white
for Xset. We're going to hold our ground. It's going to be very difficult for Scuba to get at least
can you send me on...
He's hoping to
Telegram, yeah.
At least some mistakes from Xset.
Yeah.
Knights will win.
Instantly, as this round finalizes out, looks like in favor of Xset.
We'll see.
One of the big things to point out is the spacing that Xset did have on the entry into the site. The fault line that came through from the side of Gangsta hit a good majority of the members, but the Spectre that Aaron brought into this round on what was their Thrifty, he was in the back line. Sitting back from utility, a huge frag onto Gangsta after they already got a frenzy kill, opening up 2 Phantoms into their hands. You can kind of see the situation here if it plays out again on your screen. And see, so far back, he swings it and he's able to help the team, right? Just playing their strengths really well. And the spacing on that one helped them capitalize to get this Thrifty.
Yeah, a little bit of a small mistake too, though, on starting out that ult a little bit too early or a little bit too forward into that B site. Instead of maybe popping it from spawn side. And you know when that's pulsing out from your body, you know where that's coming from, even there's a Viper's Pit. So Frosty got denied quite early on that one. This round, another gun round for the Knights, and we have an operator for Ben. So an op here, if they lose
so
round,
as I thought, Wolf is not visible. That's why I needed your logo to make a new picture.
I like this from Gangster. Good position. Getting rid of Zekin.
You know what I mean?
A few times
I already send you.
Working towards the mid-sun and using
Yeah. I just explained why I needed that.
It's nice once again
because I want Wolf to be more visible.
Yeah, great job playing a little conditioning there.
Yeah, no.
A sites to hit. Seekers are out, and all the members are going in now for Xset with just second down. They're going to see what they can take. It's going to be the forward position from BCJ as he scales right in that screens area.
So flash to work. So you kind of wanted to. You were expecting potentially a push there, and Gangsta once again reads it super well into this round. So it's gonna be a 5-on-3 retake. Cosmic Divide coming out, Van getting the shot before the wall even comes out. There's that Rolling Thunder, really bolts on the ground. There's just so much suppressing the defenders if there were players inside that map, but they're on the other side of the wall. And as we're going to the
what's just saying, man?
Gangsta go with the surprise kill right after. Just the off timing from Def. A nice little surprise through the wall, and the Knights tie it up 3-3.
I love that he took a second too. You know he was standing there taking a Polaroid before he shot. Just honestly, a way to describe that is a round of reads from Knights. Like a read here, Gangsta as well through the smoke, like you said, just kind of having a sixth sense that somebody would push at that time due to how fast they scaled A.
The way he looked
in his beard from that close. Oh my word, Gangsta getting another frag. And we go back for another. DK brings it into their favor. Ban with the operator here. We got Def with a Guardian. We'll see if he can get some headshots.
Change of pace too. We switched over for information with the KO on the B side and also leveraging Ziff to push out on that, while you have Ban, again, being proactive on, this time, the other side of the map with the operator. And because they haven't had too much pressure at the beginning of the rounds, they can just take full reign of controlling the sides for the Knights, just as the analyst test we're seeing.
Much more of a mid-focused X that we're seeing here than the last few games on Split, especially what we saw versus Optic. It looks like they want to be able to just avoid where this Neon might be able to pick somebody off on the flank, staying a little more protected with each other. We do see now Aaron has backed off. A push forward from Frosty after the fault line. The utility communication almost there.
Such a good position right there onto
how I guess the best what he could have done out of this position, but still, why did he go in the position in the first place?
Yeah. So that forces a rotation over. You're breaking one of the crate marks up towards that B heaven side, and Gangsta has to delay. So the aftershot to come out, then opting from the bottom at the elbow side is able to drop.
Yeah, Gangsta's delaying that perfectly. They need to go for main.
We have to cut some noise. There's 18 seconds left. We now have to commit into this site. But look at that, another trademark.
Yeah, and dude, they're playing that so well.
Gangsta, and you're just nullifying exit one by one, and that's what happens when you're trying to
Breach
go in
is so insane in esports, man. It's like,
so 4 seconds left on the
my
clock.
God.
He knew where Zeki was at before.
If you have a team that's playing around you, it's like, holy fuck. Like, what should they do? What should they do? It's
will be able to
insane.
save, and the Knights take the lead.
Great finish there from Knights on the hold. Xset kind of threw in a bit of a stall, right? They got to heaven, then they waited. You saw Knights members actually keep 2 at B. They rotated back into the site. That was Neon and one other. And Knights was still ready. Xset didn't get the move out of Knights that they wanted, and really solid defense and anchoring the sites. Knights has been able to do a really good job at that. We'll see the eco coming through on the side of Xset here. Well, Marshall, maybe they'll kind of push into a buy. And they still have the map quite spread here. Oh.
Yeah, that's not going to work out too well. More pressure going in at least. A little bit of stars being utilized towards this B main side. Information with the KO and relay boats on the ground. But yeah, they were able to get one kill on that. But I just still, once again, have to commend how much work the Knights, in terms of the coaching staff, has been doing for this team on this map. Just that was brand new for me to see. That fault line coming in from Breach at Heaven's side into the mail room, where usually you see like Zeta from C9 play towards the back of B instead at the spawn site to do this position right here for that type of hit. So some new things that Xset has to continue to readapt at this point. To your point here, Riv, Knights haven't played this since February, and it looks like they played it every single day since then. And it almost feels that way.
And even add on to that,
they have a good defense as well, though.
Hold that thought here, rather. Zekin's going to be taking one down quick with a blast back forward, and Xset are going spawn
They're both not playing bad. They're both playing really like.
Held out by Frosty. It seems like they knew this.
Oh, that was the thing.
So they pushed him and funneled him back towards this B site, where they still have 2 defenders from the Knights out in that area, and that's with an operator from Ban. He saw the top of a dome. Gangsta falls inside the spawn side, but not before he takes one himself. Back to the headhunter. The spike's about to go down, but it forces BCJ off that plant, which allows it for the defenders to close in for the heaven side too. And that's Scuba with the kill. They're closing the gap, and Scuba gets the hat trick for the defuse, and the Knights take the lead by 2. And now it gives us a chance to finish our thought of what we're going to talk about here on that heaven side here, Riv.
Oh my word, it got me
I don't know about Breeze.
Twisted and everything which way. So on top of that, the discipline from round to round as well for Knights. The fundamentals are there. They're remembering what's going on, what is important, and what became important in that round was that was a hard push towards A. So
I'm trying to make another picture.
Right, they have forced a few guns. Zeki was 1 point away, and we see everybody adding pressure. Scuba's here as well. You're gonna see KO coming up as well, and they put pressure on here. And then you see Scuba stay, just to make sure they don't come back for it. So a little touch on making sure.
We're gonna see.
Then the close in here.
Refight right now?
Being able to give info to the site with staying alive.
Exit
really
timeout.
all around great play, and they push Exet to a timeout now.
I'm really interested about Sentinels versus Reone. I'm really interested about that
for
one.
For me, it's looking at that mid control that they have on like 3 players out there, but finishing towards a site seems to be met up with still a lot.
I'm just interested because like
I said, the lack of utility for.
I don't know if you've watched the other matches, the first matches that they played. But
coming in without
I think they didn't play to their potential though. Like they
seems like if you have a trap play, you're gonna be running through it.
Like really played stupidly sometimes. And
it is interesting.
If they both play up to their potential, it's gonna be really like an interesting match.
Assisting the team very well though, in that sense, and how he's able to rotate with the team control situation with the relay bolts, and make sure that they're holding down a situation for a slight bit of rotate. The default, once again, slightly varied from time to time, but mostly Aaron on one side here.
We're gonna see. I'm really gonna be interested about like. I really want to see some nice fucking plays of Tens and Dapper.
Yeah, me too, because I heard that he's insane player. And that one match that I saw.
It's like, oh, maybe it's gonna be towards B. So already Ziff rotates back towards his heaven side, and you
could try this one.
Exit leading up in this area. Too,
I thought about making Wolf a bit more dark, but I don't know.
Just want to see if Ben can get some off kills. Showstopper to come in, clears out the site, cannot catch for the kill. Gangsters around the corner. Seconds inside that site, at least it's traded off as he avenges Ziff. But Gangster is still holding his ground, looks back towards the back of the site. And he gets answered back by BCJ. So we have a 2v2 for just a little bit of breathing room for Exet as we're trying to reset
I just placed it like,
attempts it right now.
Like the previous one was placed exactly like that.
The cryo cells player.
Yeah.
That plant
baby, I had your picture behind that pool to place it right.
From that sky allows cryo to rotate all the way across and get the last 2 kill to get the round for Exit.
Yeah, the left and right.
What a battle the Exet getting through here to make this happen. Knights choosing to really take a site, thinking we're here, we have numbers, but the angles just weren't. Exet able to capitalize.
Telegram,
down to a 2v2, and it's played super well by Cryo. He hasn't been all that quiet this game, but it seems like he's now coming online. 11-6 into here. The operators in his hands.
Left and right
start
space
to
in the
see
middle
where the diff comes from on this. He's peeking
at
the start.
That's what you mean. Okay.
A site does not contact with anybody. Meanwhile, we do have the operator on the attacker side watching B. So expect now this little change too from where Def was usually working towards this B side. Now getting caught up by Ben. We might have a chamber on chamber from time to time just to match up that battle, which I'm excited for.
And Knights vary their defense on this too to say 3 mid. We have not seen someone box. We usually just get a peek and a pull-off from the team. And Neon, Ziff trying to bait out a few shots. Looks like they will end A again. Lurk changing over
even
to
though
Cryo
this
cells
angle's not really
recently on the
better.
squad, and he will make sure this chamber
Fucking ban on
damage
just
middle
waiting.
I got
him back though.
Some jump peeking here too.
It's gonna be legit the same thing, yeah, I just want to say.
I need to make it
bigger. So they know that the hit's coming towards the A site. Meanwhile, we did get some info on mid, and that's where Ziff gets caught on the rotate. From
Why
the
does
other
it say that
operator
it's middle? It's not. Fuck off.
I'm not
With
making it in the middle
noise,
what
we
the
fall back towards
what
mid-side.
Photoshop
We leave
says.
one
I'm
lurking
just making in the
towards A
middle
in that
like
second.
them.
So we actually have some good ground control for Exit
Okay.
to
Middle part of the
utilize the map
picture
to your
is the same.
advantage, but a little bit of overcommitment for a second. At least we opened up the B site,
So like
and
this?
that's a perfect opportunity for Exit to get into B and to try to go for a plant because
Anyway, I
all the
wanna
rest of the
watch the
Knights were
fucking
still
game.
towards A.
Yeah, watch.
Exet's doing a great job at just
Don't look at the
identifying
wolf.
where a
I
weak spot could be, and not even meeting the
I
players,
changed
just less
its
numbers.
color.
They have the advantage of utility. It happens here for this round to get them possibly back.
I just wanted to see position
and that was real
more.
close to the end. He might have it down. He does. They're gonna have to go in for the plant.
At least with the aftershock, he gets the kill. And Cryocells is looking for the ace. Now it's going to be chamber on chamber. And Cryocells does get the ace. And it's going to be Exet to tie it 5-5.
I thought they
You got a
might have
little
been able to
bit
make
too
it
fucking
in,
insane about that. It wasn't that
having enough
like,
time
but
down
it's
after that
well
rolling
played.
thunder was perfect. You could see that
Fucking hell,
Gangsta
man.
even timed it. He's like, all right, it's gonna be 7.5, 7, 8 seconds to plant. I can hit. We can do this. Oh my
I thought
God.
the Rolling Thunder was just gonna push him away like Sophie, exactly, and somehow Def is able to just stay so close into it and get the plant right away. So that's a key moment right there.
Oh my word. Down to the wire is what these rounds are. 5-5 on our first half here. Again, an elimination series in the playoffs. And Knights really showing up to start off on the defense. Xset coming back round for round after that. I think we're going to get a whole match of this. Seeing what Ziff's going to be able to do on attack side is a question too, right? The Neons here on defense, able to rotate site to site and create opportunities, but what do you do on attack when you're aggressing? How will Xset be able to control Ziff?
And I think even the matchup in itself for like Knights and Xset is it's not something that's unfamiliar territory where Xset at some point, you know, they were grinding that tier 2.
Yes.
Can you make the thing vertical?
Who was actually playing in those tournaments too? The Knights,
vertical
the Guard,
and cut off like the top so it goes into my cam, if you know what I mean?
Towards the open qualifiers, so it's not like it's not really like a 80-20 in favor of Xset. This is really going to be close in terms of a series between both of these teams.
Without rounded corners on top, or what do you mean?
Yeah, like wait, look
line scar.
That it goes into my cam at the top.
Stopping Aaron from getting an alt orb right away. Consider it.
No way.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
I mean, they'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's happy with that.
And then they had the dual false to use against as well. So they also have a composition too that despite
I'm trying, but I don't get it. Goes into like a bit higher.
It goes into the camera. It doesn't have like it doesn't float in the air.
Scuba was trying to line a few, was only able to get one with the Spectre. Now battle towards the spawn side though. Gangsta, who continues to be a pivotal player for the Knights on this half-on split so far.
Just cut off the top, cut off the like corners.
We now have to cut noise. We're looking
it
for
like
for B main.
Goes into
this could potentially rotate cryo cells all the way back towards
cool. So just tell me without rounded corners on top. That's what you mean.
And that's gonna be Xset with the rounding.
You know what
I
I mean.
We talked about Cryo being a little bit cold at the beginning, Riv. I think he's starting to feel himself with this up.
Yeah.
That the chat goes into the camera.
They did everything right on the side of Knights too.
Yeah.
Like they literally stunned up
Cryo
or fault lineman, sorry, concussed him.
Yeah, okay, that was lucky that they fucking both
each other even after
line
they
up perfectly.
Off the spike plant. Unfortunate.
He even hit fucking
unlucky,
breach through that.
if you will. 6-5.
Really.
Cryo. I mean, not luck for him. He does it too often, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen highlight reels with the dual defaults. This weapon right here on this A site, and this is what I want. That chamber battle, op battle for at least map control, and it's gonna be the poison orb that actually slows it up and breaks out that fight.
Xset can just unload ultimates if they need to get onto this site.
Yeah.
You have a few coming back from the side of Knights, but not as big of an impact.
Did he destroy the fucking
Cosmic Divide and
thing?
We're out of the gate
here, Vans. Null command right out so they could at least prevent the Viper's pit from getting inside too fast. And as he pops it up, he dies right away. Is this like old school going into KO when it first came out? Because that's twice when as soon as Frosty actually comes out with the ult, he gets dropped right away. Really following to the point 404 patch here. It's a 404 error with the Null command.
Ulti's not found. Ziff.
Man, Xset's greedy. Like after the fucking timeout they had, they're playing it greedy.
Out of the angle from one, but the wall drops. The jig is up. He goes down.
7-5 is our scoreline here for Xset. Let's take a break and see if the Knights can make the comeback.
I wanted to see the scoreboard. Fuck off.
Going now into the attacker side is where I want to know how Knights are going to leverage his composition right here with a Neon, with no Jet, where you don't have a Raze also that's going to satchel charge and create space or get forward advantage.
Yeah,
how
thanks
did
for the
he
15
utilize
bits,
the utility to allow Ziff to dash in or to sprint in to get first blood here?
Oh, I feel like he's going to be running on fault lines all game. Honestly, coming in, smokes in, Frosty with a little 0 point to make sure they're safe on it if it doesn't get used early in the round for just info grab.
Boy.
And already ramp for Ziff.
Dude.
That is hilarious.
And it's just pressure.
Sprinted by, but then Cryo actually teleported right into the right spot where Ziff is at, and he's waiting right there with the headhunter. Sorry.
Not too much movement from Xset. I like the pressure from Knights. Movement from Xset seems to respond well here, but will Ziff be able to cause as much trouble as he's trying to?
No way.
Wait.
they're pushing from mid as well.
Over the shoulder,
I can't believe
in the
that
face
happened.
to death.
Yep, that just happened. Sometimes to count your lucky stars. Cryo had a collateral before with the operator on the previous half. This time you're just gonna have that random stray bullet land in the hole of death. And that gets a plan in for the Knights. We have to rotate now for Xset. Still taking control towards that heaven side. That's Frosty. Good for that first kill on that rotation from Xset. Now Zekin is on his own, now spotted on the top of the A heaven side.
Cool. That's what I thought, but you say, oh cool.
First contact is going to
You should have just say yes to me saying you don't want rounded corners on top.
Yeah.
That's why I thought you want the whole thing
right
vertical.
away, being able
Cool,
to
I got it now.
waterfall in, or I should just say climb in through mid onto that A site. And yeah, this whole
So wolf vertical, right?
wasn't expecting that one, but
Nah,
he
it's
was
alright.
sure as hell ready for it.
Like, yeah, it's,
and yeah, you see the rest of the
alright,
team
like
come in at the same time there.
Yeah.
Ziff wasn't even kind of strafing or jiggling that angle
I
until they
hope
were
so.
going to be climbing the rope of zip line. So easy peasy for them on the first round. They make it look really clean on the side of Knights, and we'll see what they can do for round 2 here with the default setup. That's that
Round 2 starts with a fault line, a flash around the corner, 3 peeking out, but there's nobody there. So that means we're taking mid control for the Knights, where Zekin is waiting with the classic. We're just going to try to cut noise and really try to sneak through. We're getting ready for potentially a quadruple push inside the flank as Aaron falls in the front lines. There's that flank coming through, but it's still a great crossfire setup for the Knights. Only one more to go inside Mail, and it's going to be the front giving flawless here for the Knights.
A pickup for the Knights, a flawless one. I'm always a fan of the let's pinch as much as possible, or like just press W eco strats. They're always a blast. Plus, you might even be able to get a weapon out of it, and then the pressure you create is it feels so weird as an audible for the team, the opposing team, to call that mid round.
I was making this till it's 7-7. What the fuck? It's a simple thing. Why did it take so long?
But
I'm so slow.
To get some stuff done. We'll see Knights now on the bonus here. Van going Headhunter and short. Yes. I like it.
So we do have the fast lane on top of Heaven's side that gives this position away, but I gotta say, I think this gives us I was gonna say a little bit of time to talk about it, but not. We actually have a battle on mid side on this bonus round for the Knights.
I would be
and
dead
it's still
already.
Gonna be depth blood for Xset. Meanwhile, though,
Even with headshot.
they're evening the advantage of this round by 2 as Cryo is winning that duel against Ban on B main.
I mean, Xset needs to win this one if they want to stay in.
Just gonna slow it down for a bit.
Because they need to get some
I
picks
just
now.
like that we're seeing good value.
Some rounds, and like if they lose this one, they don't have money for another buy. Best thing would be if they do it flawless as well.
Still very viable? Can she still be
1 and 2 deaths are alright, but more are not alright.
I think we're seeing some good stuff out of it so far.
Absolutely. I mean, you think if Brim could be neat, but a lot of the timing still puts you in a choke point on this map, so it wouldn't really do too much.
It's a 5v3 on defense. It's
because it does allow you to have a bit of a look, which we see from some of the Astro
they shouldn't
players
lose
in the
this.
region.
Oh, that could be a bad pick though. It could be really bad pick.
B-main,
Yeah, that's
really
really bad
Ziff's gonna be able the first one taking a picture on
that. What the fuck just happened?
From the young guns,
Aim?
Xset.
Concentration? Something? Hello?
A pivotal player on the first half, looking to win a 3.
Okay.
Oh.
The gap's been closed on an off angle.
2 of them died. It's alright.
And that's around for Xset. And
It's exactly that. Yeah, 2 maximum.
That Astra point, I do agree with you. in terms of the lurks, and I think it's also not only on the lurks of just the Asher themselves, but also gives opportunity, for example, like the chamber.
Because two of the three that's
one of the things you could use
alive can buy for the two that died. If it would be three though, they couldn't.
Right.
To lurk towards the A side site.
Just takes a bit of time. You gotta wait for your dismisses, yada yada. It's just playing around what you have to play around. A push forward, Cryo wants to see if they can get some space out of this. Nothing is seen. Very much set up for a forward push here. Frosty still has, I was gonna say his
man.
Oi.
They get a stun though onto BCJ inside the A
Nice.
site.
Whoa.
More of the relay bolts coming through, but it's still Frosty that's able to take down Cryo, who is forced to
Oi.
teleport all the way up to the heaven side.
Oh,
So
cool.
that weakens up the A site defense. That's how
so
BCJ
fast,
gets
man.
raided out by Scuba. And we get into the site for the plant here for the Knights.
Zoom, zoom.
Oh.
Ziff is just
Boy.
flying right now.
Yeah, that's another round.
You don't know where he is next. That's the impact of the Raise Nade trying to retake sites on split. You just dump it right into the backside.
Yeah.
Especially with this many
One
people
is low.
alive. Yeah. The return on investment is almost guaranteed.
Oi, oi.
Down yet, Aaron with
Okay, wow.
That
Wow,
picks up
okay.
The other one, Vans. What a round.
Well, was it just 4v2?
Coming in a very
4v2, I
big
think.
back and forth, and with the game already this close, Vans, you get that many frags.
When
in,
you
the
see their
economy starts to
locations,
become-
Yeah, it's
like,
actually
they
insane.
don't.
Like they legit look at them,
Yeah,
like
at this point now we're
they look at each other
for
perfectly.
the Knights
They don't see each other,
what
man.
economy that looks like. I mean, they still have a bit for these half buys. We do have a Rolling Thunder to work with. We have the overdrive from
hello.
Ziff, and I'd love to know what they're gonna do with this too. We're not really set up for
Some
any like
closed
big trap plays that we could potentially
rooms
do
on
with
map.
the Knights, and I'm hoping to see a little bit if we move on to
that's
their attacker side. But
the
their default seems to just be working
is
from
that
the sewers, also from the Robin
could be
side
on
to take
here,
over mid control. But
yeah,
on the other
this
end
room.
though, we're seeing a spotlight potentially from the
okay.
relay bolts, but the
Yeah,
I
it
don't
needs
know.
to be here
team in control.
because of chaos location.
Ooh, Alti Vans, here we go. Fast lanes up. What a gravity well.
Wait.
That's fucking
Oh.
Range cryo cell.
Man,
Trigger
cryo with the
onto
op is insane,
Frosty,
man.
So Scuba's also down to 5 HP. It was almost a collapse pretty much.
Oh, I
But then
say it,
Cryo
man. I
takes
should have
the
said
second
it.
shot and gets punished for it. We even have to tally in a 4-4.
I even
We still
didn't
have
say
three
it till
players
now,
from
man.
X inside this B side, but we
Ah.
don't have that information for the Knights as they're trying to push forward. So delays coming in, but this could be still an opportune moment for them to cut noise and re-hit towards this B site because Gangsta's kind of stuck in a corner and not moving, and he has a Rolling Thunder ready and set up potentially for the Hell side. But as everybody's falling back now, we're probably going to try to get Ziff to just dash in once again.
Already,
Oi.
Oi.
X-Set was they didn't even have to think about stopping that. As soon as they heard it, they
Scuba's
identified
fucking
fast
1
lane,
HP.
Instant gravity well, instant nade.
Van is
They
the
were
only one with so
prepared
much.
for this one. We'll see if the re-hit can work for Knights.
Wow.
Oof.
Yeah.
Death spotted the ponytail.
They're playing it
of
well
that
right now.
neon, and that nullified that whole round.
What I
for
wanted
the
to
Knights.
ask,
I
if you
feel
look
that
on
there was
stream, right?
definitely some miscommunication for Knights
Can you do
on that
like
execution into A because the Cosmic Divide was coming out, and
under
you know
the
they were,
chat,
they were
like
trying to
as it is right now,
all
the
of their
background, right?
ultimates to at least try to get a fast
And
hit
underneath,
into
like
the site,
left side,
and
an
you didn't have a
arrow
chance
up,
to bring
but
Rolling
you don't have
Thunder
my
because
fonts.
Gangsta decided to walk out. So not enough pressure
Can
going
you make
in,
like an
easier
arrow up
kills
and an
going
arrow
up
down
against
for
it,
me,
and
like
now they
like
take the lead by 3.
drawn?
Man. I got so
I
excited.
know you
to
don't
see
have a
Ziff
graphic tablet,
pulling out
right?
the finger lasers, and then
Yes.
he gets taken.
Yeah.
We'll
Definitely
see
no
though.
QQs out of that one.
There's always a chance.
But,
to come back
I'm
with quite a
interested.
few
Why
alt
do you
points
need
from
this?
now, though, so.
Because I
Knights
want to
have
make
work
arrow
to
up
do on
Valorant
this.
chat,
They
arrow
stack the
down.
numbers towards A. It's
Ah.
gonna be a buy. It's gonna
Of
be
course.
through first, and they trade 1 for 1.
Oh,
But X
shit,
comes
man.
up huge.
What just
Yeah,
happened?
expect 3 players to be,
Everyone just died in a second.
towards this A site. Rolling Thunder gets fully nullified. And now Gangsta
Oh, you
is
can look what
ordered
he
to
has.
decide to save his weapon for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thanks, baby.
The spikes down, out
Something
in
that
the
I
open.
can't even
All-
pay for
everybody
if
from
I
Exodus
have it in
closed in.
store. Nice, let's go.
It's like they didn't really hit in the tough utility yet either. They still have trade.
You got this. No, nice.
Not in heaven. That was just a whole bunch of good util use and signatures coming from the side of X-Set. Nice read on the
The
A
problem is
site.
he thinks there's someone flanking, but
Just
there's
a
legit no
rotation
one.
around here from BCJ to make sure there's no.
He's looking at
shenanigans
nothing.
as they set up 2-1. 40 seconds, Gangsta. We believe.
I
right?
just have
That
hacks in game, so I see my
Give him
enemies'
the thread of hope
locations.
that we
I
hear.
mean, look at this.
That
You
Doug
try to get
praised.
back into
Yeah,
A
I
main.
guess
There's an op
that's-
waiting
yeah.
there. You try to go heaven side. There's a trademark on A. There's a
Oh, he's
trademark
dead.
on B.
They're
and then you have
still
B between
waiting.
one B main.
Oh.
Very, very
Oh my
impossible.
god, that
Oi.
whiff could have cost him
This man to get the
the round.
first headshot though onto Aaron. Forces teleportation away.
Nah,
so you
he's
kinda
on
know
top,
for
so
a
like
bit
he's
that the
30
site is
HP. You know
open.
he survives that.
And
Yeah.
as he walks in, the flash,
Pew.
not even needed. Also gets the kill with that headhunter.
The damage call as well.
What
You can see
happened there at the
the
start?
crowd just stands out there. He's like, wait, how much did you do?
Like,
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh,
Ah,
oh,
okay, I
The
see.
fast
Perfect
lane
line
really
again.
just fish in a barrel right there for Zekin. He was able to take down Knights very fast. 11-7. Now we see it starting to hurt. This round will topple over and probably backs against the wall for Knights on map 1.
Chamber's animations are so cool.
Ah.
We'll get information, but I
Yo,
do
that's
not think
insane.
But no,
What?
I'm on a limb here.
You put
Yeah.
when you're
That's
defending,
They're gonna let PK
Uh-huh.
to them.
you put
There's
one
that fault line
teleporter
that we're gonna
here.
see towards the heaven side to
Uh-huh.
potentially try to get
Set
the
up your
stun,
stuff.
but
Set one teleporter here. You can
that's not gonna
instantly
work
TP
out. The
back, so
Knights,
you have
you
time on
already have
B
a
to
Viper's
set up
Pit.
everything you
That
want
cancels out that round right away.
Oi.
without
Oi.
needing
Line
to
that we
walk that
have
far.
Yeah.
for The Knights, a Spectre, and a couple of sheriffs, but
Never thought about
in the
that.
end,
To use
Riv,
like his
I gotta say, when we
teleporter
actually
like
had
this.
this
Yeah.
this composition come
Mhm.
out from the Knights, I was like, okay, this is good because we actually have a
If you know the
double flash
maximum
to help out Zip, into
range as
like
well.
the
Oh
fast
my
lane trying to
god.
push through, but I haven't seen too much of that to his system
I think
so far.
Sif like
Yeah. See, I love
linking
pressure
to
it
the fucking
creates
ult.
now, right? Is the thing is Xset's not really biting too much or rotating too much off of pressure that Knights is creating. They are respecting it, you know, holding positions. But it's kind of like they're running a regular strat again. If Ziff can't provide anything, he's just made it into a pretty neat spot, right? Aaron's gonna try to clear this. Maybe a dangerous wall.
Oh no! Oh my god! The timing! Timing!
Nice little show
I would be so mad. I would be so mad.
For the rest, we're trying to get a lurk kill towards
He
the
watched that
inside
for
and
3
everything gets
hours,
denied.
and then
It's
the
looking
moment he
pretty
peeks
good to
away,
be
he's gonna peek.
A
Oi!
flawless round now for Gangsta. Actually, maybe not anymore. Nice little lurk kill onto Aaron.
Oh.
The opponent smoked to
You
his
got
advantage.
this.
Big fault line, but
Aye,
not
aye,
enough for
aye.
the third kill. Did not expect how Def is going to move out so quickly, and it's
I
going to be
just wanted
match
to
point
save
now for
cool
Exit.
timing. Let's go!
Everything was going
Ace.
really right the first few rounds, right? I was gonna like read the reads where Xset was getting these rounds where they were in the right spot. I'm sorry, Knights were in the right rounds where they were getting the right spots here.
Yeah.
And Xset,
Knights need a timeout.
everything's going in there.
I mean, they need one. It's fucking 12.
Zekin's last few rounds have been so impactful on the
Two
spot.
maps I
He was
win.
able to shut down
I'm
the
gonna
gun
be
round
interested.
rush A, and he was able to get a
I'm-
nice
Aye,
frag
aye.
there to make sure
Yeah.
the eco round was not too strong for the side.
Never
of
mind, by the
Knights.
way.
So everybody stepped
maybe
up.
the
You see
match
it on
is
the
gonna go
scoreboard
3
here
hours.
for Xset.
Well,
It's
maybe
definitely
1 hour in.
into a stronger second half than what we saw in the first. They've strung 5 together now. And it's really off of a lot of pressure coming in. Cryocell's anchoring, Zekin being able to pressure here, and everybody working off the util.
Oh, God.
Really nice to
Gang
shut
stay
down
stop
Knights. We
fragging
thought
again.
The Knights util
I'm gonna
would
be
the
live
thing
to like
shutting down Xset,
2 or
right?
3.
Yeah. Especially on B.
Oi.
having control of
Alone
this
with
comp
the
that you
matches.
have, though, from
Like
Knights,
the
because
Sentinels
I was like, oh, this
against
is great.
B1
We
is
can
starting
kinda
at
nerd it
12.
out because I'm thinking of when Stacks
And-
is playing the KO.
I'm
for
thinking that
TRS
they're
on this
both
map.
at least
He
gonna get
actually has
1
a
point.
lineup from a KO knife all the way from spawn into mail.
If
So
they
you can
play
actually
well,
shut
I
that
think
out
both
really
are gonna
quick, and
get
on
1
top of
point,
that,
and then it's
what's
gonna be
different for
like
the Knights
decision.
is that they have a fault line.
So it's
you
gonna
can add
be
more
a
pressure
long
into
match,
the heaven side,
or long
so you can
match,
actually
you know.
have somebody like Zip dash up and really oppress towards the B side heaven pick. But I haven't seen again that support from the double initiator to really activate Zip at this point.
Oh, Cryo again.
First time for Xset, easy rendezvous.
The funny thing is with Chamber, you can
Good
just
timing at
TP
least,
back.
right? That 0 point
Like
was
you
coming
have
out.
a second chance
He was
every
able to
time.
make it out on
When you're
time at
fucked
least.
with another character,
Pressure
you're
this.
not with Chamber because he can just TP out.
Looks like for the time being, they kind of mid-fault to a default mid, or go to a mid-pressure.
Second knows how to use the
Xset,
fucking
move around. Feel like they have the right
satchels.
call, and Knights is going to suss out whether or not they've really called the numbers game.
What are they
right?
gonna do,
They're
suss
saying,
out?
Okay, only 2 here. We have 3. Maybe
Suss
we
out?
split it. Just kind of simple
get it.
fundamentals. I don't think they can try anything too crazy
Oi.
against Xset
Oi.
right now.
2 players about to push forward as well. The flash
Just keep
from
looking.
TJ, and that forces Van to fall back just for a bit. But he does have some cavalry.
Yes, the voice
Forces with
activated.
going to put a trademark on the ground. You now see this Golden Man coming out from the rope side, so we're actually trying to go a little bit quicker towards the side.
Yeah.
Push back exit
Dion's
into
just
the
fucking
side.
running.
Good
Yeah,
really
I
both
don't
actually
care if
cut
there's
towards that
someone.
front,
I'm
and
running. I'm
unfortunately,
pressing
another
fucking W. Oi. Let's go, Creo. Let's go.
That gets nullified.
Oh,
What? Is out there. The drive-by from Ziff.
Oh,
How did that happen?
Like that was a complete
dirty.
run and gun.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dude.
Ziff with a big frag there. Ban missing a pretty decent or close-up shot. Scuba trades one back, and we've got a 3v2 here, but Ziff is very low, Vansily.
Yeah, and they actually did get the hit onto Def, but still he goes into Astral form to allow BCG to come out towards elbow. Ziff is waiting just around the corner. The timing is good. Now gets his position away by flashing around the corner, and now a nice fault line. Def still needs to move forward, but the angle's being watched on the heaven side too. Meanwhile, though, BCG does get that fight into sight, and now he's going to be on his own. Grinding well to get him out of position where he can't go for a plant, but the Seeker gets the information. He tries to get the last one, but Gangsta is there to save the round for the Knights, and he lived to fight another round.
Gangsta.
Oh my word. I gotta go back. I know it's more than 2, but I gotta see how many rounds of this game have come down to one.
My brain.
Left alive.
I want to see, wait, the neon kill.
Like, each one
Yeah,
of
see,
these
that was a complete running
I-
gun, man. Holy shit. You just went by like, that's my kill.
here to make sure that BCJ could not get the win. He is fantastic
and luckily
in those
Gangsta didn't whiff.
situations, but Gangsta over the past few days as well for himself, or weeks I should say, has been putting up some great frags. 24 and 15 this game on the breach. Still
They
game
are
point though, Vans.
so dead.
Knights trying to hold strong to keep
Neon
game
died.
alive.
Trying to do one of those
Probably
texts of the Viper
need to
wall up
stop
towards
running,
Midsun
huh?
and just spray it and it works out. A couple of times where Ziff
Huh?
Oi.
more for
Just
the
random
smoke
spray?
kills, though. Oh
Yeah.
man, it's all kills through the smokes in this round. Could have been another death there. Frosty was so low on HP, and now you're gonna be.
Is it loud enough on stream, by the way?
Here for the Knights.
I'm
You have
gonna
more
check, wait.
information. You've lost your main
Should be.
duelist, or only duelist into the round, and you don't really have anything.
I don't
you
know,
haven't
because
really
it seems
gained
pretty low
any
on my
type
end.
of map control on anywhere on this map on the attack.
Yeah. Like starting from ground zero here as they move their way in. You still have Scuba off on the corner, so it doesn't look like they want to
can you say
middle on
something?
this, or it does
Test,
end
test,
B,
test,
but
test,
three
test.
with 3 through heaven, which dropping off and waterfalling with that many in the spike could be definitely scary.
You
with
can have
Frosty
it a
on low
bit
HP.
louder.
They are
I
pinched
did,
towards
the thing is
screen.
I
What a
can't.
read from Xset.
Ah, okay.
They could get the fragment into
Like
the
you were
B heaven
just
side, but it's a
3
flash
times
double flash
louder
from
than
Oh.
stream, but it's
The
still
second on
right.
that balcony, paint
I
shells
can
on the
hear
ground.
stream, I
He
can
gets the
hear
second one,
you.
but Van still stays alive for the team. Well, being him staying alive, he's also the last alive,
Yeah.
and then finally picked off here by Xset, and we do have them taking the first map in this series over the Knights.
Xset feeling good.
We're
They
gonna
get that
talk
split.
here for
They make their
100
way from the
years.
attacker side to defense where they have the stronger advantage, and we see why they're really able to just snuff out teams on their takes, on their rotations, a good amount of reads there towards the end of the game. But Knights started strong. Xset definitely got shaken up a little bit towards that beginning.
Okay,
and then
I'm gonna go.
you can't hate a map that goes round for round basically all the way until you get the last 3 or 4 to pull away for the
I'm gonna
winning
talk for at
team.
least
So,
5 minutes, right?
great series to come, I hope, as
Perfect.
Xset takes map 1.
Wait, can I?
That's the thing.
Hold
It was
on.
a great first half starting between the Knights and Xset,
Ah.
back and forth, but unfortunately left a little bit lacking on the second half for the attacker side of Knights. We'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll
Maybe
see
you
what
can
the
find
analyst has
some
to say
arrows, some nice
about
drawn
that first
arrows,
half
like
or
one
second half
up
of the
and one
attack here
down.
for the Knights.
Okay.
Alright. Oh wait. Choose outcome. Exit 1. Complete prediction. Start prediction. Who's gonna win that match? Knights exit, and I'm gonna set it on 10 minutes again. Yeah.
Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner.
Wir brauchen Erinnerungen. Ohne sie sind wir blind. Diese Truppe wird den gefährlichsten Zauberer seit langem zur Strecke bringen.
Korrekt. 3 Punkte für Hufflepuff.
Fantastische Tierwesen. Dumbledores Geheimnisse im Kino.
Down the Knights go up into the A site, and that should be the round.
There's just no way. Finesse falls.
Wow.
A 2v4.
Check it out.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back. Xset pick up the win on Split, but there was not without some conversation around some of the choices that the Knights made, and if anything, that's been the more interesting part of the whole, situation at large here. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy along with Evil Cat and Ender, and let's just jump right into it and discuss this here, because the talk of the town for us here most definitely was that Neon pick. You can see Xset, they win 13-8, but there was some brief moments of brilliance from the Knights with this composition, Mimi.
Yeah, I think that first of all, we're going to talk a lot about them and how good their composition was. Even in this loss, they showed some really exciting things with the Neon. But let's first of all kind of focus on some of the good parts of what Xset did. First of all, Cryo had an insane individual performance. 25 frags, over 300 combat score throughout this game. BCJ Sky was looking pretty solid, and despite the maybe a bit more aged comp with the Astra, they still found good effect with it. They weren't over-reliant on Def's lurks, and they didn't need it because Cryo was such a consistent force on the entry, and Zekken as well was always there as a backup. It was, well, the same composition, a new look from what we've seen recently, Ender.
Yeah, I think this was a really high quality game from both teams, and I felt like Knights sort of knew how Xset played the game coming in. We're expecting the slower, more spread out Xset attack, and they went for a comp that could punish that with some quick burst aggression. At the same time, Xset started reacting to that on defense too. They found really good ways of shutting down those similar A hits that the Knights kept throwing their way. So I felt like both teams, from their preparation to their execution, and as the game went on, continued to evolve and sort of read each other and come up with good ways to shut each other down.
Yeah, they really did. But we've talked about what was good about XSET. Now this is what me and Ender really wanted to get into, and that's just kind of theory crafting around what went well and what went wrong with this Neon. There was quite a few rounds that we picked out to just kind of chat through on this one. And the very first one that we both wanted to take a look at here was talking about how they played this Neon and this flash-heavy comp for mid-control. It's very similar to what Cloud9 has been running on this map, where they kind of have everyone playing back, and then they re-aggress with the breach to retake space. In this round, you see XSET wants his space early on, but then they're forced to concede because out comes a Gravwell, out comes a flash forward. The breach util goes deep, and at the very end, this KO knife keeps him out for an additional amount of time. Later in towards this round, Cryo manages to reply. He fights back in once that util is gone, and he gets a kill. But look at the timer. We're down to 30 seconds, and because so much was wasted out towards mid, because of the excellent utility usage of the Knights, they have no idea about Scuba. They have nothing to clear him out, and, well, they just go in dry and end up dying to Frosty with a good hold.
Yeah, that makes it ends up being really tough for them, and they end up falling in that round. Especially, you know, at the end, Cryo just can't do anything really getting in. And it did feel like the mid-control, the utility to delay was very effective for the team overall. But this is a later round, too, where we see a lot of ultimates come in so they can secure this one.
Yeah, a lot was committed on in, excuse me. And early on, it was a good look from XSET, right? Little bit of util on in. They force the other squad to concede, and BCJ tries to make a play. He wants to fight on forward and just gets unlucky. Simple as that.
What the fuck do you mean? It's a match.
Down. And now remember, because it was
a round is a round. A match is a match.
They have tons of utility for this retake.
Say
what I want to point to is the way they combine this Astro Wall with
How do you even say that?
Wall goes up,
like
Rolling Thunder follows, and look at this Neon flying through the air. That space is instantly taken off the ult, and Ziff immediately hops on the spike. He gives no time for reactions. He gives no time for XSET to fight on in. That's the pace. That's that kind of denial of normal timings that this Neon provides when it's combined with good utility. But we also had around here, Ender, where things got a little bit worse for Wear, and XSET managed to punish.
Yeah, you can see them trying to burst out early on the aggression. They even find Def here. And great utility coming through. Just super unlucky that Def is able to find that kill. And you can see that, like, there's all those combo plays you try to do, whether it's on the retake or not, but it starts to fall apart. You lose a player back in A main. All of a sudden, Cryo, who'd been able to work up mid a few rounds on this attacking side, gets that quick pick. And Cryo absolutely had a game here on that chamber. He's solo in mid with an operator. Like, how do you get away with that? And then cleans it up with a collat at the end with these two players back in alley.
What do you think?
Adds salt in the wound here to poor Knights who are
trying
to play.
Is it like when I say who's gonna win the match?
The micro level, like, these executes are so well drilled.
I think there's 3 matches.
The util was perfect there. They just got unlucky.
But
and
how do you say that they win the whole thing?
I've died. It's fine. There's 3 here towards B, and they instantly re-rotate on over.
Yeah, so one last clip. Oh, we know it's a lot of tape for you guys to watch. Look at this fast execute. Once Knights get on to attack. This is what we were talking about pregame. We try and get the Neon all the way up ramp, but you just have the Neon go solo with the rest of the team working through mid so they can crunch out of ropes into A heaven. This was a really good
if they
look
really
for them.
win, you
But
can
I
get
do feel
your
like
points
we ran
back.
into some problems. Those early rounds, it seemed like Knights were able to really punish mid control from XSET. Then XSET were able to dodge away from some of the utility, fall back from it, and as we started seeing these repeated A hits from the Knights, it got punished. If they weren't going heaven, if they were just trying to work through main,
they say
absolutely
who wins map 2?
Raze, Astra, Viper, utility, and the few times they did try to go heaven as well, it seemed like XSET were able to respond and read those
map
plays.
is
It
one,
started getting
like,
a little bit repetitive from the Knights side.
Wait.
Yeah, well, folks, I mean, I just want to say this is like the easiest paycheck I've ever had.
Who's gonna win that
I really
map?
don't have
Yeah,
to
it
say
makes
much
sense.
because I have these two galaxy-brained individuals here to cover all the action. The good news is for you guys at home is that we have our Agent Select ready to go for Breeze. So this is going to be the tournament life on the line for PK. The Knights trying desperately to force that
10
bind,
points, nice.
Yeah.
The side of that, Mimi, as we get ready for Agent Select here, you know, I agree with both of you guys.
Pacific, I don't know if I want to fight for these 10 points, to be honest.
You love to see, especially when you're playing an elimination game like this.
Yeah, it is a big point to be had here. And I think that the map pool gets really interesting because there is a really weird kind of back and forth with Breeze, right? This map has seen probably the most upsets within challengers because it is a map where individuals can absolutely take over, especially on the defensive side. We hyped Ban up, and sure, he had some good moments throughout this, but it was a little bit slower than we've seen previous. Ziff was definitely the star of the show on the Neon, but on this map, he's back on the Jet. He's back fragging versus Cloud9. This is how this squad found so much effect. So I'm interested to see it. I imagine they do stick with the competition they've seen, but they came prepared. They changed things
But when
up,
you play
and
it,
well, they'll at least keep that Jet going for Ban.
The fuck is this map? Why is it so big?
Looking like it's just gonna be some
They
mirror
have
stuff
yeah,
here.
they have a mirror match.
This is the
nothing
comp
too
that Knights
crazy,
are able
right?
to, yeah, not too crazy. This is the comp Knights were able to take C9 down with on Breeze last time around. So no neons. We were maybe getting a little excited for that, but at the end of the day, I feel like with this comp, like outside of finding good timings,
I've never thought about this before. That Cypher is really
Breeze comes down so
useful
often to
on
good
Breeze.
KO play, finding players.
I don't
with
think
your,
he's
with
like
your,
in normal
with
matches
your
in
knives, of
comp.
course,
It's not
getting
really
good timings and canceling out Sova
useful. I
drones.
guess if you
When your
play with
KO's
a
on
team,
defense,
like
hitting that enemy
for
Sova
yeah,
is
just
so
to gain
important, shutting
info.
off the Viper wall too. It's about finding those two players in particular that really
Like,
unlocks the map.
this map is
gives your team
big,
so much more time to work with
it gives
on those
him more
mid-round rotations.
vision.
Yeah, it really does. I think the other thing to point out here is, of course, Scuba, because we didn't really talk about him a whole ton. He's been a big focus for this team in the different roles he's playing. It's not his Astra on this map, but it's still kind of a tough role, because when you're playing against a KO, you have to be so incredibly careful with your positioning as that Soul of Viper. Your util will fall immediately if anything goes wrong. If you get hit even by the little tiniest corner of that KO util, a whole round can be screwed up off of it. So I'm looking not only towards him, but on the Viper of the other side of XZ as well.
Yeah, well, just a reminder, everyone, for Knights, this is it. You know, they got to keep themselves alive here. Force a game 3, which will be on bind if that does end up happening. But for right now, let's send it over to your casters to call all the action. You got Rivington and Van Silly on the mic. Fellas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I give up.
Thank you so much, my friends, over at the
I'm
analyst
scrolling
desk.
way
We're
too
moving now
far.
to
They're all
Blind
ugly.
Breeze here, Rivington, where, you know what?
I
If it
mean,
ain't broke,
maybe
don't fix
we
it
could
for the
take
Knights.
one
The
and
last
change
time
its
that they were running
color
this
or
comp
shape
was
a
the
bit.
last 2 times where they won
But
against a team
I
like
need your
Cloud9, who's
opinion
usually
for
good on
that, so
Breeze,
later.
and a team like Energy, who we have commented how Psalm is amazing on that map as a Jet on this map right here. So I'm interested to see what the Knights have in store for Exit with the same comp.
Those are 2 really fun conversations. You almost got me talking about different teams just now. Mid rush to start things off. Cryo Vans.
It's so fast right now, and that's Cryo with the first kill onto Ban. So that mirror match continues on, and it's still going to be Cryo taking the upper hand at the beginning of this round. But it's so fast for this mid to A split. Still some trade-offs happening, though, with the advantage coming back for the Knights. Ziff took position now.
Or 2v2.5.
Coming out from this attacker side as well, allowing his plan to happen.
Oi.
But Ziff is already spotted, not even needed though. He's still able to swing out and get the headshot onto depth, and that's a great way to get the revenge by winning the piss around very convincingly for the Knights.
Yeah, coming out of the gate, right off the bat, Knights. They start
I like it how Pacific keeps losing his just points on predictions.
As the gas drops, they kind of have an inkling
I don't even know how much he has to.
I feel sorry.
Doesn't get everything he wants out of that
Okay,
positioning,
if Knights win, I'm ready to bet my points to give Pacific his points back.
Seeing what we have
I
on the
feel
second
bad
one, looks like
for
we have
him
Cryo
losing.
pushing up again. He points to the box in front of him. I wonder if we're actually going to get a full kill here. Yeah, 0 point allows him to get an advantageous position. We'll see if this pays off.
There's not going to be many avenues for him to be able to dash away if he misses these shots, so it's pretty much a one and done of this part.
He's
At
only
least
got
hopefully to
dash.
get some information.
Oh, no.
And, yeah, that's.
Oh, that's good.
Perfect.
He's good.
Okay, so at least he might have
Oh,
one
they still clear them.
2 rounds
Yes,
in a
so
row,
the
Cryo
out drone
gets turned.
misses, but at least those guys coming out, I mean, it's just 2 guys being like the exclamation point of Metal Gear Solid comes out and then Cell just gets picked off.
You love to see a cheeky play. Knights nicely on the B here. Good drone, playing it safe, and they do give a bit of respect there to what they
How many
need
points
to
do you
They're
still
not
have?
just running into the site.
I wish I could vote, but I can't.
It looks like the
Oh,
back
and
off
obviously
here
I
from
fucking
Zep and
influence one.
PCJ. Well, they will
Oh!
not after doing, or not before doing damage though.
Okay, Pacific, I'll give you your points back if they win. But not more.
Add that pressure with that Marshall, BCJ trying to get something done with the Classic, dying with the Spike, make it expensive.
Exactly.
Because if they're able to do that, they will be able to make it really expensive. Look at what we invested for the Knights into this round. There you go. That's another weapon to fall, but at least the rifles that came out, that Vandal and that Phantom that was invested.
What the fuck? I knew they lose first round. At the same time, Pacific, they're gonna win 13-0.
Right, yeah.
That's what he said before.
Oh, you did?
See how they play this.
Yeah, Knights will 13-0 them.
Peripheral vision. Nicely done. So, taking stock of the first 2 rounds, 2 looks from Knights. A hit through mid, a little bit through cave, and we had a B hit.
They have a good time here though. They can save.
They still need to see what
save for bonus
feels like.
If they get the bonuses, another 2 rounds. Easily taken from them with max money on their hand.
Now Knights kind of have to read the round to see what kind of defense
with a lot of money at least.
going to set up after 2 pretty fast pistol and second round.
We talked about fast pistol and second round.
Korea got up. Let's go.
For Knights, though.
Oh, did it do it?
Mid side. We're actually using Frosty as that Cypher, as that lurk player, and we're just talking about this during Agent's Life before he actually started picking up the mic. Is Def is going into back as a Cypher where he played the Astra before, so maybe he's gonna have that responsibility to lurk the amber. Let's hold that thought because we have the execution inside this A site, and it's traded off for the Knights with the advantage. Altron also to spot cryo cells and ping him out, forcing him away with his and he's able to get a second ping out of the one. The most value that Gangsta is getting out of one owl drone that pushes back the defenders.
I like this how they're
the
sitting
Knights
like.
to have such a good position on the post.
What was that?
A quick loft in from Zakin. Def on 1. Could it be more?
Oof.
Okay.
Nope.
But at least we have back
Oh, he should have kept calling that.
Easily traded off. And on a 2v1, Cryo Cell still has a dash to work with, and you can already see.
And they actually win the bonus.
It turns out actually quite well for the Knights in their quote-unquote bonus here with the rifles that they had from that second round. They still maintain it in this third round here.
Please.
Would be important if they could get this kill into Cryo Cells. Might be an off timing here. Got it. There's that first kill.
Nice.
There's the second one. So he's able to save that operator, but at least it's 3-0 for the Knights.
Yeah, that's great.
At least means that they still gonna have some money problems if they lose. They lose this run and they have still like money problems. Only problem is they need to save. Or like it depends. He's still playing for an AWP.
As soon as they get up to the site, right? We saw them take it slow in the beginning, and then Knights explode. Bans there. Ziff's able to 0 point. Gangsta's drone, like you said, is getting so much information. There's no second guessing, and that's what we're getting out of the Knights right now. We saw Xset do a bit of triaging on split. They were able to figure this out after a few rounds, and we'll see if that comes to be. The operator still in the hands of Cryo here as we get a 0 point out. Gate seems to be open now for Knights again.
Especially with the null command too, but Aaron lines them all up, and that's another KO that moves into a round, this time by Ziff, that gets immediately canceled as they walk into the round. That's a huge recon dart to actually spot one player towards main, one towards ladder, and no plants coming in yet, so...
Aaron.
Oh.
Like, the kill. 2 more alive now to go for the Knights. Let's see.
Scuba is dead if the wind blows.
Pretty much, and they're up against.
What happened? I didn't know for 1 second.
Or should I say, scopers.
I don't know.
One with an operator, one with a marshal, and Def does have that rifle to play to close range and narrow that gap once we get the information here. And now Crowd draws it to a great spot. If actually the Knights, as you see, they're trying to lead in.
If doesn't play that bad, they win.
He has perfect vision to be able to take him down, and he can just play the clock. Take your time, trying to figure out what's going to happen. You can even see that BCJ is falling all the way back just in case. But now, as that spike plant is going down,
I don't think that they're both on main. It's a good.
I was wondering if they would give it to Ban to get Bladestorm after this, but it's too risky for even the Viper's Pit too.
Oh,
they need to be able to see all angles. This is so tense and silly.
Okay.
And it's traded off, and the other reason why you want to use the Viper's Pit is because Scuba's at 2 HP. But he does have a snake bite. There's that dash in. You're going to swing out from that smoke, trying to isolate that battle, but yeah. There was definitely some calls by her teammates. He's one shot, so Cryo comes out with the pistol and pops it.
By the way, I bet 5k points.
Oh.
Nice.
With my bot account.
Again, they keep tearing each other apart in these rounds.
He's gonna get 5k.
I think Knights is back down once again. No, that was a bit of their save. That's right.
Oh, to be honest, 5,015 points.
A hard attack on once again. Let's see where the kill goes. There's actually traps going away. Threw him down already, so maybe just one trap and light armor there. Knights may have to focus pretty much on one spot. Make sure they don't get flanked. You can see that is going to be held by Frosty down towards A then. So focusing on the rest of the map.
Win match,
might have a push out here from Cryo Cells. Looks like he's going to get something
spicy. You have
spicy
1 to 504 and you have 10 points set. How much is that? 10 times 504?
Yes, because of that wall. Cryo wants to move up and fight. I was talking about the wall from Viper with that toxic screen. We had some heavy pressure right now from the Knights into the area, and it continues on. The Owl Drone's coming in, and they're falling behind it right now, and that's Ban looking in the front. BCJ is going to have to lob a shot dart, maybe even a second one. As you got a little bit of
Pacific, you don't get 53k.
So lots of suppression from the utility from Exit. Resets the
because you were not right, but you were not wrong at the same time, so you just get your points back. I'm the judge.
Looks like they're going to want to take mid. Probably refueling just to get the fake to really stick. This wall's a bit different here for them as they make their way in. And they cut. They're going to start heading over towards that B side. They have control, or maybe fake it.
How much money does
spawn here at this point? They're so deep in mid.
I was going to say they were trying to maybe time out that Owl Drone and maybe give the false information there's nobody towards mid. But with that Owl Drone spotting and not pinging Ban, they still think that the hit's going to be a cut noise back into the A site, and that's exactly where it's going on, at least for now. That 0 point's going to get some huge information of these hits.
Shit.
Gets the hat trick onto Ban, who's able to move inside that site just for a bit. And then it's Scuba trying to save the round for the team.
Let's go.
Left on the clock. Nice, going long range. Finally, the last dagger connects onto Frosty. There's 4 seconds.
No time.
I don't think he has it here.
Nah.
And it's going to be the round coming in for Knights. There you go. Or for Exit, sorry.
Yep. So tight again.
They need to have bad money now, right?
Yeah, they need to save. 2 rounds
okay, Exit can come back now.
As Knights lose the team.
Yeah, Pacific can lose his last points
Man,
now.
like, Knights have a problem with fucking lining up.
Out, right? As soon as that 0 point hits him, you can't
like, they lined up again perfectly for the fucking thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Times that so nicely on what might
Wait, what do I get if
if
we win now? Do I get 5,005 and 7 points?
Damn, he did a good job there. A lot of like flats and double kills right away today, Van. Treat it.
Exactly. These guys have the perfect timing for both of these teams. And speaking of timing,
and the points of
kill timing on mid-side control.
So that's 25. That's 12.5.
Players moving up for the Knights up towards the mid.
That would get 5,000.
That's death right here. We are trying to take the control towards the backside of A halls, and that's long range that connects onto BCJ. That allows for them to move inside this B site, where Zip is going to be the one that's going to try to cut rotation. Now with the wall coming up on the defender's side, they're trying to play that for the retake.
Cryo Cells with the op, trying to get himself in position. 2 already there for Exet. Knights have moved into B.
Nice.
Cryo starts off with the first one.
Oh, he needs to look at Nest. Please don't stop. Don't stop looking at Nest. Oh, okay, never mind.
Towards B main, and everybody's just getting dropped. Only 1 more to go. Ziff at least is going to be able to pick up a rifle after he drops Zekin, but he's forced up on having to clutch up against 3 players with the spike also being down at ladder. And look at that. Not a single utility is wasted. Respect.
It's called ladder? I always call it elbow.
The elbow. We know exactly where Zip is at. Doesn't have a 0 point.
And to promise that's called elbow as well, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, what did you call elbow?
Walk into this trap for Zip.
Van's that retake for Exet.
I mostly like, I don't know.
I call it backside.
On the way in, calling the shots.
And backside is
at least on retake, I call it backside.
Okay.
They were able to retake the site, and you know, his Knights got hit.
Fucking Cryo's
like
insane.
They didn't know Exet was that close, and that becomes a really scary retake. They bring it to a tie game. And Knights kind of came out swinging on this again. Exet figures out that formula a little bit. starts to
okay, now they have time to
like
send them into a loop.
Take the site back when the time comes. We get to another
Exat
gun
could
round
send
for
them
both
into a
teams
loop if
here.
they
Cryo
always
Cells will
like if they
contain
win
the
now,
op
they
still,
need to save
or
again.
hold the op, I should say. And if Scuba can get to a site
That's
here, they might
what
be able to take control
happens
of the front.
with my team all the time.
Looks like B might be the easier sort of that.
I mean, no. With me, it happens like half of team is buying, half of team is saving, and then that half that saved is buying.
Oh, dude, Cryo, man.
Few affected.
Cryo with the op.
Default right now for Knights just not paying off, working towards mid-side. They're just trying to find ways where they could or fight together to take down Cryocells or try to avoid him. They got the information of Cryocells.
Yeah, they need to avoid him. Like fighting against him, like yeah, in a 2v1 maybe.
That's a very important
But...
agent to fall when you can actually get so much value off the Alodrone on this map.
And Cryo.
I mean, the utility's just really good for
I feel sorry for Cypher.
Oh.
There's no communication coming out from the Knights.
Yeah, he did enough, man. Fucking got 3 kills.
No clue what's happening here for Knights, at least for this round.
Oh,
the communication
that was a little
was a big
stupid
point,
peak, but...
right? Nobody calmed it. The gas was going down. They thought they were covered. I think that's why we got the back of Ziff so easily from Cryocells there. I think
they have to spike though.
On for the round. It happens sometimes. Just got to relax and probably the
who dropped
right
that
before
there?
you're about to execute. Everybody's getting in a position.
He was pew.
It's just that quiet moment that you lose control of the situation.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
Down, true aim to the corner again. Van falls just the same. And Exat are starting to get pretty, I wouldn't say greedy, pretty aggressive in the space they're taking.
I mean, yeah, Exat is getting greedy, but they're winning it, so why shouldn't they?
Getting good position off the off where the spike is down. B side's already being covered by Aaron.
Why did that KO just didn't care about this? Like, didn't Viper say, "Yo, smoke is coming down soon"? Run.
Not giving too much room to
even he should have looked there anyway.
Again, since the money's
I don't know. Maybe he thought someone would push doors because someone got killed on mid.
Look at this. He wants first blood again.
Oh yeah, that was a little too aggressive, my man.
Yeah.
Just not
got a robotic kill. Got the Alodrone, that's pretty much it, but the hat comes out, and now Def's being suppressed. He's going to have to break the recon dart in that back, and he's going to try to stay alive as long as he can.
Or he would have shot in that position.
Position, and almost got that onto Gangsta.
Oh my god. Is he 1 HP?
Back with only 2 HP remaining, and all these
2
fights,
HP.
these duels are paying off for Knights so far. As Zeki's already on a rotate, falling left behind the Alodrone of the defense.
Man.
Unfortunately, Zekin thought that he was clear. And Frosty gets the kill with the operator now, only leaving BCJ. The amount of rounds that they've won in a row, trying to make it expensive at least.
When you see them looking at each other, like, yo, click.
The Guardian Viper's
click. I know what you don't know their locations, but now click.
I feel like if I'm in a round, I'm like, maybe a judge, and I need to hit my shots. Yeah. That's awesome. Scuba feeling like he can bring it out, and he gets that very nicely. Finds himself a Vandal before the end of the round, and now you see at the top of your screen there, I should say the top,
Penyon chat.
At the top of that board, the operators poining at each other. I'm so ready for this, Van Silly. It's 4-4. We're finally getting these online for each other. It's not Tour de Force. It's not other guns. Let's see. It's Cryocells and Ban.
Saba owns me 47
different spots now, but
K if I win. Who said?
He said. Nah, you won 20.
First of all,
he said 20.
No, I won 15. I bet 20 and won 15. Why would I?
How much did he say? How much did
BCJ
47K. He said I owe him 47K.
For the defender side,
but I don't.
And we have a big flank coming in.
Who won with you, Justin, right?
No idea.
No, Zerati.
Zerati.
With the op, does get that kill.
Oh no, half of them.
So not too much utility outside from Cloudburst to actually try to save his operator with the remaining
half. Wait, depends on Zerati's bet. If he bet less, he get less.
Quick, but he just going around
I don't know.
So operator v operator,
I mean,
the intent.
I don't owe anything to Pacific.
Right, you get a frag, but Knights work.
I was nice
really
enough
fast.
to say, yo,
so
you're gonna get your points back, but no, you're not getting your points back in
really
case
been a check for Knights. This was kind of
win.
Maybe somebody will. that really didn't give too much help for the team for such an invested round when they were able to finally
Oh
get
god,
this
so
online.
what?
So I
This
think a
gun
bit of a
is so
mistake
like,
there in the way the
yo,
Knights played it.
girls.
Again, fantastic job by Xset
I
as they
didn't
just
see that
continue to
before.
string
I
rounds
report
together
Swish for
from
scan.
that third and a few back and forth here. They pull another one in their favor. Van will be able to save that.
How much did you win, baby?
Which is good for him. And we'll see how Knights can work it next time. They've been
Okay,
great
I
at
bet
formulating little
20
strategies around
and
Ban.
got plus
Still
15k.
very
Yeah, so you
possible.
can get back to
35.
15k.
With a round that
Huh?
was forced up in the previous when
You can
saw
get
the
back to
Guardian that came
15k.
out, you saw how much
Oh no, wait,
money
you
was
said
being
15k.
spent for that round. That was
Yeah,
a
I got
big
15k from
this
him,
round here.
and my
Just so that Ban could
like I
potentially drop a weapon now
plus
for
my
Frosty,
20k back.
good on him to keep
Ah,
that.
plus
and
the
Knights
20k back.
pull out the timeout of the map.
Right.
Ah,
See
so
how they can
yeah, you
readjust
can
it.
just give
So
him the...
I won 15k.
Yeah, so you can give him the 15k back.
Yeah, but I'm not
They're actually
gonna
not in
because
too
I
bad of a
don't like
spot, I'd
what
say.
he's saying.
They're probably
You
been
hurt
Wow.
my
organizing
feelings.
and figuring out why things are going wrong on those takes. That
You
the
bet
utilities
27.
being remembered. That
Yeah, but Zerus you bet
use the
on
drone,
the other
go
side as
on the
well.
drone. We saw that being a pivotal way that, you know, Gangsta identified what was happening in the site for the rest of the team in the first few rounds. And they were really able to take those rounds cleanly, guns or not, right? Xset just couldn't get close to him. And now Xset seems to really not have to respect that space. They were right up on the walls that were coming in
Specific.
from Knights.
Except
Knights
it's just
really
gonna
didn't
win
get into
this and I
positioning in
don't
the site.
owe
So they're
you
trying to figure out
anything.
now, okay, if Xset's going to
Wow.
play that close, if they're going to be aggressive, how do we then retaliate if we want to continue to play
If
fast?
Knights win, I
Or
still
do they
don't owe.
transition to playing slow and feel the sights out a little bit more from the Knights side now?
Especially now into this round for the Knights, they have really no ultimates to work with.
Right.
And while they have a lot here on defense for deniability with BCJ's Hunter's Fury, so maybe try to find ways to bait this out early. And speaking about early battles, we might finally see this duel.
Oi.
It's going to be a showdown potentially at high noon
Interesting
between
cam.
these two operas, but unfortunately it's going to be a camera that spots the first one, and Trickshot indeed to break that trapwire in the back. And
Man is trying to get him, but Jet is like on the complete on on the
that's actually
side.
gonna keep Van posted for quite a bit. It could also be an advantage for a late lurk on the A-holes.
They're really scared
Call,
of
keep an eye on
Jet.
everything for that situation.
Like even this
As they at
cam
least
was
hover close
just to
each other,
check
we can
if
hope
Jet's
that we'll
there.
get that fight at some point.
I mean,
but
yeah.
action looks like it will be at B for now. Here comes the drone out again, working off only the utility. Doesn't look like Knights is going to move faster than what's in front of them. That's going to be the drone for now. And they're stalled by a Viper's Bite real quick, so that'll probably hinder some stuff. But again, see how they work this wall that's off the site. It's in mid. They allow themselves to really work pressure around towards mid a lot easier if that wall's up. Safer from what could be coming on the rotation. Back and forth, though. Trying to keep Xset guessing here on round 9, Vansilly.
At the timing of Cypher hiding.
That they're trying to make their way into
Oh.
the doorway
Oh,
side. There's really
still
nothing
got
holding
him.
towards A, with aside from a very
Oh,
passive
look at this
operator.
so if they are gonna
Oh
show
god, they're
with
going all
Ah,
mids and Jet
A
is...
little bit of alert from
Jet doesn't
Frosty
know.
to get a kill onto the elbow
Oh,
side.
cryo, my man. Oi, okay.
Hold A-holes where Krau's in a tough spot. So they get the first blood though on the A side hole, which is out to the blade storm, but immediately gets flushed out. With 9 seconds left on the clock, we get the plant down, and that also initiates the null command with this plant from Zip that could be used on the attempt of a retake here for Exit. And we talked about the amount of ults that were available. We only have the Hunter's Fury back.
Moving in together here. They're going to have one high. This might distract if they can open the door first, but the ground fight happens right away.
It's gonna
And
save.
that's already going to be it. After losing those ground fights at the beginning, then Zekin maybe looking for exits at this point. Starting to get pretty pricey, though, for Exit to try to salvage or muster up a couple of exit kills.
Hide behind the tree.
So very well done here for the Knights to run that slow round to get back into the 8th.
Oh.
Frosty is just pulling out some dance moves right now to really work across the map and find the better position for the team to hit. He's doing a great job of being this lurker on Cypher, as well as calling most of the shots.
Frosty's doing well. They would have lost one if they would have pushed as a person, not with the camp.
But for being young, he's really controlling the game pretty well here.
Tube.
5-5, and that round was clean. Another gun round.
Gonna try to
Like,
full push
where are the
B.
reserves coming from right now? We saw
Wow, full push B is the end.
and
Wow.
now we got Xset on a double.
It's a criminally
They
good
had a few wins, obviously.
idea.
Let's see what happens again here, round 11.
Off the null command, very quick into
if they
the
would
what happened the first time, and the same thing happens the second time. You're coming out with a null command, you're dropping now, but it's going to be potentially an off battle here. The wall comes up. Recon dart in the back of the site. One swinging out.
Oh my god.
The res works out, but the jet on jet comes up on top for Cryo Cells. The Hardespear out on defense. Does not get any kills from BCJ, but at least we canceled out the null command. And we're still closing that gap. We at least got that plant. We have one flank towards that to watch the flank. We're just trying to isolate Scuba and take him down. And finally with the poison orb, he's able to fall back with 30 HP. 2 snake bites to his name. PKS are falling back here towards the B site while Xset are moving forward on this retake. Rossi now with the cage coming down, gets the headshot onto Cryocell, and his team
kind of
work
fucked,
as well. But the retake still continues up for Xset. Big underhand flash, but we're playing on the outside of the site. We're going with the snake bites. We're trying to get it halfway at least. There's no poison orb coming out there at least so we can get it halfway. And now we go for the swing. They both die, and they will get the defuse here for Xset to make it 6-5.
Yeah, but Zekin kind of fucked up with Jet. He should have held the corner for Jet, but he didn't. I mean, I guess they could have both died there then, but...
They had a gun round again, they worked a bit towards A and towards Halls. Maybe that timeout was them saying, work the slow, if the slow doesn't work...
Nah, I don't know, there's no good way to play this.
The same site they were going for like Scuba that time, something we haven't seen. They've been throwing it mid and throwing it off the site, and they flew in to B site. Knights was in there. Great reaction by Xset there to be able to recoup and adapt to what was happening there from round to round. They pull it back to 6, and we can still get a 5-6 here. More guns on Knight's last buy of the first half.
The more guns forces on a slow default once again. Riv, they're trying to
Wait, Cryo against Ban again? Oh, never mind. Goodbye.
Second down. Ziff already huffing out his 0 point. See, that went towards that mid area, I believe. 1 minute coming up on the round as they go to throw an anchor back in.
And Cryo is chilling, man. He's not even running. He's just walking.
I like how Cypher's both just checking their cameras.
God, what a tricky spot.
God, both Cyphers. I'm like, yo.
This is why he's so
good.
Okay.
He's so good.
Oh man, and the hat comes out, so the information's there. 4 players towards the mid side, forces to rotate out from Xset, and that's also a cue for Krause.
Nice.
And he's ready for that
Cryo, man. Yeah,
back.
Cryo.
Easy second one.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
But finally, Ben stops him in his tracks. Blatant Storm to come out. They were moving inside this B site that's almost open, but out for the one that got the kill.
I don't know if that dash was needed, but...
And that's going to be Death. And it does get the cyber cages out, trying to run that clock down. Retaliating our shot guards on the attacker side.
Nice.
Spike has yet to get planted because it just got dropped by Death. Death just saved that round here for Xset. 9 seconds left on the clock. Man stuck in the corner.
Yeah.
No. 4 seconds left.
Yeah,
So
he needed to try it.
Yeah.
Xset takes the lead to make it 7-5. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, can
Why didn't he
Xset
just
close the series?
kill 3 of them in 4 seconds?
Yeah, the fuck?
What the fuck? You like this line?
What line?
Knight's logo.
Nah, I'm done. Why do they say a show Rogue Company? No one's playing that game anymore.
Ready, stream, go! Stream alle Rennen der Formel 1 live mit Sky Ticket. Ultra flexibel und jederzeit kündbar. Verpasse keine Sekunde Motorsport.
Verpasse keine Sekunde Motorsport.
Von Saudi-Arabien live nur mit Sky Ticket.
Nur mit Sky Ticket.
So now you're here again, knocking
Guten
on the door. Too late for, I'm sorry for.
You're just it.
The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord.
What is that ad?
I don't know.
What? Hello?
Huh?
Just eat it!
It's pizza! What the fuck?
Nah, man, these ads, I can't. What is that?
Madame zeigt mir ihre neue Ausstattung.
Don't fucking order pizza and then throw it away, you fucking cringe.
Ich vor die Hunde.
Kümmert sich wichtigere Dinge. Heizung, Mieten zum bequemen rundum sorglos.
Yeah, that's an ad with a cat as well.
Yeah, I imagine normal person throwing like a piece of pizza and then dancing and vibing while eating salad.
Yeah, I don't know. I stood up. I'm dancing.
7-5 here into the half. But when we look at it, Riv, how this actually panned out from the beginning until now, it was from a pistol round going into a bonus round that was won by the Knights until Xset found their footing on their defender side, and now they take the attacker side of their map pick. Or sorry, of Knights' map pick.
Oi.
Right, Knights map pick.
Hello,
Yeah,
bear.
The pressure's on. An elimination series as well. Xset pulling into the lead here, and once they've gotten a lead, we've seen in this series,
I love
just
that
a one
sheriff.
map, I guess, but they have kept it.
Oh.
Knights, like you said, doing decent on pistol rounds here, as Xset was able to come back.
Let's
Can
go,
they get
Ban.
another pistol
I
round for
believe in you.
themselves? Ban trying to push up with Ziff just behind.
Ban,
Aaron
man.
picks up some good info.
Ban,
as
man.
more is being fed into A site.
Yeah. They're dancing so much here towards the halls. Aaron just
I
did
don't
his
get
job.
Viper's
Two
Ball
players inside
sometimes.
the halls.
Yeah.
Like,
Weaken up the A site. This allows
Oh.
Trial Cells, though, gets a nice opening kill onto Gangsta.
if
and
that
here
would
comes
be
the fight from
Overwatch.
behind. Aaron's waiting for a shot. Zep the first one to hold.
Oh,
Okay.
Trial Cells continues to push on
Cry
the
got
spawn
two,
side,
right?
though.
Oh.
Just
Second?
right back.
Literally causing so much trouble.
Oi.
Okay,
Oi.
Scoob was able to clean that up.
What is
Little
this
janitorial duty
frenzy?
on
What
spawn
was
side.
this
Let's see
spray?
if they can do the retake. Ziff with a flash.
Felt like cold bullets went to.
Players low on HP, pretty much halfway from
Oh.
Zip.
Oh,
Only
Shim and
one player
Zekin.
alive at full health, and that's
Oi.
a long range picking up a ghost after the frenzy.
Oi.
Yeah,
before.
Zekin.
It's only gonna be able to drop death as Zekin gets a triple kill into this round, and also the pistol for Xset.
That's a stinger. Well, not really, but
No, that was a
Xset
ghost.
picks up that frag. That was a ghost.
Oh,
But that round
Guardian.
stings a lot, man. Silly. Knights has
That's
really
what
been
Pacific
able to
saying
keep
no
it
one's
close
playing
for the majority
Guardian.
of the game. Same with Xset. The only time we saw him.
Yeah,
When you don't have
I
money
don't
for events, you
respect
can play
this
Guardian.
opinion.
Beginning of the second half, Xset feels good. They're going on a.
I
push
mean, when
right
I was
too. They go
playing well with
Vandals,
Guardian, I was
Guardians.
only playing
They do have a
Guardian, and
Spectre and a Marshal here,
I
but second round they are looking to solidify
didn't
this
need
and
to
not give
save.
Knights an inch.
like at all.
Right?
Never
Yeah,
mind if we
the
lose or
rifle
win.
round, even for the Knights on that second round too. So putting a lot of value in these rifles second round, and also
So it's
Vandal on
good
the
if you
attack
can play
is,
Guardian.
it's gonna hurt.
Oh, and they
especially when
all
Def also
stack
has a
a.
Marshal. Probably one of the best
Only
Marshal,
Cyphers on B.
players in North America when you have Def Wilderness weapon.
You love to see it. Probably play a lot of Scouts knives. You can always trace it, but you
Oh,
can
he
always
definitely
trace
know
it.
that.
Here we are
Come on,
heading
you
into
need to go
B.
in now.
Drone first. As
Mhm.
always, Zekin's going to be next with a flash following in. The team spreads out, and Xset will be able to take this site.
Aw,
Figuring this would happen.
interesting.
And I wonder how far they're going to push
Mhm.
up. We saw Cryo go hard
Interesting
last time, but with
plant.
a Vandal, I think they play this a little more safe.
Yeah. Or give me some shenanigans. Give a chance.
Holy
get
shit.
across, throw your utility so
Guardian.
they can actually move in and get the 40, but doesn't start off too well. You already got Gangsta that fell.
Yeah, this is the first time that Knights is finding out that they're against rifles as well. They only heard a Guardian. But they're about to find out a lot more if they do try to push. Exits are going to be the name of the game, going down with the spike if they can reach it.
Nice.
And we'll have the push through now.
Come on, show me Guardian player.
Even traps
Oi.
on the other end.
Oi.
Oh!
Scuba, can we get exits?
Did he get a ding on the shit? Oh my god.
And no damage done
Whee.
whatsoever. It's going to be not only a flawless, but a prime gaming flawless at full HP.
Yeah, full HP, holy shit.
Not a
No one got
lick of
one damage.
Nicely done across the board. That's going to be saving quite a bit here. They can just amass so much economy in this next few rounds.
Oh, that shot.
Hold a second. Just the sound of that, you know exactly what happened.
Don't
And
see
a
a lot of
quick cleanup here at the
BC,
end. So
BCJ.
Xset, same thing, right? We said Knights was
He's just
first,
chilling.
or quick on their first few rounds, a little A, a little B. We get a bit of the same here for the second half out of Xset.
Yeah,
And now
they're
let's see
destroying
what that
the
gun round provides for
his
us.
arrow
More of a gun
immediately.
round. It kind of is still a bonus for Xset with the way their economy's going to work out, but we'll see how they do it.
And that's what I was mentioning before. Looking at the amount of money that was spent, it was only cryo cells maybe at 1,000 credits, but everybody else was like maximum just buying utility, as it just didn't get damaged. So they're looking pretty good into the next round. But let's talk about the present at least. We have the recon dart in the back of the site. Snake bite to clutch out players on defense just around the orange side. So you see that combination.
Cryo, man.
Looks pretty good. Oppresses now Knights to fall all the way back towards bridge side. Then
Cryo is the jet you want to have in your team.
The site and get a spike plant down.
Cryo has been absurd. His opening 1v1s, the forward confidence to continue pushing further than his team without their safety. Like, right, the util's been used to take the site. What he does then is on him. And obviously a jet can get out of his
Oh, they're cuddling.
He is just Xset really getting these rounds on the back.
Yeah.
Times, and here's a few more bans. They fall so quick.
Yeah.
Ban is he dashes away. As soon as he comes out of it, there's already another player somewhere else to be able to take him down. So Xset's taking a lead by 5, and this is what I wanted to see. Look, Cryocells died, and what does he buy this round? A Vandal. Why? Because they have this combination.
Yeah, they even forced against them,
doesn't have
and they lost.
really playing like the Astra anymore. He's lurking more towards his Cypher with his traps. So you might want to have Cryo be the one that's going to be entering for the team with everybody else with the rifles, instead of maybe doing the operator mid. It could change for a bit, but at least for now, we might.
Both Sovas are
just
chilling.
I just want to say that they're gonna time out.
Yeah, it's
22-9.
Said it might change. It's been early.
Cryo's going
For the operator
insane.
for him did seem to kind of just land on the defensive side so far for what he wants to achieve with the rest of the team.
Second is playing well as well. There's a completely like
we can see that operator wanting to be held, making the
perfectly
site retake
supporting.
difficult because you're so pinched into a situation, and you got people sometimes running into Viper pits. With an
like even
operator,
though
right?
like
Trying to close the round out.
BCJ doesn't have like
That valuable
a lot of
knowledge,
kills.
but it is. I can't lie. But yeah,
he's still
10 to
perfectly
5 here,
supporting with
Knights called the
drone,
timeout. Last
arrow.
time they did this, we had we noticed a
he does his
variation of
job.
strats. We had a slow, then a fast.
That's all you need to do.
Normally Sova is a leader of team, right?
His utility, Scuba's wall.
Nah, depends. I mean, yeah.
Because I've seen Sova being a leader of team a lot.
Chip away at Xset, because as it is now, Xset's
I mean, yeah,
got
because
money
he
for
can
quite a
like
few rounds
execute
even
with
if
his
they go down.
util pretty
So
well.
you want something to come up huge here for Gangsta. I mean, he was able to do a little bit of chip
Drone
damage with the
darts
Marshal. That's
go in.
101. Then that's perfect for the Sheriff kills. It doesn't have to
Cypher
land for
could
headshots,
be.
right? 55 for body damages. They could do a lot of damage with the
Cypher's really like Cypher's perfect on defense, but on attack he's getting
very slow.
a little more useless.
That, and they're playing it very, very cautiously in their deep.
Wait.
Maybe. Oh no! Waited a little bit too long.
Oh, he got a kill. He got a kill.
The kill just in case. He got his one.
Just in case.
All the while that happening, we did get a drone out of BCJ that snuck into A to try and hold the members of Knights there. It's going to be a B-take Vans. They've already crept into the site, and Zekin pulls off a frag onto Gangsta.
And that's Frost in the backside camera. Speaking out.
Yeah, their mentalist gun.
Do the debuff damage. So it's just going to be Ziff.
Their mentalists are just starting to fall apart.
So it was looking to create some good pressure at least for the Knights on a retake.
Wait, who were the
Except they're at 11.
like we saw a good player and we were talking about him a lot.
Ben.
Was it
Both teams
Cryo?
expected this to be a much more comfortable match.
When
No,
we
it was
last
Ben.
time.
Xset seems
It was
to
Ben.
really be able to
Okay.
break one part
We
of
watched
the map
Knights against
down, and then
wasn't it Knights
force
against
themselves
Sentinels?
into a
Okay.
site, knowing that it's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
defense
Ben
and
is
Knights
gonna
won.
shit
go
on
in
tennis
their
all the time.
positions.
Oh,
They're doing a
cool,
really
so
great
it was
job of
Ben.
trying to not really
I think
default
so.
Because
I
I
mean,
remember,
swarming a
one
position,
more
backing
guy
off,
that
and then having a
like
mid-round
was
strat
playing
to
with
execute on,
operator,
and they have not been
and
wrong
yeah,
for
we
the
were saying the
past quite a few
same.
rounds
Like,
now.
oh, they're
Both of
dead.
these
He got
teams have wins in
operator.
their
Yeah.
last 2 games on this
Okay.
map, and good ones at that. I think we're just seeing Xset here come a bit more prepared and drilled in the way they're attacking.
No dashes available because we do have an ultimate for
Okay.
That's also going to be a live camera for everybody else to see in for Xset, but they're just seeing their teammates fall to the eyes of that KO, as that's a stellar
blow,
hold from the Knights inside this A site.
Thought it almost got a little sketchy there for a second. You saw that whiff and you thought things could go awry with the chaos that can cause when your teammate gets traded and you're expecting different. But yeah, a slight bit of breathing room is still there. Maybe he can squeeze through. 11-6 here. And Knight's timeout paying off. They reset the mental. And this is a lot of pressure. This is an elimination match. We have to reiterate that. Knights, you know, a lot of people did not put them this far in the tournament, and they have. And now they have to pick up rounds with even more pressure on their shoulders going against these teams. They've done so much work to be able to produce these rounds.
Ban, yeah.
And a
there we
lot
go.
of this push from Ban continues to give them good results.
Cryocel's pinged the camera
I think I still think Cryo's better with the op. At least today, like he's
Ban to push out with that operator either. But speaking of which, we
playing
have
insane.
switched it over for Cryocells. He is bringing out the operator into this round here. He was trying to see if he could catch somebody off guard here towards this B site, but unfortunately, it's his teammate.
Viper's camera is so cute.
At the beginning of this round, while we have a Viper's hit towards A, so good contamination.
Yeah, ban.
Should I say?
Is Ban coming back with the op?
Continue to go to work on both ends.
The goods have been.
Oh no, it's happening.
Oh, Ban versus Cryo. Oh no, man.
It is.
He's commenting again.
See if they push through. He's been. Scuba's been so patient, and Def is just waiting on the other side. The epitome of patience in a situation. He will stand there all day until the team requires him. This lurk onto B already for Cryocells kind of gives XSET an option, but it's like an uncleared lurk. They still have to be very careful about going in.
They just want this to happen. They want to get the plan so that Def could get this kill onto Scuba on the rotate too. So there's two big things that can happen. This flank coming in from Ban towards B main as well. Def's got to get this kill towards A main. And then now here comes that flank on B main. Ban's going to be able to cut the rotation potential onto Def so that everybody else can focus on actually taking over this B site. And there's that crossover with a cage. He survives. Oh my god. So that also gives the information that the operator's towards B main. So the other two guys inside the B site for the Knights, or should I say for XSET, can be in a great position as it's a play for Academy battle.
Yeah,
right
Cryo.
But it connects on the left click for Cryo. He jumps towards the air. Wall bang by
he's going to be too late.
And now Def is on his own on a 2v1. Way too far. The spike is getting defused. And it's going to be the round coming in for the Knights.
Aww.
What a way for that round to change. Gangsta as well. When you least expect it, this guy just comes out of the shadows. He is playing so well, and he's able to lock that one down. But
Ban's coming back with those op shots.
On the run around, you're like, oh my gosh.
It's over for like fucking.
What's going on?
He shouldn't have right clicked there.
Took that as, oh, he's back there.
He had backup.
We take the site. Knights close in. They start to pinch as quick as possible. And then obviously,
let's see.
Get down, Mr. President. They protect the spike diffuser.
It's still winnable for
another round. Ban's 11-7 now. Getting closer and closer, and Ban looks for the forward peak again. Ban is trying to do so much.
This is so good, man. It's been
let's go.
By a lot of things. Snakebite forced on the ground in the beginning. 100 security come out from BCJ. It connects onto Def on the defender side, though. So let's see what happens now, as we do have a couple of smokes coming out, and we cut noise just for a bit. We hear the null command coming out, of course, from Zip, but that's just going to force XSET to maybe potentially go back to B site.
Only a camera there. Losing Scuba kind of made them on the side of Knights squeeze their numbers so they can all rotate together, more playing their life. Ziff, that's a scary spot to be in. The spams come through.
Okay, 3-3.
Through on that one, and they're gonna start rotating over.
I mean, the only problem is XSET needs to get the 12th round. They need to get the round for 12. If they get that, they can at least not like fucking. What the fuck is Cry doing? They can at least not like get done instantly.
For them to know where the camera's coming from, so Des still has a great opportunity to pull the camera up and get the information as the spike's gonna get planted. Or sorry, not Def, but Frosty here.
Nah, Cryo would have a good spot, but there's no one there. There's just everyone CT. Oh, nice kill second.
So is Gangsta.
Flash coming out from second 2, 0 point now.
Yeah, that's. Oh, Cryo with the perfect timing.
And that's gonna put XSET at that point and series.
Oh, come on.
Oh yeah, Cryo taking
and that's
that
the 12th
one
round, yeah.
Second. He probably turned around and was like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, what a hold. I think this is obviously what XSET was trying to produce.
Yeah, dude, holy shit. That looks so satisfying.
What that strategy comes out to be when everyone's there. and that flank can hit from Archway, as Def did last time, just a few seconds late. Game point, Vans. Knights backs really against the wall now. See what they can produce. We're back on a gun round.
Nah,
Cryo,
Cryo,
the first
man.
team that's gonna get knocked out of this
why
bracket of the
would
North
they
American
pick this
VCT
soup
Stage
like
1
that?
qualifiers, and starts off with
I
only
don't
4
know.
more
I mean, they
kills
need
needed
to get
for
the pick
Exet.
on
Or Spike
Cryo.
to go off here on
They
this
peaked
map of
2v1,
Breeze.
but he still got
Ben, being
the
a
pick.
key pivotal player that you wanted to step up to this game, unfortunately gets nullified right off the bat, and Cryo continues his reign with the operator. That's also now the Viper utility down for the Knights.
I'm just like, ooh.
They can only react here. Obviously, you can't really be proactive.
So
with
cute.
The numbers down. And well, Frosty has the right play. How many?
By the
can
way,
he
I
get
didn't
down
see
as
that there's
Cypher's
Cypher's pictures inside of his.
What a sticky spot.
You know?
Cool. Viper's pit to come out
That's so
too.
cool.
Gangsta's looking towards the back.
He's like,
Frosty's
welcome,
still dancing in there.
it's my
That's
world.
the Viper's pit down. And as it comes down, Kralsel though takes down his teammate towards Berlin. As they look back, Frosty's trying to stay alive. He has to clutch a 3 versus 1. He throws out the hat, but that's it. BCJ gets the kill, and Exet move forward by beating Knights 2-0.
So Pacific?
I'm done.
Exet came out swinging today, but not in the beginning of the match. They found themselves
we have an
a
hour.
little bit behind,
cool.
trying to figure out what
Good
their
luck.
opponents were doing.
I'm gonna
Try
go,
to find
I think that's
Pacific.
where teams
gonna go
need to
small
look at
break,
as
then
well.
going.
Is that if Exet's going to be able to
Probably,
adapt
let's see, wait.
and
First
figure out
outcome,
and kind of iterate on the strategies that they're running, and always have, not always, but sometimes have a lurker and condition you to that lurker. There's a lot of things you have to remember, and I think that's what started to overload Knights. They weren't able to retaliate and weren't able to play a
I got
proactive game. A lot was reactive, and
5,000.
Exet was
Yeah,
already taking
it doesn't even tell me. I got 5,000.
Yeah, and when we actually gave a lot of props to the Knights, actually on that
So I just
first
got my
map on
points back.
Split was the amount of duels that they were able to win on the defender half. I haven't seen that, unfortunately, on that attacker side. Crosshell's
Yeah,
did such a
45
good
on both
job
of us.
to
So
shut down any first bloods or second
you
bloods
got
that was
16?
attempted by Ben or anybody else for the Knights. But
How much did I get
unfortunately,
then?
commiseration for the Knights. They're out. They're going to have to fight into stage 2, and Exet moves forward. But with that, let's take over a break and check out the Prime Gaming post-match highlights and see what the analysts have to say after this.
Okay.
I'll be
Go,
right
go. I'm gonna lay down while you're playing game.
I've been going hard in the paint.
Klappe die 18.
Und bitte.
Madame zeigt mir ihre neue aus. Hat aber noch nicht mal eine richtige Heizung. Bei dieser Kälte gehe ich vor die Hunde.
Es heißt Heizung.
Heizung.
Nein.
Muss der mir so auf den Pelz rücken?
Cut.
Was gibt's denn noch zu essen?
Hotdogs, kalter Hund, Katzenzungen.
Cut.
Kümmern Sie sich um wichtigere Dinge. Heizung mieten zum bequemen Rundum-Sorglos-Preis. Mehr unter wärme.nvrm.de.
Heizung.
Sag ich doch Heizung, mon Dieu.
Let's see how you starting films with action, or I'll put cheese on your plate and let them wolves get active. You can't stop me in the paint, I got too many badges, boy. If you afraid of fire, then stop like matches. Put that heat up on your chest and colorize your passion. She in love with how my diamonds look, they gotta dance. No, I can't never lose, I'll put my team up in that man. Yeah. I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. I've been running up the play through the back door. Feel like Shaq when he snapping, broke the backboard. Work hard, play hard, yeah, we been there. I was down for a minute, got my leg back. Give me the game, I got plenty, give me a wave. Triple the stakes, told him I don't never play. I mean, Roof Chris, told him we was too lit. Give me the toothpick, picking out the players, huh? Told I wasn't even levels, it was layers, huh? I can tell the way you talk that you a hater. You ain't never made a play with the guys. I've been in my own lane, made a wave on a high tide. I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and I don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
And there you have it, folks. Xset move on in the lower bracket. And unfortunately for the Knights, their run in Challengers ends here. But it certainly was a valiant effort. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Ender as we look to discuss this. And, you know, I mean, I think overall, right, like, you know, Breeze kind of just went the way that Breeze goes. It was not the most action-packed game that you could possibly ask for. Some fun moments. But Mimi, I mean, you know, I think there's a lot to really take away here from both teams, right? How Xset, you know, played to their strengths and their incredibly consistent team. And on top of that, Cryo fragging out. And then on the flip side of that, Knights taking risks and being that squad that wants to try out new things because, you know, if you don't use it, you lose it. So credit to them.
Yeah, they took some risks. They tried to switch things up today. I was a fan of it, but once we got towards Haven, it felt a little bit more one-sided. It was very similar to what they've played before on this map, and Xset clearly came prepared, and, well, they came prepared with two young players who are incredibly gifted at the game. Cryocells and Zekin, we hyped these guys up a lot as a duo, but this game exemplified that, especially once we got in towards that second half. It was these two working in conjunction so consistently to fight forward for space. It was a lot of the attack sided up for Cryocells, taking some of these risky fights. We see here, back on the defensive side even, he was exploitative of PKS's mistakes. This missed orb in one round. He gets, I believe, 4 kills in the end, just off of that one mix-up. 435 ACS in the end for this guy. He has been an insane addition to this Xset squad, and I think when he's most appealing is when he's in combination with Zekin on towards this KO. The flashes from Zekin, especially on that attacking side, were setting him up for success. And Zekin as well, if Cryo dies early, was so good to pick up the slack. When it was in these post-plant situations, it was the two of them getting hyper-aggressive. They were constantly in the face. They forced their opponent in the Knights to play their own game.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where for Xset, I feel like regardless of the agent picks, you know, back when they both played double duelist on the majority of maps, they were always sort of going around hand in hand and taking the space, getting the fights done for the team. Like the team would sort of say, yeah, go do your thing. They're going to burst out, take control, and then everything else comes off of the back of that tag team play. So to see them, you know, working off each other's utilities so well, and Cryo's op, of course, just absolutely unstoppable this map. This duo is an absolute powerhouse here in NA.
Yeah, but let's talk about the things that were good from the Knights, because if we pull out more generally, this tournament as a whole, most people didn't expect them to get into the main event. Most people didn't expect them to make playoffs. They did that. They continued to pull off these surprising games. They found close matches against some of the best squads. I think their game versus C9, they pushed them to a limit. There's a world where they're still alive in the upper bracket and they're continuing on through, but unfortunately, that's not this world. They come down to the lower bracket. Xset looked more prepared, but still, that split game from them was really exciting. However, on the other side of the server from them, I think the way that Def called and adapted in towards the mid-round against that team and against that composition was so good. We saw these teams learning as they go, and Xset was just the one faster to adapt.
Yeah, I loved his calls throughout the game, and also like there were just some positions, whether it was on defense where he was sitting on site, like that place right outside of cave watching mid doors. When they were playing, you know, post plants, he played outside mid doors a couple of times when they planted on A, when they were attacking too. I felt like he had a lot of really creative positions he was able to get himself in, and it made sort of those site holds pretty unbreakable for the Knights to actually work their way through. So all in all, great play from him, great calls for the team as well, and Xset are going to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because actually we have Def standing by for our Verizon post-match interview. And, you know, just jumping straight into it, Def, it's a pleasure to have you here, man. Hope you're doing well. How's everything?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really good. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have a lot to be happy about, right? You know, the team looked really solid, and it felt like even though there was some trickery that was being thrown your way, you never really felt like...
Yo, Pacific, I don't know if you're in chat. You want to play? 45 minutes till the next match begins. FPS, dude, the fuck? Need to close some stuff. Hey, Justin, what's up? Drop my chair a bit if I'm gonna play. Oh wait, I need to... I'm scared of tapping on runner. Stop streaming. Okay. Meep. I'm on fucking 60 again. Okay. Yeah, specific can't play though. You would have answered. Da, 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 da. What is he getting? What matches is he getting? Same as me. Okay. Let's see. Exactly 45 minutes till the match begins. $35, $29, 28 minutes, 47 minutes, 31, 40, 31. I don't know, matches going around 30, 31 to 35 minutes.
Match found.
Oh, I have the protocol sheriff in my shop. Now I'm waiting for the 30 window. 30 ghost or vandal.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Yo!
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we have 3 duelists. Well, that's annoying. We don't have anything for info. Dum 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 dum. Oh, someone dodged.
Match found.
Okay. Splits.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Dum 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 dum. Oh, they have an insane team. The fuck? Reyna, Astra, Sky, Chamber. What do we need? Oh yeah, a second duelist maybe. Oh, okay. Someone picked the Sky of someone. Let's hope he can play something else. Chamber's good on this map. As we've seen earlier. Okay, nice. Sky, Chamber, Breach, Astra, Reyna. Should be fine. Dum 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 dum. Oh, cool. I'm playing. Oh my god, gold? Like, man, I'm getting everything, but gold? My MMR something. Honestly. Can we have another MMR reset, man?
What up, suckers? You okay?
Hello. No. Hello.
Locking vision. Reloading. Locking vision. Time to hunt. Cutting their vision. Them in.
Side's clear.
One more heaven, one more heaven.
Yes, Spike, yes.
25 on
Spike down A.
Sage. Chamber, Sky, and Hookah.
I'm dead.
Last player standing.
Nice one. He takes me more than half of my HP with one shot. It's annoying.
Their jet is playing hard to get. Alright, I'll play.
If he goes now, I'm gonna be fucking mad. No.
I'll destroy their sage.
Bro, 60 on the race, 60 on the race.
Nice. 5-3.
Our spike's down. Spike down A.
Hawk out. Blinded. I got the spike.
DV2.
Reloading.
Still inside.
Brenna, there was a ghost here.
Have a ghost. Main.
He went heaven.
Plan. Heal up, squad.
Two heaven. No, ramps and heaven, ramps and heaven.
Ah, fuck. 25.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Well played.
Oh, he was literally 1 HP.
There's the toe hold. Now just dig in and climb up.
Reloading.
Girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Thing is, I didn't try out if it's Vandal or Phantom Day, so I kind of need to fucking try out. I'm guessing Vandal.
Side's clear.
Cutting their vision.
Healing over here.
Nice CT.
Break it.
Ramps, you got Vandal. There's two.
40 on wrist.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
Oh my god, I love you right now.
Holy fuck, dude, that was scary.
That's very
You're
clean.
crazier than a crazy person.
That was very cool. I'll give you.
Thank you.
Oh, dude.
With you.
Oh, dude, my heart. I didn't know why he fucking dashed.
Time to hunt. Pulling them in. Cutting their vision.
Chamber's playing backside. I'm damaging his TP. Chamber's backside. Chamber's backside.
One side,
I'm
save
sorry.
Sage his health, sage his health.
Ali. Astra, you need to plan.
Ali.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Ali again.
Nice.
Haven't.
Both of them.
Chamber hit 109.
Jet's 1 HP.
Just.
Chamber hit 109.
Watching here. Still in sight.
One
Just one
enemy
HP.
remaining. Last player standing.
Low. What on?
Hey, bro.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
Dude.
Need a drop. Midasi, thanks.
Okay. Okay, they need to save again. Just watch out for shotguns.
There, Nico.
Get
You
out
want
of
to
my
play?
way.
Let's play.
Pathetic. Time to hunt.
One
Sage
enemy
was dead.
remaining.
Nice.
Sage stuff.
Reloading. Spike planted. Reloading. Reloading.
Flawless.
Reloading.
I myself, no
They're
doubt, was
starting to
concussing them.
panic. I can feel their pulse quickening from here.
People not knowing about longer and shorter angles is...
All right. Make we go, squad. Time to hunt.
Bro, I know how to play the game.
Concealment. Pulling them in. Over here.
Trevor. Enemy A.
Cutting their vision.
Flash out.
One's Vance mentioned it.
Oh shit, 40, nice.
I'm gonna flash again, dude. I'm left.
Well divided.
One side, right side.
Yeah, kick on right side.
Have a
Taken out.
I'm going B.
No, it's 5 head.
Last player standing.
Spike planting. You're my ally. Concealment.
This way.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
I don't know if A or B is working better. I think B though.
Don't give them ground.
I'm molten.
Seek them out. Covering, blocking vision.
Both.
Fire in their hole.
Oh my god. That's on side, race to CT.
I'm fucked.
Just chill there, get it go.
Enough. Hawk out. Blinded.
Can I go B?
Time to hunt. I have
Spike down.
Chamber 7,
A.
Chamber 7, minus 40.
Reloading. Knocking them.
You have heal?
Heal up, squad. Our
Last
spike
player
carrier's
standing.
down.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
That's right.
Have I told you you're okay? You're okay, fam. Good even.
They are so dead.
I think B is working better for us.
I'm ulting in, I'm ulting in.
Time to hunt.
I have to Skylook.
Feeling safe.
Oh, left side, left side.
Last player
that was
standing. Spike down B. Flawless.
That's my filter.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Right there.
Wait till the nade's gone. He's always nading the
There.
corner here.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Obscuring vision.
We should all go heaven. We should all go heaven. And then like zip lines to B. That is the plan. Everyone goes zip lines to B. Okay. Come breach. Leave it, bro. You have spike.
Enemy spotted A.
Feeling sight.
One's pushing A main.
Spike planted.
Shit, he's already close. One on heaven.
One heaven.
Sleep tight. Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last unknown.
Could be Ali.
Nice.
For
Okay.
sure.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Need a drop.
Do I play Phantom?
Need a drop.
Midasi. Thanks.
Can we buy me?
Chamber, can you drop Reyna?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, man. Drop on it again.
Get out of my way!
Reloading.
Close right to side. I think this is a fast rotate.
Reloading.
Healing over here.
You go fast.
Taking that back.
It's wall.
Flash out.
Hawk out.
Flashing, flashing.
I'm with you, Astra. Ali? Haven't?
Wait, what?
Sorry, man, I didn't see it.
Behind you.
Down B.
One more. One is on site.
Give me time.
Last player standing.
Astra, why did you go all the way around?
One enemy remaining.
Last one's on site.
30 seconds left.
That's true.
Yeah, you shouldn't have pushed revents there, bro.
You have 4 people outside already.
Enemy activity in between us and victory.
We didn't have 4 people.
Enemy
on site.
activity.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Breach. I didn't see the race.
You want to play? Let's play.
Change close. Race is on hooker. Yeah, 3 people here. Go slow to be. Oh no, man, that's
Jet sewer, 50.
Do you have a gun?
Scout destroyed.
Yeah. Front. What on right now? I'm gonna flash it. Behind you.
Oh shit! Oh my god.
Please shout.
Last player standing.
Concussing. Flash out.
Man, I need to check that.
Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's
I
gone.
need to check that.
Here.
Shit, man.
Time to hunt.
I can help.
Scout destroyed.
Heaven on side.
Fire in the hole.
Prepare for hellfire.
Atheon race.
Spike down A.
I'm a good shot.
Atheon race.
See nothing.
Enemy A.
I think race is coming next to you right now.
Yeah, he was.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I can't believe it.
Switching
Take a breath
sides.
now. Release the tension. Good?
7-5's alright. We're a good defending team. Times I got killed, I only got either killed instantly from behind or through a fucking ability. One of those 3. No one in main.
Garage.
No one mid.
I will believe deep.
No info. They could be A. We have no one holding ramps. Yeah, it's A, it's A.
Yeah, one. Oh my god, one.
Yeah, okay, so I got one flash. I'm coming after. Wait, I'm gonna flash. Yeah, it's 0-1. No pushing.
Spike planted.
Blinding.
One's under.
Clearing out.
Reloading.
Flash out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Hey, baby. And if I lose that, I'm gonna be down to like 60 or something, 40 or something. We need to win that.
Obscuring vision.
One mid.
Yeah, it's B.
Planning.
She's waiting, man.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Let's try. We need to get some runs now. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting into plat lobbies.
Okay, if we don't win this round, we've lost.
Now we win anyways. We need to win. Can't lose this many.
Not B.
Hey.
It's gonna be A.
Play, let's say.
Enemy A. Reloading.
Ray's dead.
Yeah,
Where's
they
it
went
to
there.
be?
Coming B.
One mid.
Garage.
Enemy spotted. B.
Spike planted.
Get out of my way.
80 jet, backside, right.
Cutting their vision. Feeling sight. One enemy remaining.
One defuse, one defuse.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Whoa.
Breach, man, breach. What are you doing?
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Right there.
Like, you heard him, man. Like, oh. Like, with those, like, I don't want to go against the team because everyone's nice and everyone's, like, trying. But, dude, like, if you do that, like, we can't win. Hey.
could be going back.
Those 3 main at least. 104. Chambers low. You have a spec on me.
105 on Jets. Elbow.
Jet and chamber low.
Maybe screen.
They're planting there.
Spike planted.
That works. They found my trap.
Porter to main. Chambers main.
Last player standing.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Oh, that's a loss. Trying my best now, but it's like I can't really do anything.
Find the weak point and break it.
I already carried some of the rounds.
You want to play? Let's play.
No one's main yet. Don't pick him. 3 B. Nice kill.
One mid.
Thank you.
Raze is close on side somewhere.
I have ult from
Watch on side.
Blinded.
They will cover.
I'm your ult.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Last
he's
player standing.
one there, one rafters, one backside.
No information.
Team Ace.
Attributes. Like who's fucking playing there, man? Like I put like I played for Phantom because I thought they would come A. And then I play for Phantom and they're coming B and I need to play long range. Like I don't need to. I should have gone like CT close. Oh man. Like, I have double the kills of the second place.
Last A.
Still in sight.
Just close to you. Right now.
You're done.
One close right, close left.
I'm holding cross for you.
60 on Brimstone.
Oh, I thought he hit me, man.
Here.
Cutting their vision.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
60 on Brimstone, he's low.
22.
I'm one shot, don't throw.
Nice.
User survival registered. Congratulations.
Spike is A.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
How can I still don't have money for anything?
I need a drop. Tac tac.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Like they're all nice, but it's like doesn't help us to win.
They are so dead.
A race.
Pushing A.
Prepare for hellfire.
Helping me.
Enemy spotted A.
60, 70 on
Spike
Chamber.
down A. One enemy remaining.
70 on Chamber, he's left side. On side, hell I think, hell.
Before.
The future is
Why do you
radiant.
peek? Like that's how we lose rounds. Through peeking stupidly.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Help a girl out, would you?
gonna be B. Don't pick him on mid, just talk cross.
1 A. I mean 1 mid.
Free though.
Hawk out! Enemy spotted mid!
Nice.
There are 25 people.
Don't pick them.
You will not kill my ally.
Get out of my way!
Spike down mid.
They will cover. Pulling them in.
"30 seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Mid one.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well divided. Blasting them.
Attackers win.
Yo, fuck you little shit.
Like, why do I do 17 for that? I don't get it. Why do I do 17 for that? Like, man, I'm in a full plat. Like, dude, this is almost full plat. I'm the highest rank. No shit, I can't win. Like, and nothing against my team. My team was nice. No one was annoying. No one was toxic. But it's just not possible, man. GG's. GG's, man. Yeah, it was impossible to win. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, let's look into thing again.
On the back foot. They definitely are.
Oh, they're playing. Oh, they're 5-3 already.
Here as version 1 takes some a short control. They know that they're going to be running into tents. Jazz Penny ends up falling there. Wasn't aware that an operator, by the look of it, could be down, but version 1 with another classic push. They're going to turn up the tempo, try and punish tens. It's
so Shaz is luckily covering it, but the trade, if he takes it down, Sander removes Sick, just dropped to his knees.
Sick's going to be giving them information if they don't kill him, though. He knows where all of these post-plant positions are going to be. It's such a waste of ammunition taking him out, but might be worthwhile.
5-3 already.
He does fall in the end.
Yeah, eventually going to be expiring.
Dapper snuck his way in.
Right on the back, we'll see if Dapper can get this beautiful timing. He's found the one, quick little reset, it goes for it. The spray down, but he has to try and get out.
Why the fuck
Knife in hand round the corner.
Oh no, it's this bug again where I can't full screen it.
Whippy ends up taking it out.
Bugging.
A bit of chaos injected into it, honestly. It felt like neither team
Wait,
really had a good grasp on what was going
on. Unfortunate. Really don't want to be annoyed, but there's no way I'm going to reach Immortal 1 again.
Because it set him up for the easiest 1v1 at the end there against Dapper, who was completely trapped. And you're right, Brent, version 1 are not done. Not by any means. The pace, once they actually figure out where Sentinels are holding and where Tenz's op is the most impressive part. Here's Dapper again, pushing down C this time.
This is so deep.
I see a clash of the Killjoys.
He sees the alarm bot was actually deactivated and reactivated there.
Yeah.
So he knows it's there.
Strange, though, because it looked like Whippy was in range, but now, as it just goes down, Dapper's taking liberties and pushing on through.
I think it was deactivated by 6 Knife, but now we see the hit coming through, and
makes sense.
The pace of V1. Again, showcasing
Can
it.
I watch it without
KO
delay?
rolling front off to the side on
One
top
second.
of it, just to try and clear out the side. This time, Sentinels give it up entirely.
They're happy to play the retake with Dapper on the flank. Dapper has such a great timing. Unfortunately, oh no, that's the alarm bot that just got put down. So he's still got a great timing. Xander is just so clean with those one taps with the Vandal though.
Ridiculous. Still, Shaz unleashes the Hunter's Fury. Across the side, he gets that pick onto Penny to flash round.
Nice.
Quick little flick, Tens.
Nice.
Performing so well right now. Pick's going his way still. Operator in hand from the high ground. Sentinels need to try and get a bit of a move on those. Time starts to run low. It's more than enough for them. The legwork was put in, and the picks were there. Another defusal for them. And that's that minor adjustment from Sentinels. A couple of times when V1 go for these fast A hits, the players from Sentinels, they've been trying to play on the site, and they have been getting boomed over and over and over again. This time though with the retake,
I guess Sentinels
There's
win.
recon
I'm
dart
not
comes
sure,
through
you
at the
know.
same time as a flash. That sets up Shaz to be able to catch Penny, and Tens is just holding down his angle the entire time. It's a really nicely done retake, but most of the value is found by getting the picks before they actually have to get into the site again. Version 1 is still being able to get into post-plant scenarios. That's one of the biggest things that's pushed them forwards on their attack side. Getting that spike down, playing post-plants. But Sentinels are either having a lot of success from their site anchors, being able to kill a bunch of the version 1 players once they get to the site, or getting good value out of retakes.
Shit, man, was that 3 dings?
It's not the plan as it was coming through. It's the 1-for-1. Not entirely ideal, I think, 1v1 considering, I mean, they've got the gun disadvantage and they've got the plant down now. Playing these post plants with the utility.
Oh, Tencent are gonna have a problem here. Pushing that.
Pressure, I think, on Tens to try and catch a good timing here. But does he want to try and push into them right now with the operator in hand? It's a hard ask, honestly. Some might say that FEs might be favored watching that angle, but now Sentinels have regained the sight. Around the corner, the knives popped, and this guy, well, he might just look surgical with it.
Let's go. Wait.
The rest of his team, possibly from utility, he pings it out. Goes
he got flashed.
There was a flash there to try and set him up. They're all blind, but still the kills need to come in now, and time is running low. It's a half defusal, but luckily Shaz wins it up for them. 3 kills to his name.
It's an excellent play by Tens, it really is. But you can see the difference between their group stage games and now. Sentinels, they've been put into a corner and they've spent these past couple of days trying to refine or at least put an emphasis on the fact that Tens needs to be set up. We've seen Tens getting team flashed a bunch here, but I'm fine with it because at least it means that Sentinels are trying to make those plays happen.
Thinking about it.
Exactly. They're putting emphasis on throwing utility that favors him in the duel. And frankly, in that scenario, I mean, everyone was blind. So it's working anyway. And Shaz pushes forwards down mid to get a lot of success. This is a double op setup, and both of the ops are on
Man, you know what I think?
What
like,
a weird
sometimes
look for
I just
Sentinel's
want to like
defense
go
here.
through the whole night, do an all-nighter, and just play Valve the whole night. Just try what happens.
A bit more money into the weaponry.
Like, it's like, I think I could get to something. I'm playing well.
The whole night?
Zombs.
Huh?
Get his ankles broken,
The whole night?
Readjustment, flash there, takes him down, sick at the back of the side. He does get the one, but not before Xander gets the trade.
Yeah.
And now, laying down that utility, version 1.
Like, the thing is that I'm only playing like for 2-3 hours at a time right now.
Into these sites so consistently. That shot dart though from Shaz. Another one. Beautiful, nerdy in its nature, man.
But I need to play more to get like back up, I guess. Like, I don't know. I need to push it. Like, I know that I'm playing good. I just need a good turns.
Turrets coming through. The trades Tens now. It's a 1v1 for them. Xander has to run away. From this long angle, Tens is going to be able to hear that
So
one.
you
Smoke
think
dropped.
good players appear when it's late for you?
Nice,
Tens just peeks around the corner and he finds it in the end.
No, but I just think like I need more time.
Sentinels.
And that is
like
incredible.
if I play the whole time,
it feels like Sentinels'
instead,
stalwart defense on Haven is back.
Like I'm playing every day at around the same time.
Attacking team
Yeah.
in North American VCT, and they just got held to 4 rounds.
I don't know if you noticed,
Sentinels are
but
looking sublime.
there are
Tens
different
is
people
looking
on
sublime.
different time.
This could be a very different game compared to the group stage.
Yeah, and with everything on the line.
For example, at the evening, they're more annoyed and mad people.
We'll see you in just a few.
And when it's day, everyone is chilling, I guess, and people are more kind. And when it's night, there are lots of people that didn't sleep the whole night. depends on sword, but.
Jetzt weiß ich, warum
Oh
ich dich
my
so lange
god,
nicht
these
gesehen
fucking
habe.
ads, man.
So yeah, you can try different times. We'll see. Oh!
Ah, there's the Keto one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no one put anything to V1. I guess I'm gonna put something again with my bot account. Oh, I need to be faster. Yeah.
30 seconds. You got this.
I'm gonna predict 3,000.
Oh, Pacific, why so poor?
I'm done.
Where are your points, Pacific? I'm sorry.
Wait, did you vote on something?
Yes.
And you put on Sen?
Sentinels.
Ah,
Mhm.
okay.
I only bet on Xset because I liked their name more. I just realized.
I know Cryo just had like insane shots today. He played well as a team.
I'll tell you right now, Josh, I needed that 2-minute break because there was never a moment where this map has been let off.
I wanna see some good plays from Shazam.
Sentinels obviously up the 8-4
I know that
half
he's
for them.
playing well.
Incredibly important for them to get off on a good footing here on Haven because the map pool follows a very similar line to when these two teams last faced each other. Ascent being the next map, V1 smoked them. So if they end up getting on a good footing here on Haven, it does bode well.
God, V1 going for complete B.
One of the things that has been dire for Sentinels are these
Oh,
pistol
that's-
runs. Penny, I don't think intended to get suppressed by that knife, but it might give them false information that Penny's playing towards Garage.
True.
This is a big B stack. This is a hard anti-strat from version 1.
They've read this.
He's is just giving them the entirety of A, and they'll play an A retake.
Yeah.
I wonder if Sentinels, I wonder if Shazam can sniff
The
this
scale.
out.
It all comes down to trying to get that information about their setups right now.
Oh,
The drone
they
gets
think
sent
Jet
through
is there, but
Garage.
it's
Tennis
not.
obviously follows this
Oh.
one up now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been
Clearing
time.
any
to
ability that might be
just
around.
Nah.
That's the turret taken down, and it is so slow on this round.
Or if they go A,
It
they
looks
have
like
a
the
free
spike
side.
is going in the right direction for Sentinels. No,
But they don't
they're
know.
unsure. It's always
But when you
dangerous when you don't
see
hear
it,
any
I-
utility from the defenders. You're worried about a stack. Could it be on A? Are they trying to be quiet on A
Playing
because they're all
so
there?
slow. I mean, the thing is, pistol rounds are so random. You need to make so much for your advantage.
And now they want to commit. Paranoia.
So like playing slow like Sentinels
the knife and
does
the recon just give them all
is
of
so
the
good for
information
them.
here. In version 1, they're possibly going to try and retake, almost to deny the plan.
Oh,
Here it
tense,
comes.
tense. Oh my god! Oh my god, dude!
Chill.
Oh
my goodness, Tens, you gotta be kidding me. If there was kills to him,
Yeah.
the prime game in flawless.
If there
Yeah,
was
that's what we
any
mean.
doubt
Yeah.
that Tens is on a heater today, let that put it to rest.
20 and 5, Josh. 20 and 5.
This was just prime Tens. Every
Wait.
shot a headshot by
God.
the look of it. 4 kills on the pistol, completely dismantles that version 1 retake.
Yeah.
Even after he got hit by the knife.
And the presence of mind as well to kind of show that patience
Okay,
from
well,
Sentinels.
now I
you
see
can
that at least.
They normally go for those fast B hits, especially off the back of the pistol. They slowed it down enough, and now we're looking at
Oh, did he get
Ryan
hit?
on the
Yeah.
side of Sentinels, a couple of guns in hand.
No, he
Straight
didn't.
into the site. The flash through the box to try and counteract this one. The players have got the crossfires. There needs to be a cleanup here.
Tense.
Let's
Losing a
go.
lot of
No.
players in the
Oh,
ball, but Tens
the random
full
spray
line in
got
the
him.
smoke.
Oh, again!
Really is just not being allowed to play the game, but luckily Shaz is there to swing off to the side.
Yeah.
Zik cleans it up, and it's 10-4 for Sentinels. Version 1 are struggling so hard to get any level of foothold in this game. Obviously, now they're gonna have their
22-5.
rifles. They can start to have a say here. But to me, it's their attack side that normally looks good. Trying to come back from a 6-round deficit at round 15 is an incredibly tall task for version 1. And honestly, you said it earlier, Brent, these are the two teams that made it to Reykjavik last time, and now they're battling for elimination in the first round of the NA playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
What's strange about that is it's almost more unexpected to have version 1 in this position. They had a clean sweep in the group stages. They looked amazing. This would be such a turnaround.
Wow.
And this is what was going wrong for them against LG as well. The Jet battle, the star player battle. Penny is not winning it today. TenZ has come out in awesome fashion.
Flash through to clear it as well. Showcasing the discipline. They're not really going to be leaving any openings for V1. Try and capitalize off. Oh, get out of the drone.
What? TenZ, hello?
Oh, a bit of damage to that aftershock.
Fucking chilling in the aftershock, man.
That's not the way that works.
Bit confused, I think. And again, another slow attack round here for Sentinels. We're a minute in. Smoke goes up onto
I mean, wait,
there.
it's their bonus, right? Yeah.
It really feels
they
like
should play it slow. Yeah.
They're
playing it perfectly.
Setup is.
Playing it slow, looking where people are, playing after context.
It looks like they are hitting the weak area of the map.
That's insane.
Xander's going to jiggle this. Didn't see anything the first time. Does the second. Smoke down for him to play inside. Paranoia stops a bit of the push.
Yeah, and the utility dump.
Oh, God,
back to this site here. Still, Xander is alive. Ready and waiting. Rifle in hand. Whippy gets it as well. Dangerous scenario for them, but luckily TenZ finds that timing. Can anyone shut that one down? Yes, Xander gets the one, but initially traded out still. He is on fire.
Yeah, man, TenZ. Like, dude.
For him.
Dude, how much is he now? 26-5?
He's making the desk analyst job
26 kills, 5 deaths.
Around this guy.
He's at 26 kills. It really is ridiculous. He got the opening kill as well. Got a lurk off and then finished up the round. He's doing everything. But he's much better set up than he has been in the past. That is the difference. And it's giving him more confidence to take good duels as well. The nanoswarm usage from Dapper there was fantastic. It stopped Xander playing inside his smoke. That's the position that Xander wants to be playing in. And TenZ is just looking like a monster.
Oh, interesting knife.
TenZ.
Oh, okay.
Came through, but jiggle in the end. Quick little.
Okay, 3-3. They're saving though, so and they're like hits. Penny said.
And now minute 25 down. You see that drone being used to re-clear mid from Sentinels.
Both of them don't have healing.
Tool that they're using just to get a bit of information.
But for that, more info, way more
way
info.
Out towards A. They know, obviously.
With KO, Killjoy, Sober, that's insanely much info
they can hear the utility, but
to get from everyone.
Concerned a little bit where Xander might be positioned.
Yeah. I mean, the money is not good for V1 either. I mean, you look at the weaponry they've got at the end of the day.
They need this round.
They need this round.
They need it. They smoke up the turret, but I think this is all just a fake.
It is a fake. It's trying to essentially say, hey, we're lurking into garage, and Penny very low in terms of HP, but the Guardian shot finds his mark. Now Sentinels, what are they going to do for this one? They need to try and clear these angles out and play this well. Discipline needs to be shown with 30 seconds remaining. Plant's going to get given to them, so V1 don't want to be trying to take this fast.
They just have no idea where version 1 are coming from.
This is so dangerous. Right round the side, Penny. Coming through on the Paranoia into the back of the gong. That is...
They played them well.
V1 honestly coming up with some huge saves. An individual Penny, to be honest. And this Jet head-to-head so far on this map, he has been getting shut down by TenZ a lot of the time, and you see as soon as it ends up being...
That was so perfect time. That timing was perfect. Yeah, that timing was perfect as well, and he got flashed.
The crucial element there.
Nothing they could have done there. Nothing.
TenZ only go 1 for 1 at the beginning.
No, they need to save, yeah.
I know, it's crazy. The other part to this too, the last time they played, he went 1-10 in first kills to first deaths. Yeah. He got 1 first kill in the whole series and died first 10 times. Yeah. This is such a different Sentinels you're seeing in this match today.
Still. Got to stress V1, they're never out of it. You've got the guns and the weaponry, it's the
shit.
Kind of half buy right now for Sentinels, where they're just trying to buy for next. Sentinels pushes all the way up, little pop flash around the corner. Is there anybody who can follow up on all of this one? The utility is very good here. Could go back on the corner. It's a whip from TenZ though.
Oh shit.
There. That was a shot through the smoke that Shaz just collected onto Penny. Right into the cranium. They get the 2 for 2.
If he's here and he hears nothing.
Okay,
he's going to be communicating that to the rest of his team. They might have cancelled. They might be contacting in. Calls for the help from Xander anyway, because that's the last place the Sentinels were seen. But this is now going to put enormous pressure upon Whippy, because it looks like they're heading firmly in his direction.
Uh-huh.
All of these rounds are must-win rounds for version 1 if they want to collect Haven.
Sense is back on high sense, is he?
4-9?
4-9?
In a lobby, it did donate the weaponry over to Sentinels now. This was the half buy for them. Shatter's got a rifle in his hand, and now you can see they're setting up for the utility. Out into the back of the site, the knife as well. It's all up to Whippy.
Oh, that was so lucky.
Down as he exits. He does get the one. Lockdown now. Drops that one for them. The spike dropped. There's 27 seconds left, and Sentinels, they're going for a quick wraparound, a pivot. If they go into A, they're going to get cancelled with the Rolling Thunder.
They can't make it to A. So this is either going to be a back through garage or a B hit straight into the nanoswarms. Either way, Sentinels are not winning this one.
It's so unlikely for them, doesn't it? Running all the way through, they're going to be off to the side of B. Is there any sort of coverage for them? With Sander getting that pick onto Dapper, there's no one able to watch that connector as the plant was coming down. So V1, another critical round for them to try and
played
win.
that well again.
That
That's what I say, like, V1 can play very well.
In the group stage,
like,
maybe just rearing its head here.
Extremely smart play from Whippy, taking the wall bang angle, moving around, using his lockdown. But that is a big ultimate to have been forced out against a half-buy round. And all of that A lobby control, it looked really good, and the knife actually cancelled Ten's knives right at the opening. His ultimate was taken offline, but they just couldn't get the punish cleanly enough. It looks like they're going to set up for something similar again. The knife, the fault line, Penny peeking with the op.
He's got the op in his hand. The knife spots him, but no one's really watching the angle. Slow walk forwards. Zombs TPs. He's using his ult there from the shadows just to see if he can catch the timing, but cleared out, and Sentinels now. 3 players left alive. Can Dapper create some magic by trying to lurk in the mid here? But V1, very strong understanding of which way they could be coming through here.
This is another really tough round for Sentinels to win. 3v5. They haven't tested any of Whippy's utility over towards the C site. See whether the nanoswarms get popped. They do. That's going to stop any garage. C, but sick. What an incredible shot. On the jump up as well.
Yep, the lockdown gets committed here as well. It's from Dapper to try and secure the area for his team. Xander is going to be able to avoid it, but Sentinel's going to have the presence of mind to clear this back plat area. The trade is there at least, but Xander getting the one pick.
Still possible.
Made it just more winnable for V1. They now have 3 players.
Okay, now push
them away. The turret, well, straight over the straight over the wall. Aftershock to try and push them into these favorable.
Yeah, no way.
As well. You're starting to see it, Josh.
Holy shit! Yeah, they're playing it so well, or no?
Such a potent team. The combination of utility there was excellent.
Yeah, that was supremely good from version 1. The question is whether it's too little, too late. They've knocked Sentinels down to another rough buy, and this is the rare Sentinels timeout. Okay, we're seeing it. It's certainly the momentum has slowed. What was the score here? 11-4, I think. The last 3 rounds in a row have gone to version 1. Yeah, there you are. Off the back of Sentinels doing, having a great start to their half. Brent, the opening to that prior round, round 18, was a weird one. You had that same A lobby control setup for version 1, and I think what was occurring there, I think Zoms used his Omen ultimate to try and catch Effie's as he's fault lining A every time. I think that was a specific, you know, kind of an anti-strat. Yeah, where Zoms just thinks, okay, if this guy's going to be stunning every single round, I can just teleport behind him with my ult and nothing personnel kid him.
Yeah.
But but Effie's was aware of it. And I think it certainly seems like Sentinels are more willing to try those weird strategies out.
And now the money doesn't look too good for Sentinels once more. So that timeout probably.
I mean, they had like perfect abilities for like the plays as well.
Pretty generic round here from
like the breach ult for the retake on C, the killjoy ults
it's a different
for
setup as well,
like pushing them away.
They're going to start with the breach over towards C.
Penny up top, this operator.
Oh, and the paranoia really early on used towards A lobby. So they are taking some serious control. Xander making sure nobody is in that area.
Yeah, okay.
Just the right contact play. See the turret? Spotted it once more. It's in the exact same situation. Position that it's usually been into. They got to know as well. There's probably going to be those nano swarms that are sitting over. Yeah, alarm bot. They kill a couple of them. There is the stun as well, just to try and push them away. Trigger being, of course, that alarm bot. But now we see potentially a little bit of a pop out. Sentinels are showing a bit of hesitation. And you can see the counter utility that's getting used by V1. They're sending it all through. The flash is on top of it. The ult into the back of the side. But still, despite the gun disadvantage, Xander What are you doing, son? This is supposed to be Sentinels really just pulling a miracle out of the bag. Fully blind up, still Shaz. Does get Celsius, he's in the back of
nice,
it, but
okay.
luckily it's there. Quick little move.
Holy shit, yeah, that was well played.
Alternate the players. I almost felt like Xander was going to be pulling out something ridiculous once more.
But despite Xander's attempt at something miraculous, that was a ridiculous round from Sentinels.
Yep.
Tens hits a crazy sheriff shot. Dapper sprays somebody down with a frenzy. It looked like everything was there. They had Xander TPing to help the backside. They have Effie's controlling it. What is that?
It's unbelievable.
Effie's is throwing out flashes constantly. Penny supporting with his operator. And none of it was enough. That's a really nice defensive setup from version 1. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But Sentinel's hitting some crazy shots to pressure the people holding backside. And suddenly, they're at map point.
Oh, well, it's not over yet.
So critical.
I hope, like, I'm full Sen. Like, I like Sentinels.
KO, but it looks like they're trying to fake over
Just
towards
like
A. The Hunt's Fury just
V1 can play
see
really
if they
well
can get
as
any
well.
sort of value out of it and sell the fake. The players are moving over, but it
Penny's
doesn't look like
aware.
Penny is convinced. Right on the corner, but he whiffs.
That was
The
lucky.
shot goes wide. Still, he finds one as Dapper was trying to find the timing into short. Flash over the top. Penny's still in short. They need to clear this player out. He gets the tag onto Shaz. He needs
Oh, shit.
It's Max. How is he
Oh,
going
shit.
here? He dashes forwards in the end, eventually going down, but not before he gets the 3.
What a god play by Penny. This really should have been the map sealed up for Sentinels, and perhaps it still will be.
God.
But that is
Oh,
an incredible moment of individualism.
They're all
Here comes the paranoia, the fault line, version 1. They don't even want the spike to go down.
Needs to be something huge. One player down for Sen. Tens.
They're all grouped up.
So grouped up right now. How is he taking that jiggle around the corner? The flash. Sick just about gets it, and now this could be it. A quick little turnaround, Whippy. It's a 1v2.
Yeah.
And Ten's in the perfect position
Well
for it. 3
played.
kills for him. And he locks up the map for them. What a turnaround, Josh. I mean, what a turnaround.
That is nasty. That is nasty. Comparing that to their group stage game, that was a different Sentinels. That felt like old Sentinels again. You could see the prep that they'd done, the set plays, setting up Tens for success. Because one of the big failures, Brent, last time I felt, was that when things got tough, Tens was trying to take on too much responsibility on his own. He was taking riskier and riskier peaks, trying to solo carry. And instead, they're like, no, don't worry, dude. We got you.
Supporting him.
Exactly.
Exactly. That kind of chemistry that we know that Sentinels are capable
Our
of.
Pacific didn't even
quite nicely as we head into map
predict.
number 2, which is going to be Ascent. And again, V1 are going to be feeling the sweat. Last time they ended up coming out on top, but we'll find out if it's a different outcome. We're going to go to a short break now. And our analyst desk
Are you
break
still
it
there?
down and set it all up for the continuation of the series.
What's wrong?
It's alright.
Huh?
Alright.
Huh? What's wrong? What happened?
Nothing.
Okay, you sound sad as fuck.
I'm laying down
Ah, okay.
on a chair and chilling.
Ah, okay.
Sorry if I sound wrong.
Me down, but them numbers finna run up, bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Yeah,
Okay.
down, but them numbers finna run up, bet I win.
100%.
Bet I win.
See if they're gonna win the second one as well.
Yeah, I need my respect. I need every zero with Greeks who on my check. Ooh, nah, please don't tell me that. Please don't turn me in the dark night right off the bat. Hey, 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 hey. Young Bruce Wayne and Balmain. Why you so impressed? Designer, not my calling. You got all them zeros, but you still don't feel you balling. I look in the mirror, I see winner, I'm not falling. Looking for me, you know I'm mad, you know I'm slag. I go to the max, look at my wall, trophies and flags. You want a nab, making me laugh. Ooh, I could get that all to you. And still won't make you feel like you ain't about to lose. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm on the come up. Y'all saw me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win.
chat not moving again? Is it the background? Oh my god. Okay. What's map 2 now?
I didn't see at the beginning maps. We didn't see.
Ascent, I think.
Oh, cool.
It's already, it's in the match as well, like in the top left. Like current, the next one. Okay, let's go. Let's see. I think it was Ascent. I'm pretty sure it's Ascent.
Xander with an ace. He does get the second one right there for the Red Bull punch.
Version 1 and Sentinels is still the two of the best, like,
and they gosh darn did it. Sentinels
logos.
Game 1 on Haven, and they looked spectacular doing it. Mimi brought up stats. She had this whole thing, you know, like this. She had a whole parchment lined up of all the reasons why Sentinels wouldn't win Game 1, and then Sentinels came out. There's the parchment, and they whacked her around V1. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. And Mimi, let's start with you, man, because you were the one calling it, and you had good reason to,
yeah.
you. So it's just, if anything, it's surprising and exciting that Sentinels walk away with Game 1.
Yeah, if anything, I'm excited by this, because this is the Sentinels that, like, we've loved for so long in NA. This team has been so enjoyable to watch, and it feels like they went missing thus far in Challengers. And here it is. They come back. They go into one of V1's strongest maps, and they look so good. An incredibly stalwart defense, despite my kind of underestimation of what this Killjoy pick would be able to do. I thought we had
3.7 KDA.
Tens had a 3.7 KD. And is such a slow starter consistently, and here he wasn't.
Holy
he was
shit,
so good throughout
holy
this
shit.
game. And honestly, like it feels like a
31
revitalization
kills,
for this team.
430 combo rating. What?
Such a good change too, I think, for Sentinels to see, like, Tens obviously had a fantastic map, but it wasn't just Tens doing things. At the start, we finally saw like 6 KO and Zom's Omen, like both using, you know, flash to set him up and put Tens in positions. Like, you can see this right here. Omen blind comes through the same time the KO flash comes out, that enables Tens to drop on down here. So V1 are not expecting him to be on the floor at all. They try and get out. They're a little bit, you know, afraid of the situation. Tens gets the kill. Beautiful. You see it a few rounds later too here in A main. Tens has the knife, so he swings around through the same time the flash comes out of that jet smoke. I mean, what a play right there. That's exactly what we've been waiting to see out of Sentinels for so long. It enabled Tens to get those early kills, and then Mimi, he took over the entire map.
Yeah, he took over completely. And I think that I mean, even when it's been me and you on the desk specifically, Ender, we've been very critical about this team's utility usage, and especially about the way they've implemented KO. They've been playing on a good few of their maps, and I think that early on it was rather underwhelming. Things got fixed this game. Tens was set up in such a good position from not only that KO utility, from Zoms on the Omen as well. We saw a couple good Paranoia dash plays, and then it was just the individual performance. It was just Tens on an absolute heater. Over 400 ACS across the map. That is incredible that he manages to pull that off. This is the Tens of VR. This is the Tens that we have wanted to see. This team is finally back, and they finally won a first map. 6 in a row that they've lost, and for the first time ever, they woke up, they were ready to play, and I'm super happy about it. This is a big victory for them.
Yeah, massive. And I think, you know, if you're a Sentinels fan, you're very excited about how they
Ender gonna say something as well.
Not done yet. In fact,
he's just sitting there saying nothing.
Because Ender, you know, we're going into Game 2. It's Ascent. Last time these two teams played here, it was handedly V1's map. So one has to wonder what the concern could possibly be here and what the change-ups would possibly be for Sentinels to try and avert what happened last time.
I mean, honestly, I'm not expecting to see anything change for the Sentinels. They didn't change anything on the last map. They just worked on the actual play within the server. And that's actually why before we jump over to Ascent, I would like to look at one round from V1 to show like their comp, how it was meant to work on Haven, and they executed it super well. It was looking at the pistol round win for them right at the start of the game, right? And you're gonna see a situation where Sentinels never get to use their eyeballs, immediately using a breach contest to get into garage, to come flying here. There's a 3 stack from Sentinels, but no one can see. Look, orange halo around the face. Tens is like, surely I get to see for half a second maybe before he dies too. So like this went to show you how good V1 could be when using the utility. But I think as the attacking half went on for V1, we saw them not invest utility super early in rounds, and that ended up being a problem for them. They were saving all their utility in most rounds for the actual site hit itself. So that's where Tens was able to become completely online. They were dry peeking into A lobby a lot. Tens gets a bunch of kills there. Whenever they went C, Dapper was good for 2-3 kills at times on those anchors. And it's those two players on defense that Sentinels need to be able to unlock again here on Ascent. We've seen Dapper be on fire on Ascent previously, being that anchor for the team, and it needs to be V1 to shut down Tens' op, because if you dry peek them early in rounds, you will fall apart, and that's what has to change for V1 on Ascent.
But I want to be a little bit of a voice of reason here, because V1 have already proven throughout the group stages and throughout the early stages of these playoffs that they are a team that is very good at adapting in the middle of series and in the middle of games. They have a great IGL in Xander and a fantastic coach in Way of Imi, who are constantly changing things up in the mid-round. And I think that the changes that need to be made are relatively minor. Some bigger investment in utility early on, that's great, but I think that this next map coming up, first of all, it is a strong suit for them. Ascent is one of their strongest maps, and also the composition they play here is one that really enables Penny. The casters were talking about this a little bit, but Penny was getting dipped. In the latter end of that game, I think V1 was actually picking things up. Their utility usage was looking back what it used to be. Sentinels, though, it's Sentinels. They pulled off that crazy eco round, spun things back in towards their favor. But I think that if we get going in a similar way for the side of version 1, if we're seeing Penny enabled off of that KO, if we're seeing Xander continue to find a similar performance on towards that Astra, that's where things start to look really good for them. And to be honest, in previous showings on Ascent for Sentinels, it's never been a strong map for them. It's never been one that they've played a whole ton of, and I think this was the map where their kind of troubles in utility usage were showing the worst, right? It was a lot of overlap between the KO and the Sova utility. And my question is, if they stick to the same comp, have they put in the same level of prep that they did on Haven? You never know. I mean, there's just a certain factor about him that we were missing for so long, but if he has another one of those performances, does it even matter if V1 make those massive changes? I don't know. I think this one is certain to be closer than last time these two teams faced.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wanted to know what's going on with the agents. Well, go ahead and find out what we're going to be selecting here, because the last time these two teams played, you know, they were obviously, this was not the map that they would have wanted. Sentinels ended up losing 13-4, and the lock-in comes through. And they actually they do change it up. So they put Zoms on the Astra rather than the Omen.
Yeah, in a sense, they changed it up. They did play Omen last time, but the Astra pick, obviously one that Zoms have been playing.
Mirror matches are so weird.
So I actually really like this for Sentinels, mainly in terms of being able to lock down A and B main a little bit more. The Astra suck, being able to put that on either side, gives you a little bit more versatility, whereas the Omen, obviously the paranoia to go down to counter out any entry into the site is really powerful, but your Omen has to be in the right spot. With the Astra,
I called it Sen will win. Yeah.
Yeah, and version 1, we know them to be one of the best attacking-sided teams in North America.
Did you hear what I said? No, right?
One. I think in the previous facing between these two spots, when it was that attacking side for V1, the lack of gravity wells and Nova pulses to slow, and kind of some of the issues with the Omen and not having that same power to be able to shut down a fast push, especially when it's a flash-heavier comp with this KO for version 1, hurt them. So I think this is a good adaptation. Zom has always been good at the Astra, and I'm hoping that he will be able to slow down version 1, if even a little bit.
I mean, right now.
Yeah, it's an adaptation to the familiar as they decide to just put the Roman away for right now and focus their efforts here on the Astra. Well,
I don't have many points left anymore because I keep losing.
Let's go ahead and see,
but
though,
that's
if
your
version 1
chance.
can force a decider. Mimi, you're the worst. Let's send it over to your casters. You got Brendan side.
I didn't lose yet, so
thank you very much, guys.
Maybe
yeah, and if you're a
I'm
Sentinels
giving
fan,
you
you're
a
probably
chance.
ecstatic right
Let's
now,
go.
You know, you've probably spilt over your milk, your homework's not getting done.
Yep.
And you know, you're thinking the world's your oyster, but the job is not finished just yet for Sentinels. In fact, V1, no strangers to being on the back foot in these initial maps.
I love both logos of them.
This is
the best logos out of
This is similar to how that game went against Optic.
But I like V1 more
losing that first
because
map and
of,
rebounding
you
with
know,
force.
like there's V and 1.
The difference this time is that version 1 are in comfort territory on map 2. This
Yeah, that
is a
logo
map
is really
where
good.
They dominated Sentinels in that group stage matchup. But for Sentinels, it doesn't really have to be a big comp shift. We saw, I would argue, a bit of like a mentality shift, a prep shift, and that was the difference maker on Haven. Here we've got Tens playing really aggressive towards the main, looking for a cheeky peek. He knows that Whippy normally plays a bit of a passive role on these pistol rounds. And there is a
maybe
heavy
not.
defense set up over towards A. If there was any kind of A split going on, they're running into all of the Astra and Killjoy utility.
Yeah, whatever read they've got, I think maybe the Tens early push into.
Oh, if he gets that kill here.
Seems like V1 have cut the noise down now. A minute left here. Still, players not really set up too much in the positioning. They're trying to fake that it's an A to get them the early B. Look at that, the utility, the knife, the Astra smokes. It's all being set up, but Tens.
Oh, if you wouldn't have had a fucking shield.
You are now looking to try and get themselves into the side, and Sick played as patiently, wait for the rest of his team.
Fantastic post-plan positions, though, already. From Xander here, from Zelsis. They've got themselves in great positions to backstab.
Yeah.
Xander gives up that B main position because it's doubling up.
It's close area right here.
God, so many lines.
This retake as well. Is right about to really kick off and start exploding. Lays down the turret. Preliminary.
Nice.
Oi,
backstab. Oh, the perfect timing.
Beautiful from Zelsis.
They were checking that for
Swings come
eternity.
through, and V1, you can feel why this is their comfort zone.
Yeah, when these two teams played last time, actually, Zelsis was going for a lot of post-plant flanks on B. He was even wrapping all the way from tiles through mid in some of these rounds. So that's definitely something the Sentinels need to be aware of. When it comes to retakes, version 1 are way snappier. Even on map 1, where not all of them were working, version 1 was going in with a lot of tempo, going in fast, using all of their utility, trying to sometimes deny Sentinels even getting the spike down. Sentinels are a bit more plodding when it comes to the retake setups, hoping to get value out of site anchoring instead.
It's an early orb going to be taken. V1 taking
Protocol skins are so cool.
Again, they're up against the Eco here. Sentinel's going for a quick little play. Okay.
Dude.
Flash the support.
Yeah. You really didn't want to die.
Yeah, and fucking Penny yoinked out of there.
Too, but he still escapes
He yeeted himself out of there.
Scared version 1 a little bit. They know that the rotates would have happened, and Tens and Chaz have indeed rotated. Tens has got a ton of information in mid.
All the way pushed into mid, so they know that this is going to come through. Quick little free fire around the corner, Penny. No way to Shaz get that. I mean, he's literally spamming through the smoke as far as I'm aware, and let's get the 2 Tens with the timing. Could have been something. Yeah.
Was almost
slightly more aware.
Yeah, that could have been close. It's a nice try. But version 1, they take the pistol. Follow-up is relatively clean. Taking a look at the replay here of how Shaz was getting these kills. He's literally just spamming and classic right clicks.
If he wouldn't have gotten revealed, he would have gotten third kill as well, probably. Or would have at least not died.
Seeing if he can take a few with him. There are a ton of rifles on either side for round 3. Version 1 are not taking a bonus here. This is they're not going to have a good buy in round 4 if this one goes bad. They're putting all of their eggs into this basket.
Early take from Tens. Dropped out to try and maybe set one of them up.
Lineups everywhere.
See him just peeking. Wants to try and get a bit of information. That turret.
Tens.
Brave to re-peek that in case there was another player holding.
Flicking the turret like it's his life.
He's got confidence.
And Whippy's not scared of an operator.
Oh.
Just destroys Tens.
Wow.
These opening engagements are so crucial for Sentinels. They're normally very rough at them. But on Haven, they were fantastic. These opening duels, they went +6 compared to the previous time when they played. They were -8 in those first duels. So losing Tens early here, can't overstate how much that hurts them.
And what an adjustment from V1 here. Start to explode out into the side. Shaz gets the one. Still to the back of the side. Sick wants to try and anchor it. He finds it. If he can stay alive, it buys his team a little bit of time. He actually peeks just before the flash goes off.
Oh shit!
With nades,
in between 2 of the chaos.
When they're already deep into the side, and Whippy well looking for the ace to try and close up this one. Dapper off to the side. Just in the boathouse, and
this is an intensely tough clutch to be able to get.
Just a bit of a jiggle, but
Whippy with the ace.
That's the ace from Whippy. He starts it with the opening kill onto Tens, gets a trade kill as well as they're pushing their way into B. Gets the punish on Sick while he's dodging disco lights in the back of the site. This is just a beautiful trade.
Yes, that was just Sick was just trapped.
Compared to Haven. Yeah, the pace was so fast on Haven, and now it's slow and steady. You can feel this just gradual pressure that builds up on Sentinels as they're forced to either peek for information, use a bit of utility.
The site hits are always going to be explosive from version 1. But yeah, what they do in the early and the mid round, they have a lot of different tempos that they can throw at you. And it certainly has been very cautious. I think they're expecting some level of set plays from Sentinels. It was actually something that was catching them off guard a little bit, even though they won against Luminosity. LG had a ton of set plays that they were running on the defense. So far, Sentinels not with too many.
Yeah, obviously Sentinels being on the worst buy, V1 anticipate that aggressive play, maybe to turn around.
I do just want to harp on that first kill statistic a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
Sentinels are the worst team in the playoffs at being able to get those first kills. And yet, in map 1 of this series, they were amazing at it. So what was different? It's all about that utility usage in the early round. It's what the desk was talking about too. But I'm wondering whether we're going to see it here on Ascent. It's a little more predictable. Here we go with the side hit, though. Teddy goes 1 for 1. The rest of the team coming through, dodging Flash and Recon.
Straight into the nano swarms. Could get dangerous for B1, especially if Tens is hitting these shots still with the rifles in hand. A big advantage. B1. The clean up as the players on Heaven.
Who's gonna get one more?
Oh, incredible! That is nerdy.
That is
nerdy. Rifle up
nerdy.
there as well if he chooses to pick it up, and there he is. Walks over it. It's just a Spectre. My mistake. Still, he won. I mean, an expensive round for them.
Yeah, relatively dangerous actually with the shots that Tens was hitting, and then how weak everybody was when Shaz is firing off shock darts. But all in all, it's been a quiet start for Sentinels.
Never mind.
That's kind of what you expect here. They did get pasted the last time they played against version 1.
Yeah.
I think it's clearly version 1's best map, and Sentinels can't really deny them access to it because they're scared of Icebox getting picked. They're often scared about Split getting picked as well, yeah. So this is version 1's opportunity to clap back.
We know they're capable of it.
Oh yeah, they've looked like a menace on this map
Oh,
before.
oh no!
Tens upping in mid though. Can he get any favorable opportunities? No one playing with him. No one there to break a drone, break a recon dart. He has to give that up.
Very isolated in comparison to before. Sick really just being left alone to try and hold this one down with the K-wall popped. Well, he's pressed up. That's no ability. Uses the nade to deny this push coming through. Wants to play inside the smoke, but V1 discipline once more. Still Tens. I mean, confidence still in play for him to take that kind of peek. The Hunter's Fury cutting across the site here. Sentinels do not want to give this one up. They want to make it dangerous and awkward for them. Let's see V1 committing that lockdown. They know there's not going to be an ult on the other side to try and deny it.
And it's a fantastic lockdown. That was looking dangerous for a moment there. I mean, Sentinels are still 5-4 up in this situation, but they're taking Heaven control off the back of it too.
So smart. And the nade. It's all perfectly timed. The time they had whittled down now. Zelsis pop flashed himself into tree, and while all this was going on, Effie's is there, holding it down on the angle.
Yeah.
The swings being managed.
Everything that's so
It's a beautiful post plant, and it's one of the most aggressive Ascent A post plants you'll ever see too.
I mean,
that is a fantastic curveball for version 1 to throw in there. I don't think, Bren, that they do that in a 5v5 scenario, but because they're down a player, they don't want to give Sentinels the time. And even if they lose a lot of those duels, which they're not likely to because they're backing each other up really well and throwing good utility, but even if they do lose, you hit the nail on the head. They're taking time away. Sentinels have to clear all of these areas that are normally just given to the retakers for free. But if you do this with 1 player or 2, you're just giving away kills. You're making it so much easier. But when you do it with your whole team, well, now that's a strategy.
That's the difference. One gets you criticized for feeding, the other ends up working. And again, another light money situation for for Sentinels.
Definitely
only for Tens.
The knife didn't see too much in tiles, so it gave Tens the confidence to push down mid. But once he got spotted from top mid, he has to back out. I like the idea, though, honestly, of setting them up for an early round engagement like that with the knives.
Yeah.
One of the big problems, though, for Sentinels, I think, is that they like to go aggressive in mid on defense. But version 1 don't actually take mid control at the beginning of the rounds very often. Version 1...
What is that? No one breaks the dart. Tens just updrafts into it to try and peek, I suppose. Catching a timing, I suppose.
Yeah,
they would assume that it's open if nobody breaks the dart.
But I think Sentinels need to start getting aggressive on the extremities. That's the area that version 1 are normally playing in. But it's tough because you have to push so deep against this disciplined default that version 1 are running for the first 50, you know, maybe 40 seconds of the round.
Well, that was knife use close there. I don't know if that was intentional or missed, but Delta's not having it accessible for the side. It means there's a couple of players from Sentinels anchoring it. Now the pop through. What? A dart. It lights them all up as they're pushing across it. And this eco is looking
nice. What the fuck?
The knives in hand, the thrifty for Sentinels. Exactly what they ordered to try and get the momentum back in this series, because otherwise V1 were running away with it.
That's a pop-off round from Shaz and Tens. That is a perfectly timed dart that nobody really breaks. And it gives Tens
missed his knife.
Yeah, it gives Tens the information that he can push out through CT because he just sees 4 people lane. Yeah. So there's nobody holding him. Or at worst, it's a 1v1. Imagine if Zelsis had got the knife onto Tens, what a difference maker that would be.
Either Tens or normally they're aiming to tag the KJ player, the anchor, anything to get rid of the utility.
There's a slight slip-up for version 1. But, okay, this round it does look like they're exploring towards mid a little earlier. Tens and Sick not there, though. And nobody following the drone at all.
It's a drone for drone, actually. Shaz used his very early. I don't know if he spotted Whippy, who has worked his way into this corner.
There's a nice little ping-pong play from version 1 as one of them backs off because of the drone tag. The other one takes that space further forwards. Makes it hard for Shazam to realize how much of B main has been taken away, but that B main control is purely a feint. This looks like an A split.
Zoms might be in trouble here. He doesn't have any stars set up to try and hold down his cat area. And it does look like the A split.
Oh, nice.
Okay, the confidence to take that swing. I mean, he wins it out. And Tens, perfectly timed with that one. Goes through his own smoke, just right round the corner. Been doing a bit of damage though in the meantime. He lurked his way into B and he's started to even it up just a tad. Still a player disadvantage for V1, but he has to be re-cleared. Toms, what a flick! Holy Whippy, how does he find that shot?
Such talented players on both sides though, and Whippy now has it all to do. This would be an ace from Whippy.
There's no way he can do this, man. I mean, look at the crossfire the Sentinels have set up. Whippy, he's only got the alarm bot. He's jiggle peeking to try and catch the corners. Surely Sentinels winning, and I mean the spacing and
and Whippy's just assuming. Whippy's assuming that they're playing catwalk in that position as well, but it's a nice try. I think overall, what you can say about that round though is that Sentinels feel like they're starting to get the read on V1's play. The swing timing is beautiful from Zoms. As soon as the first piece of utility comes out, Zoms reads that it's a cat push, knows that they're going to be pushed as well. Swing, tap, back off.
It's the Asher star, right? That told him. He was literally playing on top of it.
Yeah. It's really nice, and it's the kind of thing that Sentinels are going to have to adapt to quick if they want to get their feet back underneath them.
This one up, okay.
There's one of the Vandals as well.
I haven't seen one of those in a while. Just the spam kill through the wall?
Yeah. There's a lot of different counterplays that can be used to make that a dangerous play to go for, but you can certainly mix them in.
Looks like V1 still want to try and make this hit even though they're losing a player. It tags up so many players here. It gets beautiful information that they're still just loitering around this area. Shocked hard as well.
No, I just
and in the meantime,
didn't like water, so I got C.
He's pushed out with his operator all the way up to pinch them.
Oh my god.
He's just playing to contain while Shazam.
What am I watching?
Sprays them all through a wall.
Yeah, he sprayed
so an opening, and they want to capitalize.
Through the wall.
They dash straight in. And Dapper there holding the crossfire, set themselves up beautifully. Is there going to be a swing coming out from the stairs? Yes. Sick. Shuts it down.
Nice.
Yeah, you're gonna see the replay.
Starting to rebuild that momentum, making sure V1 can't get too comfortable on its attack side.
I wonder if there's going to be a timeout at some point here for V1. This was only a light buy round, But I would expect them to go into
That
some
looks like
timeout.
so much like wall hacks.
And so as they
You
come
just
in,
perfectly sprayed on him.
So as they come into this next rifle round, round 9, they're going to be trying to assess the situation. Put a bit of an icing onto Sentinel's momentum so far. First 5 rounds of the half went version 1's way, and honestly, there wasn't that much resistance from the other side. But now Tens have started to heat up a little bit. They feel like they've got the read on the timing of some of these sight hits as well. And it's not really Sentinels going for that early round aggression that I thought would end up working well. I think it's more to do with them anticipating the sight hits coming through, rotating people very fast, and using the information that they get to kind of push other people out on the other side of the map. You see that on a round like we just watched, even if version 1 cancelled the hit, they'd be walking back into Tens' operator that's posted deep on catwalk. Sentinels, and especially Tens, they're taking liberties on pushing out different areas of the map that version 1 aren't playing.
Technical pause?
Okay, a little timeout into the tech pause here. So, taking away
the
momentum once more from Sentinels.
Yeah. Yeah, the tech pause, though, nothing you can do about that, is it?
Of course. Don't, yeah.
And Bren,
Technical pause could be anything, right? PC crash.
Okay, both of these teams in a first round elimination situation.
Something stops working.
Version 1, they went undefeated in the group. So how did they even end up in this position? And to me, when I was watching version 1 playing against LG, I feel like some of it came down to a bit of
I need to make like a plan. When I go offline, I'm gonna make the graphic for the chest.
Very confident on Ascent.
For next time I'm watching VCT.
Ends up going to a map 3, which it would if they win here.
I'm gonna clean my room.
Found it very difficult to play when Penny
like
was
one
getting
episode or
outpaced by
something
his
and go to
opponent.
bed. So
And I
I'm
think
gonna be
B-Dog
like
did an
sleeping at
amazing
3.
job for
Wake up
LG,
at
and
10.
Very similar in map 1.
Tens is doing an amazing job here
And
for
go
Sentinels. too.
hopefully live
It feels
at
like
11.
version 1 are amazing at setting up their jet player for success. But if Penny can't find that,
You have uni
if
tomorrow?
they're getting shut down, if the utility's getting dodged,
point
and Penny gets isolated
That's
on the
the
site
only thing
hits,
that I have.
then suddenly
How
you're
late?
It's not
opening
gonna
this
take more than
gap
1
in the
hour.
armor.
I have it on
And version 1 become
12:50.
mortal again. They
Wait, I
become
forgot.
susceptible.
I need to check.
I think the team play also looked a little sloppy
Oh,
in that upper round game, but it's actually looked fairly decent
Yeah,
today, despite the fact
12:50,
that
so I
Sentinels is
need
up
to
on that.
wake up.
If anything, it's, Sentinels are the ones who have really stepped up.
11:30 at least.
Yeah.
But he was wondering if they were going to be capable of it. Were they going to fade out? Was it just going to be an era of Sentinels that we would discuss later down the line?
If you wake up at
This
10,
team
can
that
you
was
wake
so
me up
good
as
early
well?
on before people figured out the game.
Because I can't relate
You don't want
to
to be known
it.
as that.
No,
you don't
of
want to be known
course.
as that.
But it's so much more difficult
It's
to stay at the
something
top
where
than
you
it is to get at the
can't
top. And
relate.
that's something that I've always praised Sentinels for, because
And
they've
10, waking
been
up at
able
10
to
is
stay
alright.
up here for a long time. But here we go, round 9.
So
This
it's
is the
gonna
one
be
that
12
version
for
1 took
me,
their
so
tactical
I
time out to try and
somehow,
make
if
some
I don't
adjustments
wake
for.
up
So
on
what's
time,
happening here?
somehow can
Tens is pushing out
be
all
there
the
on
way up
time.
B main, just based off the spam
But
from
if
Shaz as he
later I'm
uses his
gonna
drone
fuck up.
in a different direction.
No.
Whippy got the better end of Tens last time he did this.
Oh, this angle.
Oh, that was.
Okay.
Oh,
And
nice.
Tens finds the shot anyway, man.
If he would have
Whippy's
peeked a
first
second
jiggle
late,
peek
he
was
would
not
have gotten
deep
him
enough to see anything.
easily.
So his second jiggle peek, it ended up being too deep.
Yeah, and we see a bit of that aggressive
Oh.
external control that you were talking about, Josh.
Yeah, then if they
Back
play
of
like
that
this, they're
orb
gonna
trying to
win.
be taken. There's a pull.
Perfect util
Players
uses,
set up wide
perfectly,
early.
perfect team play.
Swing comes through now. 2v4.
As well on B, like where's my mouse?
Still look like they want to try and take this hit.
I can't fucking talk. Shazam wallbangs the
They were
turret
rounds on the board, and it is not
from
gonna
there,
work.
so
Again,
Tens can
Sick has
peek
an
through
amazing
main
timing on when the sighting comes through.
without
Based
getting
on the-
picked
again,
from
I think
the
it's the Astro
turret.
utility that
So
they're reading into.
Yeah.
When you're
Whippy
playing
can't be
Astro
sure
on
if
attack,
Tens is
with
there or
only
not.
4 stars to
And
be
that
able to
was
work
just
with,
unlucky
you can't
timing.
really use too many
He
for
could
feints.
have peeked like
You
1
can't
second
use too
later and
many
he
to
would
be,
have been
okay,
right.
we're going to throw this one and pull it back. You have to wait 25 seconds every time.
Yeah, increased pull time, 1 less star.
Yeah, so it's, I do feel like
If
that
they play
is
well like
one
this,
of the reads
Sen's
that
gonna win.
Sentinels is using to get the timing.
But
V1
V1 has like they
they
adapt really well. Like their 5 rounds were played well as well.
A thrifty round.
Well as well.
They've got some great ults to be able to work
Oh,
with.
that's not-
Hello, that's a cheeky little turret spot. Gives them some decent information in the mid round once that smoke
Oh.
disappears.
Pace for you, though. V1 are going right into it, but Sen's holding down the angle. Zombs as well.
Nice. Yeah.
In and out in terms of the
Oh,
positioning
okay.
they were holding. Still
Ah,
looking
he got
good.
him though.
Spectre in
Reflect.
hand.
And bam.
Tens, 3 kills on the round for him. And V1, it really did feel like their attack side, these fast hits for them, exploding into areas early. It didn't work out for them. V1 slow rounds. They got figured out early.
I wish in comp, like, they would change comp, so you can actually, like, for example, when I needed to go to the toilet last time, that you can vote for a timeout for 5 minutes.
They do. This is
and
5
just, like,
and 5
pause
right
the game
rounds
for 5
on the
minutes.
trot. I mean, that's
you
crazy.
could do something like that. Like,
From
at the
both
moment,
teams,
if something
but
happens,
Sentinels
you're
are
fucked.
certainly
You
in
need
the
to, like,
driving
go
seat.
on.
Yeah, 10's looking like he's going to take an early peek right into the entirety of V1. It's nice knife and the shock dart. It actually clears him off the angle, so...
Oh no,
This is where we've seen so many Jets.
No, he's going to get an easy pick
on the
here.
attack side into this operator.
He might get boomed by the KO ult here, but still he keeps trying to corner. He misses the shot, tagged up. Tried to find the timing. There's the lockdown.
Oh yeah, but
the timing is
yeah.
impeccable. It swings through. V1 still going to be getting the 2. And they're going to be going for the race. Tens. You can hear the audio cue. He just pushes straight through the smoke. Still, it's there. FEs, what a swing around. It's I can't believe he found that one, and now the Hunter's Fury gets used anyway.
He bumped in.
No shot. The Shaz just Red Bull clutches with the Sova ult. With the Hunter's Fury. From 1,000 yards away.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a recon dart supplemented. That was literally just...
He just ran into it.
He just sent it.
I think
he jumped. Like, he jumped exactly when he shot, I think.
Onto Zelsis. And so he just ults the body.
Firing it.
And honestly, FE's was too smart to go for that. He still got caught. The angle still works. And version 1 really failed the beginning of that round too. They're going to have to force up. This is round 12. 4 Spectres on the line.
Trying on it.
Their hits into the site have been so awkward. They're expecting people from too
so
many angles.
Did you see?
Nobody was looking towards door that time. These attack rounds have been rough from V1 once they actually hit the site. It seems all too easy for Sentinels to mop them up. But
because the enemy team doesn't know that there's no one there because...
I got why I played.
Would have probably loved V1. V1 would have loved to have a
oh
no,
no, it's got the spray coming through.
He got the lockdown. It looks like Shaz is holding this shock dart and then anticipation for it. Sends it through, quick little dash into it.
Dapper.
Tracking perfectly, despite the fact that the smoke cut it up.
What was that?
Door was closed. He couldn't actually return back to market. Maybe the 1 kill. Shaz needs to be careful now. Pressed. Trying to spam.
You got one of these.
Find it, but a bit of running.
They're so low. One of them is so low, one's half.
3 for 3. In this situation, Tens updraft.
Do this.
Up into the window, trying to deny the plant. He's trying to find
Oh, God.
Where he is, though. Xander had no idea, and now he knows the Jet is coming from this position.
Jumps around the corner, Xander. Patience from him.
What a play!
No one
that
checked
is amazing,
under.
and what a way to turn it around. They had the worst weapons. They only had the 1 ult to work with, yet they even it up in the end, despite the fact that Sentinels looked like they were mounting that comeback. In fact, it's fair to say they did at the end of the day, because it is even despite being 5 down. That's going to do it for this first half of map 2. Could still be anyone's game in this elimination. Be right back with a short break, and on the other side of things, of course, the continuation of map 2, and maybe we'll see a team being eliminated.
Some training.
What can you even do with the point? Valorant has disabled their rewards. Don't worry, you're still earning VCT channel points.
Nice. Thanks.
Thanks. 6-6. Interesting. Okay. To see YouTube on Twitch, YouTube and Twitch on the same screen's weird. These are like rivals when it comes to live stream.
So we head into the second half here of Ascent. A slightly different scoreline compared to when these teams last faced off. And a reminder, this is an elimination match in the lower round one between both of these teams. And V1, well, it's currently looking a bit disadvantaged to them in terms of that map score.
6-6, but you expect so much more from version 1 on this, their map pick. The last time these two teams played, it was 13-4, dominance from V1. Sentinels didn't win a single attacking round. And now we have our first opportunity to see Sentinels in the rematch on attack. Taking it slowly, but all grouped up in Gelato.
I thought this was going to be a fast round, but they might just explode through all of this setup that's happening. Setting up the players, it's a close start, a flash to try and support it.
Oh my god, Dapper, what the fuck?
That pick. I don't know how that happened, but still.
Dapper just tried to jump to get out, like, help me.
They anticipated the aggression coming through.
The question is now whether Sentinels
can
into the site
three there, they can't entry there, they need to rotate.
Little Nana Swarm being thrown down there.
Yeah, Xander
just
has
to try and
used
push someone away.
All of his stars, as far as I'm aware. The nerf's kind of hitting hard here. I don't think he's got anything else set up. Maybe one on lane on B. It's hard to see with the overlap, but Sentinels have showcased some good patience so far in this series when they waited out.
I mean, it's 44. It's like exactly the same thing.
In terms of the way
like Sentinels has Dapper with no shield and like less HP.
3 players defending A though. That's going to be crucial for this.
Shotgun should be good to try and push them away.
Nice.
But Sick, he's already in. He's found that pick onto Xander. Now it's all on Penny still. The vulnerable up. He's quite low still. Look at that with the door closing. Effie's is able to get one. And it's a dangerous situation still. For V1. Out nicely.
They played it well.
Great play there. The flank from Effie's was perfectly timed. Penny anchors the site with some amazing Sheriff shots. And Whippy does his classic where he rotates over into Heaven and flies down into Generator immediately. Some beautiful shooting here from Penny.
You think about it, Josh, we've been talking about how, Penny in the game against LG, he kind of met his match against B-Dog. In map 1 against TenZ, he met his match. He really needs to start to come alive and find those moments for their team right here, right now.
Yeah, this would be an amazing half to try and do it in.
Oh,
currently 8-11. Hasn't been having the best game in the world, but certainly not the worst either. No, again, more focus towards A main with Sentinels on their Thrifty. They know what the setup looks like. It's very similar.
The side.
Sometimes I don't see you.
Again. Xander's coming. Xander is in a dangerous situation. 11 health. He's lucky.
Hello, baby. You're right.
Dude, didn't you see that?
Right in time.
I didn't.
He jumped through the nice. Through the KO nades.
Give them
with 11
the
HP.
weak player there because they can still have a lot of impact from long range.
I'm so glad you explained it. I giggled because I didn't understand what you're talking about. I was being polite.
I always appreciate that. I can throw anything out there and you'll give
These
me a
two are
chuckle.
staying still.
This round is really
they are the rock.
It looks like they're seeing if TenZ can work a pick if anyone peeks. The weapon just isn't really there for anybody else to...
He tends to see that. No,
to work an angle anywhere else on the map.
Maybe trying to fake, honestly, the A hit, the pull rotations.
Yeah.
It's unlikely, though.
Oh.
I think that they get it. But, okay,
I knew.
Walks in, finds Zelsis, obviously trying to stare at it. Penny, I think, the job for them to try and hold down main.
Penny played that well.
And these 3 players over by Tiles are just lost, honestly. They
oh God,
were hoping it would be a fake, and then they were hoping that the A site was open, and now they just have to run into Whippy and Effie's utility.
They've walked into the blender. The Nanoswarm's just chewing them up.
As long as they die.
And yeah, they just need to try and ensure that they get the money for the next round, so eventually they do go down here. Critical rounds for V1 to win.
It definitely
hope you
is.
see the jump from
Think back to what I was saying.
Santa again.
They failed to put a single attack
then you can understand why it's...
last time they played, and I feel like a lot of the improvements that were made on Haven were around their defensive side as well. Sure, they did actually.
I never looked up there.
Good looks on the other side too. I'm most impressed with their defense, where they went 8-4, and I was impressed.
It looks so beautiful. Why did I never look up there?
On Ascent.
Yeah, same question.
What do they have for us when it comes to that attack side? How clinical can they be? TenZ and Dapper working together to try and get B main.
They showed
A
nice
similar
light
kind
bulbs
of
though,
feel
so
from
I'm
version
alright.
1 in A main, throwing that Astra util and the KO utility as well. But if you go there, you're meeting Whippy's Killjoy nanoswarms all over the place. So it's a bit of a fake from V1. They make it look like it's just the KO and the Astra there.
The
actually,
same setup.
Yeah, they're making it look like the same setup, and in fact, it's shifted.
Well, the pressure's on them to try and get a bit of that information. Penny is watching all the way deep down mid with that Marshall in hand, so going to be gathering good mid-round information for his team. Making a call that, well, they haven't really shown presence, and now the anticipation of the pop out with that drone coming through the utility. They didn't clear it. Knife into the back of it. Good enough. Did it connect? Still, nanoswarms have popped. Players falling very low. Flash over to the side, and they spam it out.
Yeah,
Tens
that
was so deep, and the rest of his team just couldn't get in.
Yeah, no opportunity to whatsoever. Even if they had, Zelsis is there with the flash through door. That makes it really difficult to go and support your jet. And Tens was just left on an island. That's less so Sentinels having a bad sight hit and more the version 1 read coming through fantastically.
Oi.
3 players there ready to crush it and all the utility in the world.
Yeah, amazing.
That's bad. If they lose that round, it's really hard for them to come back.
At this point, Sentinels are looking for a miracle. Contact plays all over the shop. Able to at least get the 2 there, but Zelsis immediately repositions. He's holding this cross of his team as they're looking to try and potentially repeat. He finds his targets and right as the door's closing. That's enough for him. 3 kills.
Curtains closing on Sentinel's chances in that round as well. Slowly slipping away from them. They just had no time as well. There was 12 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And that's the first opportunity for Sentinels to get rifles on the board in their attack rounds. And version 1 crushed them with that bonus. The read that I was talking about in the early round, where they play that utility at the front, making it look like an aggressive A main approach. And then if you actually push A, Whippy's going to crush you. Love it. Great read from Xander.
V1 showcasing again. The same team in 2021. They have leveled up since then. Obviously stumbling quite a bit into the new fifth round, but this is still an incredibly dangerous team that finished very high up in their group.
Yeah, that's an understatement. It's a different defensive look once more here as Penny pushes out that B main area. They had Zelsis watching over towards Market. And it feels to them like an A split again. They've got 3 players here once more ready to crush this. The alarm bot, that's going to pop the nanoswarm in the suck. It's going to be quite difficult for them to get through, and it's bought tons of time for rotate.
Sen do have time. They could cut away from here, but it looks like they just want to commit into the site regardless. They pulled a lot of the Astra utility out, but the players, it's a bit of a disjointed approach, trying to swing around the generators. The Sheriff's in hands. How is Shaz hitting those shots? He picks up a gun.
Actually, it's 2v2 right now.
3. Still flash over it. Sick eating a chunk of damage just from the shock dart. Spike still not down.
If he's trying to tag somebody that might be playing Hell during the midst of all of this. Penny pushed out B main in early rounds, so he's only just now reconnecting for this retake. 10 seconds before Effie's has that recon. Penny's going to look for a pick early. Sick on an off angle. Can't get the trade, Shaz.
5 HP.
Dashes away. 5 health. Penny's staying alive there. It's amazing for them, but
not
enough. Shaz reads that the repush was coming through, and he catches a lovely timing. And I mean, I'm going to call it like it is.
Sentinels is weirdly winning like eco rounds for the first round.
And I think the key player is Shazam. He hits 2 awesome Sheriff shots.
This so
and the coordination actually on their peaks was lovely too.
What do you mean?
2 players walked through that A main smoke at the same time, double facing. And these knives from Sick actually, underrated component, have been catching onto Xander. And that means that Xander can't bloom his smokes, can't use his pulls, that kind of stuff. Or if he can use them, he has to do it early. But this got Sentinels straight back in the game.
Yep. They don't want to slow down. Hunter's Fury used. Interacting this lockdown, just pushing across.
That's their lockdown.
Wait, what the fuck happened?
Wait, what?
Now they have been met with a spray down from
just got
Whoopi.
3
That
kills.
has completely stunted this push.
No, 2.
The chaos of it still detained.
Oh.
Is he gonna kill the corner? He's just waiting right round. He wants to hunt down these players, assuming they're at the back of the site.
Effie's got his rifle back.
Effie's is back. The weapon in hand. Could be a critical
you see
mistake
that?
still. Sentinels, 2 players up. Zombs, a lot of pressure.
No way, he goes down to Effie's, who was detained the whole time. They just couldn't find him. That is absurd. The zombie site anchor wandering around, brought back from essentially the dead there. back-to-back madness in this map.
I can't believe that. I mean, I was so
Oh, that was so lucky. Holy shit.
The ultimates that were committed. Well, because the 3K spray down.
One of the big things, though, Shazam, look at that smoke that Shaz had to walk through. That was from Xander. That's a smoke that really confused the sight anchors and blocked line of sight, honestly. It gave Effies this weird safe area that wasn't checked.
Just when you thought it was looking good for Sentinels to try and make it slightly more even.
And they're straight back with Sick and Zombs with pistols. And Tens, too. He's one away from the knives. Bladestorm would be online if they can navigate this A pressure from Xander and Zelsis.
Oh, more information with that knife.
That also means it's not going to be online to actually stop Tens once he does pull out the Bladestorm.
That's not bad. They anticipate maybe a fast little burst here. The smoke was popped. Backing away, Tens now. Goes straight through, right into the corner.
Zelsis was anti-flash.
Is there. Penny, though, still hiding just behind Dice. His team spamming it up. No one's anticipating Dapper, though.
Shit.
He catches
Oh,
the timing,
shit.
pushes through, and it's just Whippy left alive. Running his wee little legs to the site. The ultimate's committed there. You can see the cosmic.
Oh, and he still wastes it.
An excellent timing and another thrifty round for them, technically, for Sentinels. I know they had a couple of rifles in their hands at the start of it, but one I did not anticipate. They immediately fight back, Josh, despite the fact on that previous round they dumped ultimates into it. It all went wrong. The economy was looking dire.
Okay.
It immediately means V1, they say,
we won timeout. No, we won timeout.
The last 3 rounds have been utter carnage.
Yeah, he played off anti-flash.
But he's got the right idea.
Has to play anti-flash.
Yeah, he's got his face just stuck into the wall.
Yeah.
Nose to the grindstone. Nose to the wall. He's this push from Dapper, though.
Yeah, that he still hit left click was really misplay.
Information about when to make that play. It's very
because Whippy lost on ult without anything.
Whippy's already rotated and is actually
it's not like even click left.
Angle. But Dapper's got a little spot where he can get in.
You also need to hold it. You can like stop anytime.
Oh, you can?
And in reality, the time.
I don't know. I'm not playing Killjoy.
What is version 1 discussing on this?
I didn't play Killjoy in like a year.
Get any sense of,
you need to hold it to place your ultimate.
Sight hits come through on A from Sentinels. They're finding it difficult for the sight anchors.
Funny that I'm
to take
playing like 5 hours of
every time
I
a
don't
sight
know how
anchor
to
peaks, be that Xander,
use ult with Killjoy.
Penny in one of these instances too. There's always multiple people from Sentinels staring them down, and even if it's weaker guns, one of them is going to hit you with the sheriff.
It is a weaker buy for V1. So
I don't know. I'm not playing Killjoy. That's the thing. I really don't know.
Seeing dividends, I think, in the next round. Sentinels, though, they took that timeout. They were pinging all over the minimap. They were at least calling out positions, potentially, of where players were at. And this is a deep push by V1. Why not? You have worse weaponry. See if you can get some value. Are they going to try and set up
Oh, they're both in corners.
Here?
If you
They
spray
don't have
that,
the flash.
you get
Normally,
2
you'd
easy
expect
kills.
Zelsis to be playing mid here if they were going for some kind of crunch play, because he has the pop flash through the smokes.
I know what they're holding mid like this, though. They never went mid.
But also, Sentinels have not
Like
really
they went
been going
catwalk, but
through
never went mid,
very often.
like through market.
They've been doing A cat splits. As Tens
Oh.
pokes his head towards there and just gets it ripped off. That's a fantastic opener, but Dapper responds.
Yeah, and you got to be careful right now. Still through into mid.
Penny tried everything. Oh,
okay, that's the spike.
Give us the spike and the weapon. Space being
Just
taken
like
immediately.
this time
the
when
coming through. He realizes got to take matters into his own hands. Flashes around the corner. It was dangerous still. Whippy
no.
could be dangerous on top
Why
of it.
would you peek that without any gun
right
out?
around the side on top mid.
Oi,
Swing
oi, oi.
okay. Well, you know,
They won at least, but holy shit, man! What the fuck was that?
A lot of guns lost for Sentinels as well against that eco.
But frankly, it doesn't.
They have
really
the money.
matter
They
too
have
much.
the money.
Yeah, Tens is going to be able to get a rifle here. Zoms is perfectly happy playing with a Spectre. I think it's his gun of choice. And even though version 1 are in the lead 10-9, it feels dangerous for them. It feels like Sentinels are starting to take control back. See what the adjustment is. Effie's going to be spamming with that Odin, setting up Penny to hold an angle with his operator.
Yeah, it's all about the top timing, and Penny doesn't find a shot.
It's great smoke from Tens. Lets him cross.
Oh, and they don't find a kill as well.
They cut noise. They keep him guessing. They force the dart. Effie's thinking, are they still here? They're cutting noise. Are they going to re-hit?
Nobody broke that dart, though, so it actually gives version 1 really good information that they weren't in B main. I think Sentinels are trying now to use that info that version 1 just grabbed as a bit of a fake. Like, you've just cleared out B main, you know nobody's there, so we're going to go and retake that area of the map from you.
Just shown as well. Shaz on the other side.
Oh,
it's a fake. Yep. KO ult popped. Forces all the utility in the play as well. They're biting it.
It's only Effie's on B, and he goes down.
Effie straight away. I mean,
that was a
very
perfect fake.
in terms of the fake there, but Sentinel set that up beautifully.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh no! Negative information from the dart. They're doing a fake split, which is what they've been trying to do all this attack half so far.
Wait a second. Timing here. It could be really good. Tense is taking this angle. I cannot believe he's still posted up here. The flash off to the side has to play anti in the swings for air. He's so deep in market, no one's playing with him. But the timing from Sick could be everything. The players are aware. They're so aware.
They're aware. Oi, oi, oi.
Knew that he was just at least hanging around that tree area. At least when they were faking with the KO ult, but now the nade comes through. They're looking for the fast retake, pushing through. And the kills, it's all going their way. Shaz left alone in B main, and with him spamming, it's immensely obvious. He does get the one, but can he do anything else? The Cosmic Divide, popped across.
No!
The being stuck, there's no timing for it. It's round 1, V1.
And what a ridiculous round it is. It's an amazing early round.
Oh, that the turret got him was so bad. If the turret wouldn't have gotten him, that would be so such a perfect play.
But
the turret was like, oh, hello there.
Yeah, she was like, huh? What? When they already have the player advantage, they already have the spike plant down. And then also Sick getting caught. It's that duo of Tens and Sick just trying to do a little too much there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit out of sync in terms of when he should have been peaking.
And it's not terrible, but it's the thinnest of margins that are separating Sentinels from version 1 right now, and that might be a critical error.
V1 are the kind of team as well. They'll take that.
They certainly
Seriously.
Will. Take a look at this too. It looks like Sentinels are setting up for another A push here, and Xander has a judge over towards Catwalk. He's just holding down tree from really close by. I'm not sure anyone's going to end up pathing into it. It's another fake by Sentinels. Shaz is really reaching into the playbook here.
I don't know if they are even going to be biting onto this one.
No,
look, the drone comes through. V1, I've got a bit of a read that they're trying to do these things. The KNA sent up straight up onto Heaven. Hunter's Fury off to the side. That's Effie's just trying to catch the player that potentially might be planting. Xander's only got a judge in hand. And it's enough to get the pick, though. Zoms was just trying to get the plant down. He just peeked when the door was going down.
How? That's one of those judge plays that you don't understand, but you see them all too often. So 4v5. If there ever was an opportunity to go for, or a time rather, to go for an aggressive play, to make something happen, it would be now.
Fury gets sent out as well. Sick just needs to hold it down long enough for the team to come through. It does break it, but now they know Shaz positioning right in wine. And the swings were amazing from V1 there. Came in, I believe there was a couple players there on top of Heaven as they were swinging all the way through door to fight over it.
It's a great retake. It really is. Version 1 using all of their ultimates properly from Effie's, Whippy, and they crushed that. Sentinels, that was the round where they needed to make something aggressive happen because they're facing a lockdown. They're 4v5. Those are the rounds where you need to get aggressive in the post plant, but they didn't think forwards enough. They had 2 players positioned passively in main, relying on Shaz's ult to break the lockdown, and it just wasn't enough. Shazam, by the way, is playing a brilliant game, despite the fact they're 9-12 down. He's 20-14, and his calls have been pretty gorgeous. But version 1 are just a step ahead. Too good on Ascent right now.
And do or die on this map here for Sentinels. V1, though. At point, looking to try and take it, bring it to that map 3 in this elimination game between both of these teams. And it's a contact play into mid from Sentinels. Risks being taken. Zelsis, though, holds it in the trade. It's too late with the swing timing. It's not there. A bit of damage being done, of course, to Zelsis, but he backs away.
Recon dart is pretty perfectly timed. Oh, Zelsis has just snuck his way all the way up. Unbelievable!
How does he get that still traded? But he's done the work. 4 players up for V1, a minute left. Sentinels are wondering, do we still want to hit this one? The hesitation is showing itself.
I like the play by Zoms actually towards CT, but it's not good enough. Penny gets caught, but Shaz turns things around with another critical kill.
Yes, both on site. Yeah, after you go A now, it's perfect.
Down there.
They know that Effie's was B. They know that Effie's was B. There was a recon dart used earlier. And Shaz, instead of grouping up here, takes the more dangerous approach.
Please check.
It's a double swing that comes through. Oh.
Okay.
He's just about gets the trade, and now we're down to the 1v1. V1. So close to closing out this map here on Ascent. Effie's just has to land the shot. The recon dart doesn't
Oh,
find it.
it's
Oh,
actually
down will, though.
the side of him.
Positioning was great, but in the end, not quite enough. That is going to be V1 taking.
I called
map
it.
Number 2 going away. Map 3.
Well, I'm not losing my
on the
points
cards.
today.
Josh.
I'm done. I lost mine again.
Pressure is mounting, man. Elimination game for both of these teams.
Yep.
Because
well,
I voted against.
Points are mine.
I called it. I voted in
map 3 is gonna
the
be
exact
amazing,
different way I
but
said.
also, that was not a gimme for version 1.
No.
They may have come into this series
Well,
thinking,
I'm gonna
okay,
do
if we
something.
can pick a easy map, we're guaranteed map
we
3
won
at a
one.
minimum. Sentinels made them work for that. And I
Who
think
is gonna
both teams
win
are looking
map
fairly decent coming
3?
into this final map. It's anybody.
15 minutes.
It really is. This is such a different game compared to
I
what
don't
they
have
played
points
in the
anymore. I
previous.
can't vote.
Different teams is what we're looking at, honestly.
Aww,
from
want
the
some
side. We're gonna go to a short
points?
break
I'm
on the other
done.
side of
Stop.
things. Of course, our analyst desk is going to break down what we've just witnessed, and of course,
I have
set up
484
a final third
points.
map in this elimination game between Sentinels and V1. We'll see you.
Oh, that's cool. I have 161,000.
I'm so done.
Postest du jetzt eine Quittung oder was?
Nee, der macht Erinnerungsfotos von seinem Altpapier. Sehr lustig, Leute. Ich mach noch schnell was Klartax.
Jetzt Belege abfotografieren und die
Yo.
Steuererklärung ganz entspannt vorbereiten. Mit Klartax, der App für Steuern und Finanzen.
What?
Können wir?
Oh, you didn't go all
Klartax bei
in?
Steuern und Finanzen.
Stop! Can you stop?
Ingrid erklärt Indeed. Mit deinem Lebenslauf auf Indeed können Tausende von Arbeitgebern direkt finden.
Why are you so mean?
Klar kann man
Sorry,
den auch per Fax an
I'm
alle
just
senden.
happy that I didn't lose any
Man
points
kann aber auch
today.
morgens mit dem Pferd zur Arbeit.
So done.
You know, I have a third eye that tells me what to vote for.
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool. Just
Mal eine
because I
richtige
want to give you
Eisung.
some points.
I'm done. How is it 1 to 33? Is it? Oh yeah, I guess. I'm waiting till the ads are done. Like, dude, what is the Sky tickets? Wow, nice. They're trying to make those jobs look like nice. Did you want to do them? Sorry, but no. When are these ads over? Oh, is there a 3D printer? Oh, that's cool. It's gonna cost like so much though. Okay, it's the last ad. You can...
Irgendwo reingezogen und hängen lassen? Nein, nein. Stopp!
Was wollen Sie?
Den nur kurz ausleihen.
Go back.
Oh, cool.
Weiß deine Frau, dass du Banken ausraubst?
Ich bring dich wieder nach Hause, kleiner Bruder. Ich bring alle wieder nach Hause.
Ambulance im Kino.
Cider. V1 managed to walk away with the Ascent victory 13-9. Welcome back, everyone, as Golden Boy is here alongside with Mimi and Ender. And you know, I mean, guys, if there's one thing that I completely glossed over and didn't even realize was that Tens was in Texas with the rest of the Sentinels lineup until you guys reminded me about that. So you can definitely tell this, you know, difference in his confidence. And it's really just showing in the game. And if anything, it's been throwing V1 for a bit of a spin. They don't look like the V1, Mimi, that we're used to seeing in these high pressure situations.
Yeah, so I think there's a combination of errors for V1. Some are forced, some are unforced. First of all, on the force side, TenZ has been destroying, and the KO utility, both on map number 1 and here on map number 2, was looking far improved for Sentinels. Shazam as well, I thought he had a really good game individually on towards that Sova, but in way of the mistakes that are squarely coming from them, it hasn't looked quite the same in the synergy of utility. I think the pressure has been showing through a little bit for this squad. We've seen some of those issues come about, a couple discoordinated flashes. I think back to a couple of those last few rounds where we just kind of see a KO flash go out for nothing, and you know, it also is showing through in these eco rounds that are continually being abused by Sentinels. And sure, we have to give them respect because they are demonic with the Deagles for being able to pull off, I think, at least 3 ecos in that game. But the thing is, V1 is also putting themselves in positions where they can get punished by those weapons and then greeting to try and frag back on in, to try and trade back on in to get back out of those situations.
I feel like watching Sentinels games is so funny sometimes because I swear, as a team, they win way more thrifty rounds than any other team that I watch in Valorant, but they also lose just thrifty buys way more than I see with any other team either. So it really, you know, can make you scratch your head at times. But I thought like their first one they had, you know, after they lost the first 4 or 5 rounds on defense, they had this gorgeous setup with a recon dart that hit 4 or 5 people, mollies on lane. Like they had some really creative things that were able to shut down and get them back into the round on defense, because version 1 definitely got off to a good start. And I think I really wanted to highlight Whippy, who was absolutely shredding through Sentinels. He did it last week when he played against him, his Killjoy, and man, he absolutely delivered.
Yeah, he looks so good throughout this game as an individual for Whippy. This is a man we were hyping up, and I think that on this map is where he looks the absolute best. We talked a lot in that first map about how just indomitable TenZ was on these initial hits, creating space so well, especially off that combination of the KO utility. But Whippy was playing these spots that he was rarely, if ever, getting hit by the knives. He was consistently having his utility up to slow when Sentinels was going for a hit, and he was also so wary of the flanks that like one of those last couple rounds where it was the reroute, I believe from the KO of Sentinels, he's ready for it. He's prepared. He's turned around and shuts it on down. He had some crazy performances in towards the late round, in towards these clutches, and I mean, it's wild to see that out of your Killjoy, but Whippy does it consistently. This is one of his best maps for it, and the thing is that is also the case when we get to switch on over to Fracture. That is one where he has historically looked quite strong.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that. You know, Fracture is going to be our 3rd map here, the Decider. And it can go either way. I think we've been pleasantly surprised by how put together this Sentinels lineup is. Even in the loss there on Ascent, they still managed to rattle V1 significantly. But now, Ender, we set our sights here toward Fracture. And I remember you guys saying this is going to be more of a team-focused map. And you were leaning more toward V1. But with how this series has laid out, are you still confident in that?
I'm definitely less confident. I think both V1 looked a little bit weaker than I was expecting. Sentinels looked a little bit stronger too. So there is a world, I think, where Sentinels can run away with this next map. But again, I think it comes down to like early rounds for V1 looking a little bit cleaner. I thought like again on Ascent early on in those rounds, they had some really good defensive setups and they got broken the later we got in with Sentinels. It seems like every round for them in both the maps we've seen, or every half rather, has started off very strong and then started looking a little bit more sloppy as we move along. So I think maintaining that throughout an entire map is going to be important.
Yeah, well, we can start to think about the agent select will be coming up for this map just a little bit. And what I'm thinking about is version 1, who last time we saw them play this map, pulled out a new composition. They're implementing the Sage. A couple teams have started to do this, but I actually really liked what we were seeing out of that role. I think the Sage freed them up because they were playing the Brimstone. Yeah, they were playing the Brimstone in that previous map. So the Sage kind of allows you to be a little bit more conservative with the Brim smokes. You can basically use it in place of a smoke. You can completely lock down flanks with it. And it's also a map where they're running the chamber. So their flanks extraordinarily well protected on the attack side. And once you switch on over to defense, what they do really well at is going for early aggression with this breach, hopping down the Sage wall deep, and then basically using that as a placeholder. You earmark your page. You've gained that space early on. You can leave your Sage wall, fall back, and you'll have the early warning sign if anyone has to break that.
Yeah, I also think that like once you start taking Astra out of some compositions, like you're sort of missing that that grab well to combo with other really strong piece of utility, notably on Fracture, the Raze grenades. And now all of a sudden, if you have a Sage in there too, you have that slow, that range CC you can drop down, combo that very nicely with the Raze pick on top of a Breach as well. So it gives you a lot of options to work around if you're comboing your utility correctly, and if you're learning a lot of, you know, unique Sage lineups with those slow orbs for the actual side hits.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about what's good for V1. Well, this map has been okay for Sentinels. What I really dislike is that they're still bringing out the Jet. You know, I heckin' love Tens just as much as the next guy. He's been great, but I still don't think you have as much expected value out of this Jet pick. You get so much out of having those Raze nades, even if it's like a no duelist comp where Chamber is your primary force. It can look great. When you have Jet, sure, you have that dash for entry. That's always good, but you can do the same on a map like this. We've seen teams get really creative with the satchels to replicate that initial push on it. It works just as well, and then you get a nade, which is so good for these opening gambits. The Roomba on this map as well is so excellent for re-clearing. It's one of the big points for when teams are going for these like north side of the match bridge crunches. They put the Roombot on in. They have that for the early space. They don't have to commit flashes because of that piece of utility. Sentinels don't have that. They have to again be very reliant on these phase checks, on fighting forward and hoping that Tens can continue this performance, which I mean, judging by how he played in the first two maps, I think he should be able to keep it up, but there's less fallback if that's not happening.
Yeah, you know, you have to wonder, right? Do you go with the Raze? Do you go with some of that more useful utility? Or do you play the thing that's basically been bringing you success all day, and that's been the Jet? Let's actually jump into this Agent Select, see what we're going to be getting here on Fracture. I'm excited. I have no idea what's going to be locked in here. But Ender, you know, I mean, looking at the layout, we could get some curveballs potentially. And we did.
Ooh.
We did. Whoa, that's huge. Tens is on the race.
Let's go.
This is so okay. I love everything that I'm seeing right now. Shazam, I believe he played Chamber, was on Icebox just the other day versus Guard, so he's back on that to get the op in Shaz's hands once more. Sick is going to be on the Breach instead of Shaz, who had been playing the Breach previously on this map. And I think one thing that we criticized Sentinels for previously was the Breach utility on this map, using flashes early in rounds and not capitalizing, not taking the space. So now that you have the Raze with the Breach to work on those set pieces, I think Sentinels have put in the work on this map, and I'm really excited to see if it actually pays off for them.
We've also seen teams, especially like version 1, use this Brim to really good effect. This is a map where you can pull the rotation game super well on that attacking side. If you are a team that is strong in the mid round, like version 1 is, that Brim stem gives you extra options on the rotations, and also when you combine it with a Breach stun that's on a recharge, even though you only get 3 of those Brim Sky Smokes, they last 20 seconds. It's really, really tough to play against, especially when you're on that defensive side.
Yeah, this is exciting. You know, you guys wanted to see it. I wasn't sure we were going to get it. And it seems like Tens is just the gift that keeps on giving in this series. But whether or not they could close out, it's do or die for both teams. Version 1, a situation they simply did not think was possible given how strong they were in the group lane. For Sentinels, well, if a win here would be absolutely massive for them. Now it's time to jump into the action. Our third game is about to go underway, and let's send it over to your casters. You got Brennan Sideshow, and don't let them fool you. They're in the same room. Just swap sides. Cowards.
No swapping sides just yet. Thank you very much, GB. I mean, I think you've done an excellent job setting the stage, honestly, for it. There you go. There's a little
Get your hand out of my
There's a little hint that we're in the same room, same box. Here it is, map 3, and everything on the line for both these teams as the desk has been iterating.
Okay, I'm really interested now because they could both, like, it's yeah,
for both
how they said do or die for both teams.
There has been a lot
of
attention
attacking first.
towards Tens' hero.
I'm interested now.
Sorry. And whether or not he really has the Raze that he can pull out. They've gone for a bit of aggression towards Arcade. He'll be flanking in the retake, but it's Celsius that hits the floor first. Shaz going 1-for-1 there, not able to rendezvous away. Version 1, they have the sight, but I don't think they'll be expecting. How did Sick get another one?
Huh?
There's a gap.
Yeah.
A gap in the wall, the aftershock. It denies the plant, but just for a moment. It buys enough time as well. Look, Tens has worked his way into drop. A situation could arise, but still the kills are going the way of version 1.
Oh, nice.
Timing, Tens a quick little jiggle. Baits out the swing there, but being shut down in the end. Now Zombs, it's a 1v2 for him. Can he do anything with this one?
This would be amazing.
The molly could be amazing. Just about forced to swing from Effie's.
That's quite ridiculous. I was hoping we might see the Molly kill there, honestly, but okay, it's version 1 that take the 1-0 lead. Both teams took opposite sides of the map there. It was Sentinel's decision to push out Arcade, while version 1 just went straight through San. Seen that set play a bunch of times. The wall not quite finding the value that they were looking for. Just on the topic of Ten's raise, though, there's been a lot of discussion, like I said, about this, and whether or not he's a Jet 1 trick and this kind of stuff. His raise failures have come from Split, when he had an incredibly poor performance when he tried to pull out the raise on Split. I think Ten's is just kind of not that great at Split, because his Jet hasn't looked amazing there either. I'm interested to see what development he's made on this age.
I mean, that is a good start!
Does he even need
kidding me?
Does he need the utility if you can shoot like that?
It's not about it's about a skill. The guy's got it in spades. It's just reminding everybody.
Apparently.
Now, they're not going to be able to reclaim those guns. Obviously, V1 taking up that position, and they've contact walked all the way through halls. The wall dropped down. That's going to be stopping that one. But do they know that Tens is still here? Slight angle. He finds it. The crosshair placement was excellent. The nade. It's a little bit too deep for him, but still, he will not be denied. 4 kills on it now. Just needs to find that last player, and he might just be...
Oh, dude!
Am I watching?
Oh, it's disgusting.
We try and speak
I
into
need
existence.
to
We
put
try
some
and curse
hype
the guy,
in
Josh,
chat.
you've been known for that. You know, talking about his race play, it doesn't even matter for the guy.
He already has ult.
Just locking onto the heads.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy ace with the Sheriff. He got a bit of a freebie onto Whippy, it must be said, but the other shots were incredible.
Listen, there's a couple of people, you know, they had a poster. Tens was up on the wall.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, that was insane.
Listen, lad. Get the
Tens.
tape out.
Yeah.
Start putting it back together.
Absolutely. If Tens can put on a performance here, it will be exactly
Yeah,
what Sentinels
that was
need.
so well played.
Raze
Holy
is
shit.
undoubtedly better on this map. It just hasn't been something that Sentinels have put the time into really fixing. They've been permabanning their Split, where he used to play it, or tried to play it a couple of times. And here, like the Des was talking about, they've been primarily having him play the Jet. So a pretty big swap up in their composition here today. That is a fantastic round to swing things back in their favor early on.
Yeah. Seems like V1, obviously, on this eco, just prioritizing picking up those orbs. But you're right, Josh. I mean, 1-1 here, winning off the ecos. Highlighted it as well on a desk, I think.
Oh,
Zendo
don't
was
pick
talking
that.
about it. It seems like Sentinels are just so capable of pulling those rounds out of nowhere, but they got to be
No one hit
careful.
him.
Not showing too much respect, I suppose. Or maybe not enough, honestly, taking the fights against the early eco of V1.
They don't really have any dish information
Gonna go
here,
to
but
A.
they've seen Tens, and they assume that he's the player that would be pushed up in these kind of situations. So
No, wait.
just
Dude,
grouping
what
together,
was wrong?
re-clearing dish. There is a trademark there that's going to give Shazam the idea that they're towards that area of the map. And Penny is on a serious lurk right now. Trademark falls. Pulls one rotate. Dapper moves over and opens up Penny for the kill.
And we spoke about Penny as a player needing to find value. Quick little swing round, the headhunter.
Back-to-back thrifty.
More than value, mate. Was that $200 for that? I mean, we take that. Sure, why not? And yeah, we might see it the back-to-back thrifty round. Whippy swinging round.
Nice,
the corner.
okay.
Dapper, he
Oh,
finds
nice.
it. Bringing him down, of course.
Nice.
Ready and waiting for him.
Such
Yeah.
great control, actually, from Sick.
They played
Not
that
allowing him
so
to get
well.
inside to try and get
Nice.
that plant away, despite the fact it was looking so dangerous.
10 Swift, but
Got
team
cut off there
fucking
just a little
carried.
bit when Penny was lurking in, but we did mention it. He
Good
needs to
stuff.
start having that step up in performance, I think,
Oh,
over the course
where the
of
fuck is
series to
that?
try and shut down Tens. If Tens is going to be on that heater, it's vitally important.
What the fuck is that?
that's
I've never
absolutely
seen
true.
it
I mean,
before.
Whippy was just frying last time they played on Fracture, and he was on Sage too. Dropped a 30 bomb in regulation. So there are players. Both of these teams enjoy playing Fracture. Both of these teams have insanely skilled players. Both of these teams
Well, I looked at
went
all of
to
the map,
Reykjavik last
but
time.
I guess not.
Only
I even
one
flew around.
Can survive.
Yeah, I'm just fighting for the chance to even make it, earn the honor of representing North America. Because remember, this is the lower bracket round 1. You might look at the teams, you might be fooled into thinking, oh, watching the finals already. Okay.
Not even close. There is such a long journey, even as the team wins this. But even before we get to that point, it feels like anybody's game.
Yeah.
So in this round, version 1, they've gone towards Dish, broken that trademark.
Farming these orbs.
Yeah, pulling the orbs onto Effie's. And they're also pulling the rotates towards A. Shaz is really worried about that dish pop. Version 1 were kind of predictable in terms of how they path through Ascent. But Sentinels do not look like they've got the read on this round.
Flash onto the corner. Most are dropped down, and they're only running the solo controller, so they know that this hit is probably going to be coming through onto B. It's not going to be a fake. Players starting to rotate pretty hard and fast here for Sentinels. All of them really gathering up around Generator. And you see that utility that gets sent in. That was an aftershock and a nade. Is going to be claiming any kills? No. The players planted just next to that staircase. It's all down to V1 to try and play these post plants now with the rifles in hand.
They've got Penny in a really good position. And Whippy and Zelsis also covering across. Here comes the ult.
Showstopper! Oh my word! A quick little flick round the corner. He finds it, and Sentinels, of course, going to capitalize. They push through the smokes. He's still holding on to that aftershock, though. The fuse sound triggered it for him, but he does not anticipate that Tens was holding that one.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Effie's, honestly. The aftershock was pretty excellent, but Penny also from his position on stairs only went 1 for 1. And that is a gorgeous retake. If Sentinels on their defense can start putting up retakes like that, they're going to crush version 1. V1, the last time they played this map, they lost it to LG. But they went up 8-4 in their attack half, I believe. They went up 8-4 and ended up losing the map. Their attack half has been the one that looks the best on Fracture. If Sentinels can figure out, I mean, even in that round where they don't read the hit coming through and the plant still happens, the retake was clean with that Tens ultimate that he got on round 3.
Now Shaz is being very careful here. Obviously up against the eco, but it becomes much more dangerous when you know that Penny is holding his tour de force in hand.
Yeah.
It's a jiggle from Shaz.
Risky.
All
very
5 on
risky,
main.
and he does get punished.
Gives him a weapon.
Okay.
Intelligent. Tens. I mean, I'm calling it intelligence.
That's mad damage.
I'm thinking, okay, this guy, he's got the X-ray vision on. It's just, in reality, it's very intelligent play from him to be able to know that that timing was being taken. A quick dash, though, into the side with those satchels. Zelsis has cut the angles up. The aftershock as well. Nobody can really play close. The wall dropped down. Rolling thunder. It's chaos and pandemonium. Just spread across this entire point, and now... Oh my
Effie's with a bit of a whiff.
That's a huge whiff.
Did he run out of bullets there? But Sick is the last player alive.
Stunned up, 1v2. 70 health to his name, has the stun. The fault line gets sent through, but Whippy just swings it. It's 3 kills for him.
And it comes back to what Ender was talking about on the desk. They're incredible at winning the Thrifty rounds, but then they just keep losing them as well.
Giving it away.
They do such a good job of setting themselves up for an advantage, and then they can't hold on. In the middle of all of this, by the way, there was a blast pack kill. This one, vulnerabled up, ends up killing Zelsis. Who said Tens can't use utility on Raze? Whippy with a 3k in that round, though, as well, secures them the victory in the Thrifty. Like I said, his Sage was just dominant when they played against LG, and that was in a loss.
Shaz has his quarter force in hand. He actually might opt to take a more aggressive angle because he knows, you know, if he dies, it's not too big of an issue with the TP setup.
And look where Shaz is positioned here as well. He's been getting his trademarks broken towards Dish. So he's thinking, all right, maybe version 1 are going to try and break my trademark again. So this time I'm going to double up. Me and the trademark are going to hold Dish.
The ball. Nade comes through. The satchel just not enough. And now you see that Brimalt, the orbital strike to try and clear out the site. V1 are going to get it for free. Quite for free, obviously, in exchange of all those ultimates. Shaz is very worried about a timing being taken against him here.
But it's actually Dapper that's on the flank the other way around. Got caught by Penny's trademark.
Goes down.
They know Dapper's here.
It's so important for Dapper to get kills. And he gets shut down. This horse control at V1, they're so proactive in their approach to try and at least lock that down, so it makes it way more difficult for the retake to happen for Sentinel. Still, water force in hand. Anything could happen with Shaz. You were not giving them an inch, not showing anything. The flash is perfect. Just couldn't turn it in time, and the swing on top of it, V1, so well drilled.
And the stimming is not enough for Zombs to secure the round there. 3-3. What a response from version 1. Both teams being powered by Thrifty round wins so far, using that to gain the momentum. The economy's booming for both sides off the back of a really weird opening to this map. Round 7. Sentinels with a couple of ults, just a few pieces away. Zombs or Dapper could try and play for the orb. It's much more difficult to do that, though, on the defensive side.
Gotta be worried as well, I think, if you are Sentinels, anticipating the fact that Zellsis is holding on to that showstopper, that rocket. It's often used kind of as a bit of a counterplay. If they try and aggressively take halls here, might end up just using it as a bit of a counter movement. But no, it looks like V1 were just threatening for the moment.
And it's actually working. Yeah, it's working really nicely. These small feints from version 1 in the early round are actually opening the door for B hits.
Yep. Showstopper gets used right into the back of it, but it's actually Sentinels who are the ones who come out with the kills. Dapper gets the pick onto Whippy House with the molly that's laid down, and Sick is doing magic. The numbers he's putting up right now, Xander left alone. It's a 1v3 for him, and he knows no opportunity to get that spike down.
Not at all. Version 1 had their opening. They'd crafted this opportunity where it was only Zombs that was the threat.
Oh, well, this time.
The sight anchor is just so good. He's got the spike, though, Xander.
Yeah. 50 seconds left.
Kicking into plant down on him.
This would
he
be
has
a
so
tough
much
1v3
time.
to win. But he might have the opportunity. The problem here is he's going to be running into this trademark, and it's global. They're pinging it out. Xander knows it's going to be there. But at the same time, it is just going to give them all the info. That Xander's wiggled his way out, has the spike, and there's not going to be any time for Xander to reposition.
How does he even begin to think about when he's on the stun in the usual location? You've got to be kidding me!
Oh my god!
Let him get away with that one. The swing was there. It was almost amazing, but somehow, sometimes you look at Xander play, he's in those situations, and the reason...
Oh my word, that was...
I didn't want to count him out.
That was nearly...
I didn't want to count him out.
He was stunned up.
The man's one-tapping.
His first bullet accuracy is phenomenal. Oh, look at this. Hen's just got bopped, and so did Shaz. No way. But at the same time, they
that was
managed to clean
insane.
it up. That's a round on the board for Sentinels, and they're taking the lead here. Hasn't broken the economy yet of version 1, but this is very back and forth between both of these sides. There are massive ultimates at play here for Sentinels too. They have the Viper's Pit that they can pop down, a tool that version 1 will never have access to in this map. And then the Breach Ult for any retake attempt.
Lay down the pit in halls here. Need to buy space for Dapper. There's a risk of him being pushed.
That's a good ult.
But it looks like they're just holding it now.
That's a that looks so clean, that ult.
Really good peace of mind, I think, into the later rounds, unless the timing gets caught against Dapper. And slow move across the ropes for V1. They're grouping up for something here.
It does look like a dish push. It's
just
normally
like
a pretty good
fucking
response
on the
to a
rope.
Viper's Pit coming out in A main, because you know that they're not going to be playing the dish side of the
Wish
map
you can
aggressively.
stop on the rope, just chill
You can
there.
take out this trademark,
Yeah,
get
it
onto
would be
the
too-
site. The problem is you never really have halls as a safe place to play in the post plant. They're going to hope that Penny can find a timing to kill Dapper or Tens later on.
Oh shit, he got hit.
Oh, okay. Xander got caught by that breach ult there.
Yep, ult's being used here. Dapper just spraying. I don't think he had too much information to really glean from that one, but it instantly forces out that res. V1 decides to try and get this plant down, but still the kill's just returning. Sentinel's doing the damage, doing the work.
Nice.
Push around this one, but luckily the coverage is once more there.
3v2.
Wall's held down. Spike's still not there. 4v1 in terms of the plant going down. Regroup. Stun. Some space to try and burst down that wall. Shaz just on top of it.
Nice, Shaz. Shazam is like, dude.
The retake is great.
The retake is fantastic there. I think both teams played that really nicely. Version 1 had a good idea to burst out through Dish. Their timing on the pincer into the Viper's Pit was really nice.
Yeah.
And then Sentinels themselves responded with Sick getting aggressive through sand, throwing out that breach ult as well. Both teams played that situation beautifully. But with Sentinels creeping into the lead here, I feel like huge credit has to be given to them for finding a revitalization of their strategy heading into the lower bracket. They are a team that is renowned for lower bracket runs, but all of them have happened way in the past. Way in the past. In 2021, during their dominant period of time, none frequently come to mind. They haven't been having great results in recent tournaments. But on Haven, they had completely redesigned the way that they were playing the defense side. Here on Fracture, they've moved Tens over to Raze, where he's feasting.
Yeah.
Sick has been playing Astra previously here, and now he's on Breach. Neither of which agents you commonly associate with Sick. And it's freed up Shaz to play his more opping role, but honestly, too, in round 8, you saw he can get aggressive with the rifle as well. Hop in those final two players.
Gotta give credit to him.
Okay.
It was a short turnaround.
Oh, I've never seen those panels.
No, not at all. And Jazz actually had an interview that he'd done with Sage Tatooine of Nerd Street, where he said, Shazam said, "I'm not even sure we are trying our best, and it's disheartening. I feel like we're playing to not lose instead of to win." He said it's not the same as last year.
Yeah.
This feels like Sentinels back to how they used to play. This feels like they've figured something out in this short break.
Glimpses of it.
Maybe just a mentality shift, but all right, Penny's going to make you pay for that one. He's got the only rifle in the round and wins the chamber duel.
Dapper's re-clearing this by himself. The wall goes down. Surely you clear this corner. Being held! There's a half clear from Dapper.
This cannot be another Thrifty that Sentinels lose.
Okay.
Sick is going to be able to clean that one up. He anticipated it could be.
Oh, they faked.
Movement around the
They
map.
faked
They're so
A well.
decisive. Xander's IGL loves taking advantage of opportunities like this. You've already drawn the rotates to
So
A.
much pressure on Tens.
How does Tens deal with this?
Holding it down the flashes, has to go for the spray transfer, but can't find it. It's almost from the back of Jenny. There's one to his name. Will he get the second one? The answer is yes. PS and gives him a good angle as well. He just can't be traded with 40 seconds now. Oh, the wow! Is there even a pocket for him to hide into? The answer is no. Xander uses it just to take the timing, pushes back onto site, still taken out. Whippy, only a sheriff in his hand in this 1v1 with the wall dropped. The spike is dropped onto the site. Does Sick even know? Is he aware of this?
I don't think so. Sick was staring towards defender spawn.
You gotta be kidding me. The wall's about to break. This timing is horrible for him. He anticipates that he could be getting pushed from any angle but the reposition. 10 seconds. He's waiting to hear that spike at least be popped. And Whippy took the gamble.
And he's not got enough time. Not even close. Sick was thinking about the backstab, but takes the better percentage play. Just waits. It's a really nicely timed flank from Whippy, just based off the information he had. But the timing was so slim for both of those players. And Sick was well aware of what was going on by the look of it. It looked like he was a bit
that flick was
confused earlier,
insane.
but once that Sage wall was breaking, he demonstrated excellent grace in maneuvering around that.
I think it was, its hell being, I think that there was no real attempt to plant the spike.
Sure.
You know, it was just kind of left there in the corner. But
yeah, they didn't have actually that any utility, a flash, anything. That the wall is so much smaller than the smokes, and you can just get that sightline over the top of it.
Oh, they're all the...
Both Zoms and Sick finding picks in that manner. But it was a Thrifty for version 1.
Yep. Flash through now with weapons in hand. Quick little jiggle from Xander. He knows there's a player there. Shot! They timed it.
Oh my god.
He TPs right into the aftershock as they were pushing in, but Dapper, what a timing. Could catch something here. But gets the one eventually before being traded. V1, they've gained control of the site.
That was such a cool play by both teams. Not only the aftershock to punish Shazam, but then Shaz was bait for Dapper. Ends up being a 4v3 though in the post plan for version 1.
Drops down the pistol to try and open up the door.
But Whippy sees it. He knows it's a fake.
He knows it's a fake. Anticipation for it now. Tens with the ult. He knows they're all going to be grouped up around there. So much damage.
How did it not find a pick?
This nade from Zelsis just to push him away for a moment. Now the smoke, it fades. Sick has worked his way in, but he does not have any sort of flashes to work with. The Rolling Thunder and Zelsis, wow, he's taking point for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
The ultimate sets it up nicely. V1 do not let Sentinels get comfortable.
There's a lot of ultimates used there. A real big round that both teams wanted to hold on to, because that has put Sentinels in a tough spot with their economy. Starting this round with 3,500 roughly for each of their players. They could decide to force, but it wouldn't look pretty. These are sometimes the situations where you'll see Sentinels take a timeout, but it looks like we're just going straight into round 11. Version 1 may have found an opportunity to get back into this game, but it is Sentinels in the lead. They're in the driving seat. And on version 1's better half, too.
Players are forcing up. Half Armor Guardian on Sen.
It looks so rough.
More rounds left to be played here. Shaz, full to force. Has to be careful. Look at that. The space was created and taken by Pennies. He had his own ultimate in hand.
How many more did they see? All 5 players of version 1 are stacked outside halls. But I think they only know the breach, raise, chamber.
Oh my god, the swing timing.
What a play.
It's perfect.
That's so good. When the boombot comes out, the defensive AWP is always going to want to find that peak, and the flash comes through immediately afterwards. Tens just getting dominated by the raise ultimate play being out of play as well.
Penny. Well, starting to come
They played
alive.
that so well.
Scoreboard for his team as far as I'm concerned, I think.
They've just got such a perfect read on what Sentinels want to do with their utility on defense there. That is a masterclass round by V1. But a reminder that they are still behind. The best case scenario for them in this half is a 6-6.
They're setting themselves up for it quite nicely. Because look, I mean, Sentinels forcing in this round, players have to save this. I mean, obviously it's the percentage play, but Dapper, it's not ideal for him. He doesn't want to save the Spectre coming into this.
Not at all. There is a possibility he can find a cheeky pick and maybe upgrade to a Vandal.
Yeah.
But it's not likely.
I think
Sentinel's economy is not looking good after this. Oh, hello.
Catches the one, tries to go for the spray down.
But he goes down. That's another player on Sentinels that has to rebuy a rifle and armor in the next. They don't have Shazam's ultimate to rely on.
You know what I always
anymore.
think?
And Tens,
Don't they
well,
have
he's
a
not
like
playing the jet,
more
so there's no blade storm there to help your economy. This is going to
like
be
better
a
resolution picture of
wonky
the
final
fucking
round.
spike? When it's big, it's so pixelated.
V1. Played out so well. Just honestly, credit to Penny again. I mean, he's the one who takes point, I think, as well in halls. The bait, the utility, the nade, the stun.
Yes.
Out of Sentinels.
That is the meta right now when it comes to top-level Fracture gameplay, is to have your chamber most of the time going first into halls to break any trap plays that the defenders have. And then once he baited that out, Woombot comes out, baits a peek out of Shaz, flashed, punished. Perfect.
And here's the buy. Someone's got a sheriff.
Whoa, Tens is in.
Good, yeah. And now Sentinel's doing actually a very
they're
similar
pushing
play to what
fast,
he did
eh?
prior, when he had a bit more guns in hand. This smoke taking the opportunity to push through it, but V1, I mean, they're instantly running up on this one. Dapper, he has to get some value here, anchoring away, but I mean, the angles are already being watched. V1 were more than ready for this one. Up in hand, Penny. He's happy to just keep holding this one. A little jiggle peek to try and see if they can bait the shot and the swing. Now with the molly laid down, there's no chance in hell, and they even can expect that from Penny to just be pushing a good return from Zoms, but Sander had
1v4
back. It's a quick swing, a quick answer.
If there's any silver lining, it's that they don't expect Sick to be here. He has his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. That's a 6-6 half that version 1 came back into there. And the final round, even though Tens pushes out in the first 3 seconds, they're not fast enough. Version 1 just playing with more pace. But frankly, Bren, it's exactly the same as when we began this map. It's anyone's game here in this lower bracket elimination round 1.
It's so even between
It's so
teams.
close,
The
holy
final
shit.
map here, elimination match. Josh, you've set it up perfectly. Let's get into the break quickly so we can just really see what ends up happening as we go into the final section of map 3.
God, 3 ads. Hi, Justin. What the fuck is that? Mutatos.
Ingrid erklärt Indeed. Mit deinem Lebenslauf auf Indeed könnte ich
Mobius. What the fuck? Okay. Never heard of that movie, but seems cool. Didn't we have a 6-6 last map as well? I told you I'm gonna be live till like 2 or 3. I'm annoyed about that because I want to wake up early and stream early. Okay, let's see.
These teams are going to start to feel the pressure now as we're heading into map 3, the second half of things. And Sentinels have never missed a major tournament in Valorant history. Masters 1 2022, if they are eliminated here, would be the first.
And for version 1, they went undefeated in the group stage, so being eliminated as in the first round would also be a tragedy. There is just so much for both of these teams to lose right here. They're still a long way from qualification, but there's so much on the line. Neither team wanted to be in this position, and somehow they've ended up here. 6-6. And it's a quiet, silent contact push into Dish.
Yeah, no noise really being made. Sentinel's so cautious. And they spot the trademark. Are they going to try and smoke this off, or
I think
it's just going to be a burst?
I think you've just got a burst.
Okay. The setup needs to be there in halls, though, with Penny holding this slight angle. I mean, it's not even a slight angle. He's literally holding the one and done, lying on his rendezvous to try and get out of it. It's pinged. Pushed away in the end, though. There you go. And now we see the hit comes through. Burn smoke's laid down. Buff in process as well. It's going to be sight given the Sentinels. It's important, though, now that they hold down a lot of these extremities surrounding the site. Halls, it looks like the players are prioritizing it.
I love that Tens has kept his position over by Dish as well. He'll be in such a great spot for this retake. Version 1 love going fast as soon as they commit.
Utility, aftershock comes through, the flashes. Unable to play the game, Dapper does still get one. Traded out. 10 smoked off, he can't do anything. The nade pushes him just off and away. Now it's Diffuse coming through, they're spying through.
Oh my god.
Whippy can't stick this. The wall! Tonight it eventually, it finally does. The wall, it gets broken, but now it's half online.
Oh my god.
Zoms, so weak. The smoke as well, Xander, he's gonna try and stick this 56 after his name, I don't believe it!
He got it. Oh my god, no!
They just can't punish it in time! What a way to start the pistol.
That's absurd.
They played that so well. Dude, I want Sentinels to win though. Like,
Take another look at this.
V1 is nice, is like really good, of course, you can see it. But
and that's something I think the Sentinels were just not expecting, not factoring into the retake calculations.
It wasn't in
Tens in fact had double blast pack for the post plan, but he threw them out early to do a bit of chip damage and to delay the sight hit to give his sight anchor a little more help. Could have been crucial. We'll see whether that adaptation comes through later on. But we have seen so many thrifty rounds, and this wouldn't even be one of them. It's a full force for Sen. Tens has a rifle round 2 after they lost the pistol.
I can't believe that.
That's so nasty.
Yeah, that is insane. I think it's...
he needs to win that one. He goes in with the rifle.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. He's not running full armor as well.
Yeah, he's a true raid boss right now.
And all the reliance on him. Bursting up here into Nest. Players aren't committing just yet. Satchel, run and gun from Xander. Wants to try and punish it. Put a stop to it before they really get deep onto this site still. Viper Wall splitting it up. Do they know Whippy is holding right around the corner? He tries to catch the time. Swings around, a bit of run and gun has been ordered. He gets 2 eventually taken out, but now the 2 for 2. Tens has to get
what a trade.
Stuff done here. 3 kills.
Oh my god, no.
Enough to close it out. The force by Sentinels. The big gamble for them heading into this half has been shut down.
The 2 dying on main was the worst thing that could have happened, man.
They have now let
like if those wouldn't have died, they would have had 2 more people to, or at least 1 more to like hold another angle. And it just had this one angle
that
with
easily could have won. The slimmest of margins, the tiniest of differences. End up with version 1 being in control of this second half early. This would be an amazing time for Sentinels to pull out one of those classic thrifties. But that might be asking for just a little bit too much.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times over the course of this match. V1 have... I mean, they've recognized it. You've got to show respect to Sentinels here. Not the same team that you faced earlier in the groups.
Certainly
but
not.
This is where it could get really out of hands, I think, for Sentinels. Losing those rounds when the economy gets snowballing in high-pressure scenarios like this.
Do they still have it? Are they still protected by the plot armor? It's been an incredibly quiet round.
Oh, it's no information given.
Sentinels are just doing so many contact plays.
They're so ready for it, though. Look at this. Holding the crossfire, ready and waiting. Effie's is there. This time, a little flash comes through to try and supplement it. He runs right round the corner with it. And there shall not be any kills going their way. The players lining up for them. That's going to be the Prime Gaming Flawless V1.
This is gonna be a harsh one, man.
And
this is gonna be a real harsh one.
Bonus coming up because they're gonna keep the judge and the specters from the prior round. It really must be reiterated how much that pistol round Sage Wall and the following force has changed the course of this map.
Yeah.
If version 1 are even able to do economy damage here, it sets them up well.
Yeah.
You know, this is a bonus round, but they have 2 rifles and a judge in heaven.
Sentinels, they've got the weaponry. Have to convert the round cleanly if they want to try and put a stop to this. They're
close to a lot of good ultimates, though. Yeah. Dapper and Tens are 1 orb away. It looks like this is the predetermined plan here from Shazam is to end with an A crunch, giving Dapper the orb over by Dish. Maybe Tens, honestly. Maybe Dapper gets the plant. But either way, getting those ults online with the ult orbs that they'll take.
Was used as a response. Okay. Ball line was sent out.
They've actually gone past the ult orb without prioritizing it here. I really thought Tens would go for that one.
So unusual for them.
Nice.
Kaz gets that pick. What a TP to safety on top of it. Tens was catching a timing all the way around. It's so disjointed. They're a bit out of sync from it, but still Zoms is the one who comes up with the goods. The players that got into the site from that drop location. V1 just too aware of it. Still, Penny wants to try and make it dangerous.
He's zooming in with the stimmy.
Picks up the Spectre.
Whoa, what is that shot?
For him, V1. Penny is low. Dapper could get the spray down. Viper's Pit. It's dropped down. It's going to make them think that they have to clear it.
Santa killed him. It's a disaster. Unbelievable. He'd thrown that molly out so long ago that Penny thought it was completely safe. But Xander, he's now in the 1v1. Doesn't quite know Shaz's position.
19 bullets. Spectre in hand. He needs to clear this one. The 1v1 Shaz needs to win this one.
Oh, dude. They can't. Holy shit, man.
Finding out for his team.
Brent, I said it at the beginning. All they needed
Dude,
to do
my mental's not made for this, man.
Look at the economy for Sentinels. They are going to be on light armor here. Some people not able to buy full util, perhaps. They're going to be slightly struggling. And that, like I've been saying the entire match, because Sentinels are playing so much better this time compared to the groups, it is only a fine thread that separates these two teams.
Yeah.
Take a look at this replay. Shazam getting this pick, manages to come out, and Zoms really was the savior of this round. The only reason that they were able to win it, and here's that, such an unfortunate situation.
Brutal. The rare Sentinels timeout for them. A couple of pings around the map, you can see what they're trying to look towards. Really, I think just pointing out the key areas where people could be holding, potentially.
Like in a normal comp game, I would be like, yo, this is so winnable. And we can win it easily when we like group up together, like fucking think about it, win. But like in esports, it's like, oh dude, like
that's something that LG when they beat version 1 on Fracture were very good at controlling. And I think this timeout would have also been to discuss the economic situation too.
They're forcing.
It looks like Dapper is picking up the Spectre. And I'm not exactly sure what Tens is up to. So Zoms bought a rifle, dropped it to Tens, and Zoms himself is going with light armor Phantom.
That's an interesting buy.
You want Tens to have full armor if he's going in there with the Raze ult.
Yeah, the players are just working their way through. They disrespected the Brim smoke that was used early, but Penny is watching this angle. Now we see another smoke being used. Right in the way. Penny has to back around this corner.
Version 1 have cleared out both sides of A. They're pretty confident it's going to be a B hit. Whippy comes over. He's playing by Canteen.
Yeah. They might just be walking into a trap.
If Xander gets a single kill from Arcade, he has his Brim ult. And that would be devastating for Sentinels.
It's done. Utilities being sent back as well. And now you might just start to see a little bit of chaos sent through.
Here comes the Brim ult.
Purpose. There's the Brim ult. Xander still holding it, but a quick flick of the wrist. Zoms finds another one. Tens pops his ult.
3-3.
Whippy falling. Can at least slow this down just a tad. V1 might be looking to maybe try and retake this one. And oh, it's a beautiful aftershock. denies the plant. It forces Zombs to swing out, and it sets up Penny for the pick once more, holding the angle. Shaz wins it out. 2 kills.
Yes! Oh my god! Holy shit!
Illegal plays coming out from Shaz,
I'm
man.
saying that I'm
Clutching
not
it
biased, but I want
Three
Sentinels
like
to win
that.
Sword.
That is simply.
Team needed it most, Josh.
It's simply
Oh,
monstrous.
dude, Shaz, that was a good
He
one.
dips Penny in the chamber battle, stops Celsius from being
Holy
able to get the
fuck.
trade, and booms Effie from long range as well. Shazam has been a freak in this match so far. The only player, Bren, that went positive the last time these two teams played.
And they need to save.
And he's had his work
First save
cut
of
out for him,
V1.
both in terms of the
This
IGL
half,
and
dude.
the
Oh.
improvements that he's driven in this team coming into this match. And now he's trying to do it in the server as well.
Wait, are they?
No denying.
Oh yeah, they are. He just has money for it.
To be the very best.
And he has pulled Sentinels back into this map. Back into this match. Hey, back into the tournament, maybe.
8-9 be in the rounds, and it is the contact push. Obviously on the half-buy/eco kind of round that they're working with. Penny does have the rifle in hand, but
They
they're
walled
taking
it
the
off.
chorus. They walled it off, so
They sage walled it off.
they're breaking the line of sight of it to try and catch the timing.
This could work beautifully.
They're not
Zombs
God.
looks unaware.
Not aware. Okay, just about watching it still. Worst guns in hand,
No.
and they're still finding the value.
It's
guess
those
2 or
thrifty
3.
rounds. They're coming for Sentinels at the worst possible opportunities. The breach ult as well. Sick is one away, but he's going to have to hit a nasty flick if he wants to be able to get this one online.
Is it? That's the duck and weave around the corner. The weaponry is not quite there. He is being pressured from so many angles right now, and the swing is
Oh
there.
no!
Santa, what a play. And the
They
call
win
being
the
made.
save. They win
I
the
mean, just
save.
Sentinels, it seemed like they did have just in the moment, Tens watching that area. He gets 2.
They have
but
shit
it's not
money.
enough. Those cheeky,
Sentinels
cool little
have
plays that
fucking
V1
bad
throw out
money.
when they're on the poor weaponry, when their money isn't as tight. Those are the ones you got to be careful of.
It is just gutting because Tens saw it coming and he picked off 2 of them.
Yeah.
And it was still not enough for Sentinels. Friend, the story of this half, maybe the story of this map, is 2 little cheeky sage walls. One to win him the pistol, one to get him past that trademark. Sentinels are losing their grip on this game. Just when they thought they were back into it, they pull them away.
Yeah.
A reverse Godfather approach.
4-3
This is,
playing for the.
it's a tricky situation.
Ten
Sen once more.
Oh,
Trying to
10
fight
okay, 10
hard
got
over
one.
this one. Instant res being used by V1. That's respect being shown to them. They use the showstopper as well.
Bit of a beef on the first blast pack. Nice counter blast pack and snakebite being used from Sentinels.
Yeah, they just want to push them away.
No
for the time
value
being.
except the map control game.
We push around this. V1 obviously not eager to give them over any guns when they know that they're not working with anything themselves. But it is, again, just cutting the noise, rotating around, sticking together as a group for Sentinel, seeing if they can win out. Maybe a bit of an explosion onto the site.
But look how
They
well
baited
version
off
one's read
2
this. They
ults at
already have
least, so
3
that's
players here.
something good.
Whippy holding the long angle. Brim smoke trademark. There's Xander with the molly as well.
Gonna start to push through. V1 are holding this. Xander pushes through. Tries to catch time with the rest of his team. Dodging, weaving in between the smokes. He gets the 3 shots. Eventually returns. Headhunter in his hands, but not quite enough for them.
And version 1 are creeping ever closer to eliminating Sentinels in the first round of North American playoffs. I can't emphasize enough how historic that would be. Sentinels have, sure, they've had their shaky moments before. They've lost tournaments. But they haven't been eliminated in North America at this stage of a tournament before. They've always been the top-seeded NA team in every major tournament since mid-2020. They were the favorites for First Strike. Winners of Masters 1, dominated the world at Reykjavik. The top-seeded North American team at Berlin, and champions. But they appear to have met their match in version 1. It would take something for them to come back into this game. They do have some great ults online, though.
Yeah, this is the round where it needs to happen. The money is not good.
This wall is a killer. Shaz doesn't want to commit to it. He's worried about being punished, about giving away information. But now it's just cutting him off for a huge chunk of the round. This was supposed to be an A split.
I mean, that is dangerous that Shaz ends up at least breaking that, and there could have been a player just holding around the corner on top of it. It's going to be used. He knows he has to push forward. The pressure is on the stun. It counteracts. It's still tens. He's straight into the site. Double satcheled in play. They have control of it, but they've lost Dish and they've lost the Hall's control. Rolling Thunder to push all the way through. Trying to regain a bit of this one, but V1 again. Not stepping off the gas. They're straight across the point. Once more, the site in their hands.
What a Brim Molly.
Yeah, the Molly to stop it off, but they do have that Brim ult. Push them away, and Thomas is going to be gaining that kill. Still half on the plant.
Effie gives his life to get that half down.
2v3. Quick little swing around the corner. Sentinels, they've got to come up huge. It's already half. They have to swing around the corner. He's just sticking it. And they're caught once more, unaware. Version 1, they get their 12th round. And the economy is shattered for Sentinels. They can get the rifles, the half armor, but not much utility to play with.
That's a feels bad, man. That's a big feels bad, man.
Match point for version 1. Everything they're doing around the Sage walls, around the retakes, it's all so decisive. It's working so well. Brim and Sage back on Fracture. No ultimates to speak of, though, for version 1. But it's not like the Breach and the
How many
Brim
viewers
won the
are
round for
watching?
Sentinels previously.
73,000.
This one looks like a B-split straight off the rip here. Tens has his ultimate. Flash catches Penny.
Tens. Needs to just hold here, Penny. Could catch a monstrous timing against them. Thomas, he's looking at the iPads. It's been cut. Little jiggle peek. Has to back away.
That first piece of danger dealt with, but now there's Xander in heaven that they have to contend with as well. Oh, and this angle that we've seen fail so many defenders works out for Xander. He takes down the star player of Sentinels.
And he stays alive. Sentinels left wondering, how do we salvage this one? Tens is down. It's a bit of run and gun from Zoms. Spectre in hand, but Whippy. Oh, he shut it down. 29 health. It's enough to work with, though, and now only 2 players left alive for Sentinels. This could be it. This could be the finale. Dapper left alone, and it cannot be done. It's version 1 who are going to be knocking out the former Reykjavik champions. And at the end of the day, Josh, the right to represent North America on the global stage is not a given. It has to be earned, and despite Sentinels coming so close, it is going to be a loss for them here against version 1 in the elimination rounds.
What an insane match. Genuinely a nutty way to go out. Because I think if we're going to touch on Sentinels going out and bowing out, not representing North America, I think they played their best Valorant they played all year, right here in this match.
The turnaround.
And crucially, Bren, it still wasn't enough. Version 1, they managed to battle their way back. They're proving that they are worthy of the title of going undefeated through groups. And trying to make a repeat performance, a repeat appearance at Reykjavik.
That's insane.
That was a fantastic lower bracket game. And the journey is still so far away for version 1.
Yeah.
This
lower bracket run.
This playoffs is going to be incredible.
They're up against Cloud9 next. They're up against Cloud9 in the lower bracket right now of these playoffs. And
Talk
again,
about running a gauntlet.
It's all to represent NA on the global stage. They've got to do it. Version 1, we know they are more than capable of being able to do it, and yeah, that's going to be Sentinels bowing out from this one. We're going to take a look at our highlights as well as we bow out and take a look at Sentinels versus V1 one last time.
Okay, but I gotta end the stream. It's after 2 already. I need to do some stuff before I go offline, and I want to go live early tomorrow, so yeah. Okay. Oh, they played so well at the beginning. Yeah. But well, it is what it is. Okay, I wish you a good night, sleep well. I see you all again tomorrow. Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye.